And a very good afternoon to you. Welcome to round 2 of Trophy Tour Victoria. The 888 Home Loans Calder revived. Isn't it fantastic to be here in baking sunshine in the Metropolitan Melbourne circuit? My name is Callum Brannigan. Welcome to the Blendline TV live stream. It's fantastic to have you here tuning in, no matter where you are around the world. But I'm joined by Cliff from Vic Drift. We've just seen 2 drift vehicles making their way out onto the circuit. Firstly, it's a massive welcome to you here this weekend. But could you explain who we've got on track at the moment and what they're doing? We've got some drifters.
Yeah, no problems. Today we've got Mark and Patrick Barley out there driving, representing Vic Drift, doing some demo laps for the circuit guys to see. Yeah.
So tell us about Vic Drift. Obviously, it's as the name suggests, it is a Victorian level drift series. But could you just tell us about the series, about the competitors, what you do throughout a season, what's your involvement?
Yeah, no worries. So Vic Drift's been around for 20. I think this is the 21st year. Normally we run events from entry level, like doing a sprint for circuit racing, and then we run up to a state level competition, the equivalent of car levels, driver levels, skill levels. Massive variety of cars from AU Falcons, Silvias. Out there we've got Mark and Patrick in a C6 Corvette with an LS in it. Yeah.
So that C6 Corvette is pretty agricultural. If you are here trackside this weekend, we highly encourage you to come down to the Vic Drift display and have a closer look at the C6 Corvette, because there's not a single computer in the car. It's a lot of roll bars, massive power plant, but that car is specifically set up for drifting, isn't it?
100%, yeah. Patrick Barley and Mark, their parents come from speedway racing, so sprint cars. They've taken a lot of cues from speedway. He was telling me today that there's a NASCAR steering rack in it. They created the steering knuckles all themselves to suit drifting. Basically made every product on there, pretty much.
And what about the Nissan as well? It's a far cry from the Nissan that it perhaps resembles, but it's actually got an LS power plant under the bonnet.
It does. It has an NALS. I believe it's an LS2 in there. Makes I think 400 or 500 horsepower. And then same modifications as Patrick's, with lots of steering knuckles and lots of adjustable arms and things like that.
And it is all about adjustability, obviously, because professionals out there at the moment now, they are doing what you call a gripped up warm-up lap, or the warm-up equivalent, I guess, for drifting, where they're just doing a grip lap, just siding the track and making sure that everything's in check before they go out in earnest and send the car sideways.
Correct, yeah. They need to just shake down the cars first laps of the day, so make sure temperature's getting right, everything else gets right, feel the steering out, make sure everything feels good, and then by the second lap they'll be sending it out there, big entries into the first corner and everything.
So, obviously, riding out sideways, it's all about style. It's not about speed. But how are they actually judged on their ability or capability? What's the technique?
Yep, so when we're doing a competition and we're judging, we set target point zones on the track for people to hit. So we'll tell them, let's say we're using turn 1 here. We might say, okay, your initiation point is 5-10 metres from the corner. So you have to enter and be sideways 5 or 10 metres from the corner, out wide. And we'll tell them, run wide. They'll get points based on how wide they are in these zones, say out of 10. Really good 10, not so good 5. Clipping points for the rest of the track is the norm, and then we'll switch it up, and we also score the chase car. Chase car is a bit more simple, still points based, but it's all about being close.
And how many events per annum do Vic Drift do? Obviously, mainly Victoria-based. Do you ever venture out and do interstate rounds like some of the state series in circuit racing do?
We don't run any interstate, but lots of our guys will head over to SA and drive at the Bend. We run, I think we've got 6 to 8 practice level days this year, and we've got a 3-round comp series this year as well. And then we have our one big 2-day event later on in the year called Drift X, where we run both tracks for 2 days from 9 till 11 p.m. at night with like 140 cars.
So today we are absolutely actually raising funds for Mark Bateman, Motorsport Ministries. You might have seen on social media that he's had a few challenges with the transporter or the trailer that he hauls all the way around Australia to various motor racing circuits. Crucial service, Motorsport Ministries, for counselling and support of drivers, as we can see the car of Patrick Bailey and Mark Bailey actually pull up at the moment. So we are raffling off passenger laps here today. We're raising funds for Mark Bateman. So if you are trackside, if you're a competitor in the Trophy Tour, or if you're a spectator here this weekend, we highly encourage you to find us, because we'll point you in the right direction to purchase some raffle tickets. And if you might go in a draw to actually win a lap alongside Patrick Barley or Mark Barley as well. But obviously, what's the experience like for you? When was the last time you had a passenger lap, or are you the kind of person that prefers to drive and doesn't want to give up the reins?
Yeah, I definitely drive most of the time. I haven't had a passenger lap for a while. I did do an event where I was the driver, We'll get Patrick. Patrick, come over here.
We'll get Patrick
Come
now.
say hello.
Mate, this is very live. So you've just come out hot and fresh from the car, but doing a spectacular job to launch proceedings for round 2 of Trophy Tour Victoria, proudly supported by 888 Home Loans. But from your perspective, how did the dry run go this morning?
Yeah, great. The car's had a refresh over the off-season, and man, it's good to be back out here at Calder. It's been since October, since our last race, so man, just glad to be here.
So how much harder do you go when you've got a passenger alongside? Is it all about the thrill of making them literally scare themselves to death, or what's the process of making them feel like it's a memorable experience that'll stay with them all year?
I mean, 80% in a pro car is still quite a bit, so I mean, we'll be holding back a little bit, not a ton, but enough to keep it safe and keep it on the black stuff out there, but we'll show them a good time.
So we were talking about the C6. It's very agricultural. That's the best way we can explain the technical makeup of the car. It's specifically set up for drifting, but kind of horsepower figures. What are we talking with the Corvette?
So it hasn't been on the dyno in its current configuration, but when we bought the motor, it was a 930 crank 434, 1960s motor and a 2012 chassis.
And the story, was this car built and developed in the US and you brought it out to Australia, or is it Australian developed? What's the story behind that?
Yeah, so Dad and Tony built this car in 4 weeks down here in Victoria, two very, very well decorated speedway races, and they can fabricate one hell of a race car.
That's excellent. It's fantastic to have Cliff and Pat. We've also got Mark Barley over there walking away. So he'll come back later. We'll get him at some point. But thank you so much for joining us here at round 2 of Trophy Tour Victoria. The Calder Revived, proudly supported by 888 Home Loans. As we said, we're raffling off passenger laps alongside Pat and Mark later on today. So if you're on the ground here, or if you're watching from home and you actually want to come down and witness the action, there's something about smelling motorsport. It's a bit better than watching it behind the screen. But it's a big thank you to everyone who has tuned in so far and who has supported the 888 Home Loans, Calder Park, Rock and Revived. Of course, we've got a concert coming up later on today as well, headlined by Rob Mills. We've also got Soul Chisel, Jimmy Couples and Nat Allison as well. So we've got 4 bands playing a live concert, the first one we've had in more than 30 years at Calder Park, and they're rocking the Thunderdome later on today. So plenty of story and action. That's a lot of drift action already to launch the broadcast. So it's a massive thank you for joining us here at the desk. But without further ado, we've actually got 8 racing categories here as well. We've got the Saloon cars lining up behind us in the dummy grid. So without further ado, we'll hand over to our commentary team up in the commentator tower. We've got Darren Smith leading the team.
Thanks very much, Callum. Fantastic to have a little bit of interest, mix it up a little bit with the Vic Drift crew there, Mark and Pat. Great to have them on board. Great to have them here to help Mark Bateman raise some money to replace the chaplaincy vehicle that he uses to get around and to do the peer support that he does so well, not just here at the Victorian Trophy Tour, 888 Home Loans, Calder Revived event, but at Speedway, at Rally, at bushfire zones, all those things. Head down to the main office here at Calder Park as you come in the driveway, the race secretary's office down there. They've got the tickets for the raffle. Get down there, get yourself 10 tickets, tell them I sent you, and get that underway. Of course, Callum's already touched on the Rock and Revived later on tonight as well. 4 bands headlined by Rob Mills. Going to be a ripping concert over there later on tonight. So thanks to the Vic Drift crew. Great to have a bit of, let's call it cross-genre motorsport, bit of circuit racing and drifting to get the rubber in the air. Lively here this afternoon at Calder Park. Many, many years of rubber going in the air at this historic venue. It's great to have the 888 Home Loans, Calder Revived part of Trophy Tour Victoria. Round 2 here at Calder Park again. I'm Darren Smith. Right alongside is Emma Dean, which means we've probably got saloon cars coming up or Formula One or something like that out there on track. Em, welcome to the 888 Home Loans Calder Revived.
Thanks, Darren. What a day to go racing. Gorgeous weather again. 2 weekends in a row we've been working together, and it's pretty blessed.
We have been, yeah. Phillip Island last weekend for the VHR historic event down there, which was went off unbelievable crowd. We're expecting a decent crowd in here today. Good to see some people already making their way to the track. We've all got a communication method in our pocket these days. So grab your phone, let 10 friends know, get yourself 10 raffle tickets, get yourself a ride in a drift car. And later on tonight, listen to 10 hours of music. I don't think it's 10 hours of music,
No.
but I'm just doing things by 10 right now.
Right, okay.
It's like race meetings in a row, 10. Let's go.
Looking forward to these Saloon cars, Darren. They had a great qualifying. The top guys, who is it, Adam Lowndes, Kieran Pridmore, were in the 6s, the 106s, and Kane Baxter-Smith not too far behind in the 107s. I bumped into Kane in the pits earlier, and he said that he's got his qualifying engine in.
So he doesn't get to the end of the race. Is that the thing?
Well,
no, it's great to see the Saloon cars, and I actually do think it's quite fitting that we open up with some drift cars, and then what could be more spectacular than a drift car? It's Saloon cars going through the flip-flop at Calder Park.
I know there's only a couple of points of differentiation there, but just selfishly, Darren, this was the first place I ever drifted, so it was really nice to see those guys up there out on track this morning. A little bit of deja vu.
There you go, and all those years ago too. And
yeah,
so
thanks, Darren.
The Saloon cars getting themselves lined
30.
up. Adam Lowndes, great to see Adam. Had a tough old gig at round 1 at Sandown. Good to see him back where he needs to be. Hasn't got the number 1 on the door this year, but great to see him heading out the field. Kieran Pridmore right in behind. Kane Baxter-Smith, the Jacob Prestapino, and I got to say, those first 2 rows are massively exciting for us to read out and see that those cars are actually going to be leading the field. Chris Jackson in the number 97 will be out of position number 5 with Will Harris. He'll start out of position number 6 in the 22. Justin Shembry out of 10th there as well, and that is Jacob Prestapino, I think, is it?
Yeah, got someone who hasn't put the bonnet clips in.
That is Jacob Prestapino, definitely. And that's not nice. The flag is radioing that in, and there's a track marshal. So hopefully Jacob can join rear of grid. Out of 8th place will be Jason Cruz to Cody Cartledge. Jason Cartledge, there you go. Good trackside official, knows how a bonnet clip works. Get that done. Ryan Ridgway, Matt Jager, Jeff Flegg, Brett Tate, right down in 13th place for Tate Lawyers. And good to see Brett back at the racetrack. Rob Knight out of position 16. Mark Franzo back again after debut in the series at the first round at Sandown. Chris Handley and George Papa Giorgio back down the field there, a veteran of Saloon cars from many years ago, making his comeback. 18 cars making up the grid for the Saloon cars for this weekend. And as I said, the cars that should be on the first couple of rows essentially are. They are the faster cars in this particular field. Missing a couple of drive events car. We're missing that this weekend. And another noticeable omission is Daniel Johnson in the Yellow Falcon, not taking part. I don't think in the last at least 4 seasons we haven't had the Yellow Falcon out on track.
No, it's a little bit light on, but we've still got 18 cars out there, Darren.
Good field, yep, strong field. And the good thing about it is there's some seasoned racers that know how to do it, and will get door handle to door handle, and they'll certainly show us their gearboxes as they go through the flip-flop at the back, up the back straight, which is a back straight with a chicane essentially in it. Saloon cars like to straight line it, and there was some worldwide footage of Oscar Piastri trying to muscle a supercar through there. A couple of laps later, he realised that, you can bounce the supercar over the ripple strips, and started to do so.
Yeah, it took him 4 or 5 laps, didn't it? But then he got the hang of it. It's a great track to see these guys go, the old Ford Holden battle. It's a great way to see these guys knocking door handles and going over the flip-flop, like you said, Darren. I can't wait to get this started because, like you said, that first 2 rows of the grid, it's going to be on fire.
Jacob Prestapino will come into the lane, so the 99 will get his crew to have a quick look at that bonnet, work out what went up, certainly smashed the windscreen on the way through, so that's a dramatic way to start the weekend. He might be seeing nothing but lightning across his window at the moment with all the cracks across his window, so he pulls into the paddock area and won't take starters' orders, and we are underway. Race 1 for the weekend. You are tuned into the Vic Trophy Tour. 888 Home Loans, Calder Rockin' Revived. Down the very long straight, the drag strip run. Lowndes gets out-dragged by Pridmore as they head down into turn 1. There's Kane Baxter-Smith and quite a sizable gap back to car 4 on the road. But these 3 will definitely be the ones that will be quick in this first stanza of this race. They know how to do it on cold tyres, these guys, and charging at them as well. And that will be Chris Jackson weighing in on it. The VN there up on the ribble strip. There it is, a bit of Calder action, and that's Matty Jager. He goes a little bit foul on that first bit. This is the flip-flop. Watch the cars as they come through there. They're all going very nicely indeed. There must have been something said at driver's briefing, yeah?
Is that a joke?
No.
These guys always have a very lively driver's briefing. I actually like getting down to them. It's always stop doing that and stop doing this, and they continue to do it, which is great.
Good run here, Jacob Prestopino. He's made his way back into the field, got out in amongst it, and he is already pushing very, very hard. Got through on Jeff Flegg as they come across the line the first time. The guy that started out of P2. Pridmore leads the pole position. Guy in Adam Lowndes. Kane Baxter Smith. Chris Jackson under brakes. Baxter Smith, huge under brakes. Goes through on Adam Lowndes. Lowndes will go, righto, I see you, Falcon. I got the roaring lion on the front of my car, or maybe not, looks like he's taking it off, but we're driving a Holden and a Ford, and this is the last remaining bastion of Aussie-built cars racing in Australia. Ford versus Holden, what we loved for so many years. There's Lowndesy. He's just giving us a quick look just at the brake calipers that time around.
Yeah. It's actually, I think Kane Baxter Smith is probably getting a little bit of an advantage from having a proper engine in his car. He was missing a few cylinders last round at Sandown. And I'd say new tyres are helping him too to get himself in that Holden sandwich.
Nice pass there. That is a ripping manoeuvre there by Cody Cartledge. Very nice. 2 for 1 there as he goes through on Cruz. Jason Cruz started out of 8th and he's currently in 5th. So here's 1 on the charge there. Keep an eye out for Cody Cartledge, the number 147. Getting through very nicely indeed. 2 laps down and dusted. The Saloon cars charging on the opening race for the weekend. Always exciting, always great action down the straight. Here's this old EA Falcon with an AU and another AU and another EA. We'll get the rest of the alphabet done before the end of today for you, because then we'll have a VN and a VY each end of the alphabet. Cut it off. 76 looking very nice there, just getting through the flip-flop.
Now 2 laps in, they're already in the 107s. It's a really quick track for anyone that's not familiar with Calder. Just over a minute, and I think even for some of the sports cars it's just sub a minute. But it takes another lap or 2 or a lap and a half to get heat into those tyres. Looks like the guys at the front have already managed to do that really, really well. So they're pretty good times to be qualifying times and race times.
It's actually interesting. Pridmore, Baxter Smith and Lowndes are all very good on cold tyres, and the biggest threat is that on cold tyres they got themselves a gap. Now everyone's up to temperature in the whole mechanical package, and the gap just gets bigger. At the moment, our race leader, a 107.24, a 107.58 for Baxter Smith in the Swift Solar Racing AU there, and then Lowndes at 107.9. So they're all these three are sort of within 0.5 of each other. Ooh, almost getting a little bit of air under the front wheels of Lowndes there.
The other thing that's playing into the front three having a bit of clean air behind them is I think William Harris in position 6 got a bit of a slow start, so everyone got a little bit bunched up behind him.
He's gone back to 10th there too.
So I think that's given the top 3 a little bit of a clean break.
Jacob Prestopino, watch now as he is charging through the field. The guy's glazing car, that's the guy we're looking at there. Started from pit lane. In fact, he started from the marshalling area.
Oh, dear.
That's a big off there for Ridgeway.
Ryan
Gathers it all
Ridgway.
back up. We'll see that. I reckon we're going to see that a bit more this afternoon. Cars coming through there. It's definitely, when they reopened the track, that was the only real modification they did to the track. They made the flip-flop more violent than what it was previously, because you used to be able to sort of flat, straight line, and now you've actually got a flip-flop wide open throttle, so it is a lot more of a challenge, but certainly looking good there as far as that's concerned.
I think the guys in the commentary box are emulating what's going on track.
They are. They're going through the motions behind us here. Hands up in the air, legs up in the air. Prestopino now up to 6th place. We saw a couple of drives last round from rear of the grid.
Adam Lowndes had a little off.
In fact, last weekend we saw Stubber in the Group N's come from the rear of a 52-car field, and in a lap and a half got to the front of the field in Group N. Not quite what we're seeing now from Jacob Prestopino. Dan McCarthy, if you're watching out there, Prestopino is up to 6th place. Big fan of what Jacob Prestopino does. Just getting around the back markers now. So 5 laps done, and he's covering off Chris Handley at the moment. And just getting... Oh, no, sorry, that's George Papagiorgio. Sorry about that, Chris. George Papagiorgio through the back end of the field. This is the flip-flop Lowndes. Oh, not even a lift of the throttle. Gathered it up. Came back to Smith ever so casually. You see his white helmet just look in the mirror and shake his head and then look back up again. Obviously saw the flash in the mirrors. I love it. I
love these top 3. They're some of the best driving I get to see on these weekends is these guys.
Streaming through now.
Wow.
Matt Yeager going to... this will be George Papagiorgio. There he is. And Jeff Legg in the 55. They come onto the straight. Bit of a tribute livery there, which was... George Papagiorgio's car sounds like it's got a bit of a miss on it there. Did not sound nice at all as it came down the straight. That's this one here. At least his headlights are shining bright. Even blight.
Well, he's overtaken Flegg, so he mustn't be that hampered. But, it didn't sound quite right, did it?
No. He's accelerating high load out of that turn 2 there up to turn 3. It jags right, and then a real reef on the wheel to go left and climb up over Mount Jane. Looks more like a molehill from here, but when you're at the bottom of it, it goes up at a very steep angle, almost like the cutting at Mount Panorama. You've got to go, some cars actually back to first gear to get through it. Sounds like Jason Cruz is also suffering from an engine misfire there as well, just going down straight. Good battle for these two.
We've got to remember though, Darren, a lot of these cars aren't touched between rounds. A lot of these guys are running their own businesses. They've got families. They're super busy in between each round. And they only really get to work on the car if they make it for practice on Friday or first thing between practice and quali on Saturday morning. So it is a bit of a juggle for a lot of these guys to keep the car going and going well.
Chris Jackson now got the mirrors absolutely chock-a-block full with Justin Shembry in the Essendon Ford entry. Jackson there in the 97 just leading the way here. He's feeling the pressure because Jackson's come on strong. In fact, these guys are fighting it out. And over the last couple of laps, it is Jackson that has gone faster. So Prestopino up another 2 this time around as we see this battle rage under brakes. VY Commodore, AU Falcon. Shembry just looking to look around the outside or the inside and covering a little bit too much real estate that time. Lost some ground. Jackson. And up the hill they go. You hear that flare of the revs as they come over the top of the hill. A little bit of lift and just enough to open up the diff and give, 50 or 100 more revs as they come back down the other side.
Yeah, it's a mechanical woe.
Well, and some of the amazing footage from last year, Phil Chester's MG, Dean Cam and
He'll
Travis
be out today. Those guys are all out this weekend.
Be out. We'll see air underneath those cars as well.
It's a little bit more lively in the MG of Phil Chester's because it's a tiny little car.
It is even the number 1, well, that is Phil this year, but Mike Crathon. As my car stopped there, that is Chris Handley in the HBR Motorsports Commodore. Here's our leading pack coming through, albeit that Kieran Pridmore's up the road. This is second and third.
Check it out. Kane's got a mirror full of Pridmore in behind him.
Hasn't he ever? At least another 4 laps in this journey. 8 completed already. And these two just seem to have settled into a bit of a rhythm here. They're missing the mark, the 107.6 of Pridmore last time around. These two are now into the mid 108s as Lowndes looks to the inside. He's right in the slipstream now. Perfect positioning for the Commodore to run down as Baxter Smith runs right down the dirty side of the track, gives him a spray of the marbles. and then gradually moves across the midship here. Lowndes
will he do it?
looks to the outside. It's the long way around, but can he get the switchback for 2?
I can't believe you said they settled in. I've never seen these guys settle.
As settled in as these guys get.
Yeah, exactly.
Yellow flags down there at 1 for Handley. Parked at 3, so a dive bomb move up the inside not being able to be done there. So they're going to have to keep an eye out for that. It's a crazy 1% effort, but yes, you'll see race drivers do it if they're within striking distance. Lowndes now pops the headlight out, doesn't he?
That little dirt trap coming out of the flip-flop seems to get people, because you get a tyre on that and it just kicks you back into the green stuff.
Certainly does. These guys are driving very nicely indeed. Can't take anything away from Kieran Pridmore or Jacob Prestapino, who's now up to P4. Oh, Lowndes this time, same line as last lap. Looks to the inside. Baxter Smith holds onto the left-hand side of the track now, moves to the mid-track to hold off any dive bomb down the inside. You're going to have to think of something else, Lowndesy, to get through there. Car looks good under brakes, but have a look at this. Kane is just positioning his car magnificently.
Do we have a lock-up from someone there? Yeah, must have had a lock-up. I think good move for Kane to pop the new engine in the new tyre, I think, because it's just giving him the edge over Kieran at the moment.
Well, the slower VNs there, just getting out of turn 2. There it is now, the 50, which is Mark Franzo, and he's in the Commodore.
Looks like they're actually it looks like Kane Baxter Smith's towing him. They're that close.
And traffic just starting to play a little bit here. If Adam can be clever here, and it is tough to judge because you never know where these slower cars are going to go. It is the passing car's responsibility to do it, and do it safely, as the 84 just eases wide there. And that's Brett Tate in a newly relivered car. Changed the colours a little bit, similar sort of scheme, but he now gets onto the back of Lowndes and gets a bit of a tow down the straight, as Lowndes just not being able to match the straight line pace. Certainly got him in the braking area, but Kane is driving beautifully. Lock up there. There's the opportunity for Lowndes. He looks to the inside. It's going to be a run up to turn 3.
It's
he's got the nose in there. Baxter Smith just getting a little bit rattled. Good on Lowndes, applying the pressure in the Pro Plum Commodore. Couple of tradies, a solar guy and a plumber. Lowndes 2 wheels off the track again. Great racing here for the Saloon cars for their first race for the weekend here at Trophy Tour Victoria. 888 Home Loans, Calder, Rock and Revived. They've done everything according to the name of this event so far. They've rocked and revived. And away we go. A slow car on the straight as well.
Yeah,
so that looks like Jason Cruz, who's had a bit of an issue earlier as he starts to slow.
Let's see if these guys can change the order at all now.
Ryan Ridgway
buddy.
playing a part here. No, keeps out of the way. Great work by the flaggies too, delivering those blue flags, which for those that don't know, that denotes that faster cars are coming. Allow room for it. So if you don't, you will be talking to the clerk of course and the stewards. Once the blue flag has been shown, you are obliged to keep an eye on your mirrors and just hold your line. You don't actually have to get right off the track, just hold your line to allow the faster cars through. Pridmore leads lap number 12, and we've still got a good... Actually, the timer has clicked over, just waiting for the last lap board. Looking at our volunteer officials down there at the start-finish line. And continuing on with this one, so we have just ticked over the time certain clock. So once our leader gets around and gets the lap done, we'll have one more lap. There's our leader. In fact, I reckon he's already on his last lap. So he comes up to 3, pulls to the right at 4 and up over the hill. He changes gear to stop that flare up through the diff, so just a bit of a short shift. Similar to the Formula 5000s coming out of MG corner and heading onto the straight at Phillip Island, a Saloon car will short shift so that he doesn't spin up the tyres. Pridmore now in the number 66 has driven a picture-perfect race from P2 of this one, and we've seen a couple of cars just parked up around the track, so a little bit of attrition for the Saloon cars then.
Yeah.
There it is.
Not the best day. There's the checkered flag for Karen Pridmore. Well done, Karen. Yeah, it's not been the best day for the guys, has it? There's a couple that have come to a bit of grief, even at the start with the smashed windscreen and the bonnet hooks.
Kane Baxter-Smith brings Adam Lowndes home. That tops off our podium. Karen Pridmore, Baxter-Smith and Adam Lowndes. The charging Jacob Prestipino in car number 99 hasn't hit the line yet, so will be a fair old distance back to Jacob. And here he comes to the line now as this battle continues to rage. It's raged all along. Jackson and Shembry. Holden, Ford. Just Aussie fair, really, isn't it? This absolute, what the fans have come to the track for many, many years as the cars head to home. Jacob Prestipino started from pit lane, home in 4th place. There goes Jackson, Shembry. So that battle was well worth it for those guys to continue to fight it out, because that was 5th and 6th on the road. Absolutely, Darren. Accurate Plumbing Group have given us the results for Kieran Pridmore in the 66, Kane Baxter-Smith home in 2nd place, Adam Lowndes and Jacob Prestipino on the podium. Jackson, Shembry, Cody Cartledge, Will Harris in 8th, Matt Yeager in 9th. Ryan Ridgway rounds out our top 10 finishers for the Saloon cars. Brett Tate, Mark Franzo, Rob Knight, George Papagiorgio, who I reckon's probably got a coil pack he's got in the toolbox he needs to change over. And that is race 1 for the weekend here at the 888 Home Loans. Calder rockin' revived. We've got plenty of racing all day today and tomorrow. Formula Ford up next, HQs, MG and invited British cars, Sports Sedans, they'll be on at 2 o'clock. Formula V, improved production, Formula Ford, Porsche 944 Challenge will be the final cars on track. Got a bit of clean up around the track, numerous vehicles, no crash damage, just a little bit of mechanical failures by around the track, and always great to see the Saloon cars for Accurate Plumbing here this weekend. We'll hand it over to the guys. It'll be Matt Dunlop and Tom Reed for Formula Fords.
Welcome back to 888 Home Loans Calder Rock and Revived here at the historic Calder Park Raceway. And we have got some great Formula Ford action coming up very, very shortly as part of a bumper program of round 2 of the Victorian Trophy Tour. Let's have a quick look at what's going through here. My name is Matt Dunlop and Tom Reed is alongside me. Tom, great to have you in the box as we gear up for Formula Ford as part of what is a packed schedule here this weekend.
Thank you, Matt. Yeah, looking forward to this one, a 15-minute affair for Formula Ford. This time we are on the short track, the only category this weekend using the shorter 4 or 5 turn track rather than going all the way down into turn 1, knocking off about 800 metres here of length, a 1.6 kilometre circuit, and a lap time about 40 seconds. I think in qualifying we saw a 41 second lap time by your only only Duratec car out there, and then the Kent cars were doing high 43. So anything in the 43 for a Kent car is pretty quick around this short, tight little circuit where you don't get much rest. It's quite a frantic lap, and the straights aren't all too long, followed by a couple of technical corners where you look to get your lap time out of.
Certainly is, and the short track that we're going to be racing on is the short track that Calder Park originally was when it was built up until the mid-80s when it was fully redeveloped. So only a mile long in the old money, 1.6 Ks in the metrics. And yeah, it's short, it's action-packed. It's basically a U-turn halfway up the main straight. You can see where they've popped the traffic cones out there on the main straight is where they're going to be turning around and hooking a right and then rejoining on the back straight just after where the flip-flop is, where we would have seen saloon cars getting 2 wheels off the ground very, very frequently in the race just gone. And if you liked what you saw there, you can definitely keep tuned tomorrow as we'll have a lot more saloon car action. But before then, as Tom mentioned, a 15-minute affair, one of 4 Formula Ford races that we have coming up this weekend, so that's going to be fantastic. And then after that, Holden HQs, then MG and invited British sports cars, massive field of those here this weekend. Sports sedans, Formula V, improved production, Formula Ford once more later this afternoon, with Porsche 944 Challenge rounding out today's events, and then we go again tomorrow with each category getting 2 more races apiece. So massive bumper schedule here, and we're going to be live all the way up until this afternoon here at Calder Park, so don't go anywhere if you want to catch some fantastic racing action. 888 Home Loans, Calder, Rock and Revived, and the Rock and Revive part of it is a really, really exciting development that we've had here this weekend. We've got a concert happening in the Thunderdome after the racing is finished, so the fun is not going to stop when the cars roll across the line for the final time. Definitely get down here if you're keen for a fun afternoon and a fun evening. It's a great place to be. It's a great place to catch some racing, have a bit of fun. So come on down and join us. It's going to be fantastic. And we can't thank 888 Home Loans enough for helping us put this event on, Tom.
A bit of a new initiative here from the Vic Trophy Tour to have a concert in the Thunderdome, something that we haven't seen for quite a while. I think there was quite an infamous day a long time ago where Guns N' Roses played here to a huge, I think 100,000 people almost. It was just, from what I've heard, insane. Quite a long time before I was around on this earth. But I think we'll see something similar to that, but on a little smaller scale tonight, which will be interesting. But in the meantime, we've got some racing to attend to. We've just been given the 1-minute signal on the dummy grid. So 4 cars set to roll out here for Formula Ford. Only one Duratec class car, which is the faster make of Formula Ford, or faster motor of Formula Ford that you see these days, and that is Jet Lester from Queensland in car 77, a Brett Francis racing prepared machine. That is a McGall, which is a French-built chassis. You typically see 2 or 3 chassis in the Duratec field. McGall, a Spectrum, and then a couple of cars out in New South Wales being Anglo racing cars. So cars looking to fire out of the dummy grid. We move back to the Kent field, which I think for this race we will have 3 cars taking to the start. I'm not sure if we're going to have Wesley Young all the way from South Australia, which is a bit of a shame. It's quite a long way to come to, unfortunately, miss out on your first race, and it is a Van Diemen, a Swift, and a McGall making the 3-car Kent field here as they roll out onto the circuit for the first time for the first race here for Formula Ford.
So a bit of a truncated field, but still lots of great action to come here as we see Jet Lester on screen in the number 77 taking to the short circuit. So rounding what is the version of turn 1 that we'll be using here in the Formula Fords, straight onto the back straight there, cutting the lap basically in half as we touched on earlier. So you can see on the right-hand side over Janes Hill there where that the two recovery vehicles are coming from. That is the full circuit that we won't be using for Formula Fords, but a 20-minute race coming up, as we can see on screen. So lots and lots of laps to come here, and they'll be handled very, very quickly, as we touched on. So as you mentioned, a 41-second pole position lap, so for Jet Lester, and then not a huge gap back to the Kent class cars we see on screen. Andrew Tordy in the number 55 had a 43.96 second lap, and then Richard Davison, it was Richard Davison with 43.7 on pole position there, next to Andrew Tordy, just a couple of tenths back. And then that's Mark Zellner's car, the number 36 we see on screen right now. So that one always trips me up because I always said, it's like, oh, we got a new Duratec class car here. No, but it's just very, very towards the back end of the ones that were the Kent eligible, like one of the more recent ones in the Kent field.
A chassis steeped in a little bit of history there, a McGale SJ01A, piloted by a number of very handy drivers over its lifetime, similar to the car ahead of him, Richard Davison's car there. Garth Tander drove that, Will and Alex Davison also piloting that number 40 machine, and as well as their father now, who's gone on to win multiple state championships in Victoria Formula Ford. A green flag at the back of the field at the moment, and we are set for a start. It should be 15 minutes, the journey here on the short track at Calder, and we are underway, and it's always going to be Jet Lester storming off to a massive lead there as he makes his way down to turn 1, the only Duratec car in the class. But we turn our attention to the Kent field down into turn 1. Tordy trying to go the long way around through the marbles as they make their way onto the long track. Richard Davison using a heck of a lot of curve there on the exit of the flip-flop and covering all the way down into turn number 2 on the first lap.
Massive amount of curb there. You've got to be a little bit careful, as does the number 55 of Andrew Tordy with a big lock-up. I don't know if it's going to affect him too much, but I think Richard Davison, it will be the beneficiary through the flip-flop there. Just has the right line and will take the lead as they round basically the final corner. So you blink and you miss a lap here, folks, in the short track. We're back on the main straight here with Jet Lester having crossed the stripe for the start of lap 2 now. Roaring past the camera, as do Davison and Tordy side by side down the main straight. These guys are going to be scrapping all weekend long as Tordy just gets it pulled up. Geez, I almost wonder if he's going to go in a little bit hot there, but he's done that very, very well. Great move there from Tordy to take the lead in the Kent class.
And these two are ultimately battling for that championship lead and position all throughout the year, as it was the case last year. And it's just a case of perhaps finishing all the races this weekend, as it is a bit of a wild card round on the short track, something we haven't used for a long time. We actually haven't been to Calder in a competitive Formula Ford race since February 2nd, 2008. Quite some time ago, and that was on the long track. So first time I would say using the short track for 40, 50 years probably in Formula Ford, a category that's been around for a long time.
Just a little bit of inside curve there. Not really, you can't really call it curb on the sort of the short circuit turn there. It's more just, coughed up a little bit of dirt there. As we can see, Mark Zellner in the background taking a little bit of curb on the exit there as well. Just trying to use as much of the track as possible, just carry as much momentum. But you've really got to strike a fine balance with those massively steep curbs here, because you can lose a lot of pace.
Yeah, absolutely. They are huge, chunky things. We've just come from a historic round at Phillip Island, where you can use every inch of those flat sawtooth curves. They really punch the car and unsettle a 40mm ride height Formula Ford around the short track action here at Calder. Have a look at the marbles here as we rejoin onto the long track. We've just had the Saloon cars, which take a lot of airtime through that flip-flop and kick out a lot of grass that these guys have just started to wash away and clean up the surface there.
You mentioned the Penrite 100 Classic last weekend and the Formula Fords and what they like to drive around there. And Tom, you can speak to that personally, can't you?
Yeah, had a bit of a go in a 84 Reynard in the regularity class. That's my third time doing regularity. It's sort of a learning curve before I hop in to do my first race, which potentially is at the Winton Short Track in May, or the long track, thanks to VHR. Up there at Winton at the end of July, so I'm excited to do that. Regularity is a great pathway to learn how to drive a car. You're not not really racing wheel to wheel, or you're not supposed to race wheel to wheel with other competitors, but it's more about learning the gear change technique, your downshifts, when to hop on and off the throttle, where the track actually goes if you haven't driven it before, and it's a good way to step into a car for a pretty cheap cost, especially as a VHRR junior under 21. You get benefits such as free entry, free garage, and free practice depending on whether the VHRR hires the track for Thursday or Friday. And it's a very affordable way to get younger people into motorsport.
It's always good to have more people involved in motorsport, and any chance you can get to give a bit of machinery like a Formula Ford car a try is always a valuable chance. So very, very jealous that you've had the chance to do that, and it must have been a hell of an experience. Look at the bumps on the run into the flip-flop there, into the S's, I should say. Or, no, that's on the run out of the S's into the final corner. But it's such a bumpy track in general, but it just, from that shot, especially the side-on under brakes, it looks so aggressive, doesn't it?
And that's part of the reason why we aren't using the long track this weekend for Formula Ford is these newer cars, like the car on shot here, a Jet Lesser, the 77 KDL entry, they just get so unsettled into the bumps into turn one. It really doesn't favour a car with a 40mm ride height. So that's why we've opted to turn right a few hundred metres early and take to this 40-second lap time instead of just over a minute on the longer track. And it just helps these cars settle a little bit more and takes the harshness out of it.
So as Jet Lester comes to the stripe here, still leading this race by fair distance, of course, being in quite literally a separate class from the rest of the field. 42.189 has just flashed up on screen as the fastest lap, so not quite on par with his qualifying pace, but he's not too far off it, only about 3 or 4 tenths off what he was able to do in qualifying. And I almost wonder if he'll be challenging himself, can I catch up to the back of the Kent class cars here and see if I can put a lap on one of those drivers. But it's a pretty steady gap here, so 12 seconds back to Andrew Torty, who has also been able to pull a bit of a gap over Richard Davison that you can see there. It's definitely not daylight, but there's a little bit of a gap opening up, and Richard Davison, with the start that he's had to this championship, I think he'll be very, very keen to get as many points as he possibly can, because he's always a driver in this car that we've seen at the pointy end of the field and has always been the man to beat in Formula Ford Kent. But this season, third in the last round at Phillip Island with a win to start things off with an 8th position and a second. So lost a lot of ground in terms of points, and he's actually chasing down Andrew Torty both in this race and in terms of the championship. Torty with 2 wins to his name, 98 points under his belt, and a second place as well. So it's basically an uphill climb for Richard Davison from here through the rest of the season, unless something unfortunate happens to Andrew Torty and he happens to suffer retirement or something like that. But it's really, really going to be a battle to watch all year long here in Vic Trophy Tour.
Absolutely. To string a championship together, you have to be consistent, and unfortunately Richard suffered a few mechanical problems at the last round. He was able to finish those races crucially, and a DNF in Formula Ford means you score a fat 0 points. So he was able to circulate and hold on to those points, which ultimately does put him a little far behind Andrew Torty there in the standings. But it is a long season ahead. We've still got a number of rounds to go, and Richard, a very experienced driver, knows exactly what he's doing. He's raced at this track before in his younger years, and I'm sure come season end these two will be right neck and neck to each other in the point standings. He's closed up on the back here of the number 55 spectrum of Andrew Torty. He's just filling his mirrors a little bit here with 3 minutes to go. Jet Lester holding a 17-second margin. Expect that to grow as the race goes on with a much more powerful engine. He's actually caught up to the back of Mark Zellner here through the final couple of corners, so we'll look to lap one of the Kent class cars. Davison using a lot of curve there on the exit of the flip-flop. That would normally be the inside there onto the run on to the back straight, and he's really looking to close under brakes. You can see how strong he is. The car is very, very settled. Torty's car seems a little bit nervous under braking. Perhaps the bias set more to the rear of that number 55 Spectrum.
I tell you what, looking at the cars flying out of that first corner onto the back straight makes me wonder, as the weekend wears on and every other category using the long track lays down rubber on that line through the flip-flop, how that's going to affect the behaviour of these cars going from this straight into what is a very, very not very often used piece of circuit here where they are right now, and then right onto that rubber with the left-hand side loaded up as they go out to the curbs. It'll be interesting to know how that dynamic changes, and especially with the weather looking to be a little bit warmer tomorrow. 29, I think, is the forecast, so looking to be a gorgeous day, gorgeous weekend overall here at Calder Park.
I expect that these left-hand side, the loaded side tyres will get quite warm throughout the race, as it pretty much is it's an oval with one left-hander to throw into the mix there. But interesting what you said with the track evolution, as we saw at the start of the race. It took a while for it to clean off that surface as the grass had been flicked up from the Saloon cars through this very part of the circuit there. You see Torty using a lot of the embankment on the inside. There's no real curb there. It's just a grass mound that determines the track limits on to the short, sharp back chute. The fastest lap in the Kent field being set by Torty at a 43.78. Davison's fastest lap there of the 43.79. So nothing in it, as you can see on shot here. Davison closing right up under brakes. But Torty seems to get decent drive traction out of the final corner. It's this battle this gap that's sort of been ebb and flowing all race. Davison will catch up here with 1 minute to go as we cross the stripe, and if he's going to pull out and make a move, he's really got to do it now. He sends it up the inside. Torty covers that move off nicely into turn number 1 and holds the lead in the Kent class.
Fills that right-hand mirror of the number 55 car. He's not done yet. Richard Davison has a lot more fight in here so far today. He's going to have another look into turn number 2, but can't get it done. And he's going to be dancing all over the back of that number 55 machine, dancing out of the exit of turn 2 there. Not a whole lot of grip to go around at this stage of the weekend, but we'll see how that changes as the weekend wears on. We do have 3 more races to come of these Formula Fords, so conditions are going to change quite a bit as we go back to Jet Lester, way out in the lead by a margin of 23 seconds here, as the sole representative of the Duratec class here. And bit of a lock up there as he goes into the final corner there, so not enough to cause a massive flat spot on the front right tyre, you would hope, especially if you're going to be looking to get a lot more use out of these. As time ticks to 0, the last lap board goes out. So one last tour around for the early afternoon race here on Saturday for Jet Lester, who's looking very, very comfortable so far. Almost using this as a bit of a test session, so to say. Just getting some valuable track time, just getting some valuable experience under his belt, himself being a very, very new competitor to Formula Ford. Yeah, absolutely. First year in Formula Ford for Jet Lester in the BF. Racing Miguel SJ 2012A, a bit of a mouthful there as he rounds out the final corner in the KDL Property Group. Miguel, car 77, Jet Lester, the only Duratec class car, picks up the race win in race number 1 of the Formula Ford action here at Calder Park. And now we should turn our attention to the Kent field. Andrew Torty just holding off here from Richard Davison into the last couple of corners. Been a ripping battle all race long for these two here. Does Richard Davison have the ability to make a lunge in the last corner? I think he's just a little bit too far back to get anything done here. So they'll come out of the final corner, and as long as Andrew Torty can keep those 4 wheels pointing in the right direction, he will take the win in the Kent class here. But Richard Davison's close. This is a bit of a draft at the back straight, but not as enough of a run to the line. So Andrew Torty gets the win in Kent class, with Richard Davison coming across the line in second. Mark Zellner, a lap down, is your third place finisher. So that was a great battle there between those two, Torty and Davison, and I'm really, really looking forward to seeing that raging on throughout the rest of the weekend, because we've got 2 very, very experienced drivers who know those cars back to front here. And it'll be very, very great to see them go about their craft. So confirmation there, Jet Lester gets the outright win, and then it's Torty ahead of Davison for the Kent class, with Mark Zellner bringing up the rear. Wesley Young is a DNS, unfortunately. We were hoping to get a 5th car out on the field, but wasn't able to get that thing ready and able to race in time. But you will see Formula Ford back on track later today for race 2 of their weekend at 3:15 p.m. according to the schedule, but that time is scheduled to change. So I think the safest bet is to just stay tuned to Blendline TV all day long and just keep watching great motorsport, because there's a lot of sensational racing coming up throughout this weekend. Tom, thanks so much for joining me. I'm looking forward to chatting to you later on. Yeah, thank you, Matt. Been a pleasure to commentate the first race here at the 888 Home Loans Calder Rock and Revived. Formula Ford, like you said, coming up later at 3:15. But up next, we will have the first race of the HQs, a 20-minute affair on the long circuit.
Welcome back trackside here at the 888 Home Loans. Calder revived, rock and revived to its friends and new friends this weekend. A big invitation to anybody watching from wherever they are. The Thunderdome is going to go off tonight. There is a rock concert over there. Rob Mills and friends doing a cover type of concert over there. And a guy looking deep into my eyes, reminiscing about the concerts of old 30 years ago, Guns N' Roses. Dave Amor, welcome back to Calder again, mate. This is 3 years in a row we've done it. It's like 30 years are just washed away and we're back every year.
Yeah, it certainly is, Darren, and thank you all very, very much. Now, talking about Thunder on the Dome, mate, from 1990 to 1999, we done some fantastic racing over there. If it wasn't for Bob Jane, I wouldn't have been racing HQs and I wouldn't have met you.
Well, that's exactly right.
You can't have everything.
But the State Series is lighting it up tonight with a rock concert. I'm sure you'll be there front and centre shaking your booty, Dave. I've seen it done before, probably at the Isle of Wight at Phillip Island, and that place hasn't been around for 10 years either these days. But good times.
True, mate, but I've got the saxophone out the back there in my truck. If they need someone to really play some hard sex, mate, I am the man.
That's exactly right. Here we go. Let's go HQ Racing. That's what you're here for. David Amor and Darren Smith bringing you race one for the HQs here at the Trophy Tour Victoria. Round 2, 888 Home Loans, Calder, rock and revived. Andrew Magilton out of pole position. Ryan Woods, what can you tell us about these two fast guys out front, Dave?
Well, mate, they're both out of the same stall, you might as well say. Andrew Magilton, an absolute blinder, really good. Ryan Woods had a really good qualifying. Steve Banks, he's a little bit not happy, but he's the plumber without the crack, and I'm pretty sure 76 will certainly be in the top two. Andrew McLeod, good to see him back. Ray Jardine, Graham Crawford's got a brand new motor. Gavin Ross has got a borrowed motor. He's not real happy where he is at the moment, but that's what a has-been is all about. Rocket Rod. Rogers, he's back. He's back. He's absolutely fantastic. Then we've got Perry Beckers. Then we've got the brand new car 50 there at Duck McPhee. That's good to see. John Mahoney, the president of HQ Holden in Victoria, he's way, way back. And a name we haven't seen for a long time, Johnny Wise, is back in the number 2 car. He had tyre issues, ladies and gentlemen, but I'm certainly sure he'll be up in the top 5 or 6 if he comes to grips for the track. He's been out of the seat for 2 years, so you've got to keep an eye on him. But have a look at Rocket Rod Racing there, ladies and gentlemen. He's got a couple of spots on his cars. He's looking for some sponsorship. The Rocket Rod 33, it is better than showroom condition, Darren.
Always is, and terrific to see Rod back at the racetrack. I saw that he posted on social media. He was rapt to be back after not the best 12 months in his life, but it's all about to rise to the top again. Fantastic to have him out there on track, and we wish him all the best on this journey over the next 15 and a half minutes or so. Ray Jardine in the number 8. He's in the mix there as well. So a 1:14.8 done by Andy Magilton, a 1:14.9. The rest of the guys in the next few rows are in the 15. So right back to Perry Beckers, another legend of HQ Racing with Perry Beckers. You're right, Gavin Ross in the 38. You mentioned that he's got a lone engine in that car. I don't think I've ever seen Gav
flag,
3 rows back.
Green flag.
We're about to go racing. Big deep breath, pull down on the harnesses and get pushed into the back seat as the HQs accelerate away from the standing start. And there was literally tens of them on the Thunderdome 30 years ago. We've got 14 cars here this weekend for the HQs. Down into turn 1, side by side, our front row guys. Magilton's got the inside running. Ryan Woods has got the absolute ascendancy in the category. They're going to go all side by side at the moment. Steve Banks will sit nicely, but he's sitting in 3. Graham Crawford and McLeod. Andy McLeod in there. He's had a good start from the second row of the grid as they all now start to line up. They know they have to get through the flip-flop.
Well, they certainly have. They've adjusted the flip-flop and they've certainly made that a very, very tight and bone-shaking sort of hit and run now as you have to go through there.
What used to be a straight line sort of flip, but now it is a very aggressive right and left. Have a look at this. This is good to see. Ray Jardine mixing it up here, getting very close with Graham Crawford. And Andy McLeod's gone back a couple of spots there, Dave.
Yeah, he certainly has, Darren. Andrew McLeod, keep an eye on the 82 car. So Magilton, rip a start. He's out there in front. Banks is up into second position. Have a look at this. Banks up in the second. Woods has gone back. Crawford's gone up. Jardine's gone in front. And McLeod is a loser. He's gone back 2-3 positions. And it's only lap one.
Well, he's not a loser, Dave. He's just gone back.
He's lost his position.
That's right. Yeah.
All right? And that's a big loss.
Fantastic bloke.
Fantastic bloke. Keep an eye on the 82 car. He'll certainly come back. We know that car's got plenty of horsepower. He's just got to find the line.
This is Gavin Ross doing what we know Gavin Ross does, and that's racing. Didn't qualify as much as he would normally be in the front two rows. Now the race is underway, and this is where Gavin Ross starts to push hard.
He's gone back 2 positions, Gavin Ross, at the moment as well. Keep an eye on him. The Crawford car there. And also the young beginner, we could say, Doug McPhee. That's his first race meeting. Oh, Wisey. Wisey's given those Kenders a good four-wheel drive. Doesn't that car look good? Burson Auto Parts.
Yep, it looks good. And a guy that knows a thing or two about motorsport, particularly HQ racing, been around for, I don't know, you tell me, Dave, a long time.
Well, almost like the amount of time as the grey hair in your head is, Darren. So it's certainly been a while.
So just a couple of weeks.
A couple of weeks, yeah. A couple of washes. But Magilton, Banks, Woods, Crawford. And, Jardine. Jardine's gone up in front of Crawford in 5th position. Then we've got McLeod, Rogers, Ross, Beckers and McPhee. The number 50 guy, absolutely fantastic. He's in the top 10.
He is.
First race meeting, ladies and gentlemen. Affordable excitement brought to you by Tyre Power. And also this weekend we're also racing for the Dallas Crane Perpetual Trophy. That'll be on the last race on Sunday. Dallas Crane, a fantastic bloke. Been involved with HQ Holds for many, many years. I raced with him, during and against him on the Thunderdome and also flat track. A fantastic part of the life of HQ Holdens.
There it is, a tank slapper coming out of the flip-flop there for Johnny Wise. An absolute rich history in Australian motorsport in this category. And Johnny Wise has just added a paragraph to the journey there. Rocket Rod now coming under fire with Gav Ross. 2 veterans, 2 wily, lively racers. And I've got to say, as a bystander watching this race, this is what I wanted to see. Have a look at that. Bit of rubber.
Fuel. That's fuel coming out of Rocket Rod's car. The back of the car is leaking a little bit of fuel. We saw Gavin Ross actually gave him a bit of a love tap, ladies and gentlemen, over there on the back chute. Side by side. Here we go, doing around about 160, 170 Ks in top gear. We've got 3-speed gearbox, 355. So they're pulling about 5.7, 5.8 down the front chute. All got the same camshafts. We're all sealed. We'll all make sure that we are exactly the same. The cars get scrutinised. The engines get checked before they get sealed, before you can put them into the race cars. There's some dyno work and things like that. But Magilton, what a clean set of heels he's got. The fastest plumber, Banks in 76. Garage 27, Ryan Woods certainly put it out wide there. Jardine
giving us a good look under the Premier front at Twin Headlight HQ. So he's doing it in comfort and style, whereas the guys out in front throwing it around in the Kingswoods. But this is a good battle. Banksy started off the second row. He stamped his authority on P2, and at the moment Ryan Woods doesn't have an answer to. He's still got plenty of time, just under 10 minutes in this race left to go, so he'll feel it out. The problem is at the moment is that Magilton is just on 3 seconds clear of these guys, so it's not really the opportunity to sit and wait and see what happens, is it, Dave? It's get on with it.
Yeah, no, it certainly is, but Ryan Woods had to put a new set of front tyres on that car, so a brand new set of greens for race 1. That's probably upset the handling. The shape of the car and all the rest. Those tyres will come good in the last probably 3 to 4 laps of this race meeting. So he'll definitely be coming forward, but he's gone backwards because brand new tyres.
Yeah, gotcha. So once those tyres get the cure out of them and the mould settings get out of it, he'll start to go on the moment. Probably feeling just a little bit slippery at the front at the moment. Probably going to be suffering from a bit of understeer as the Kender comes on. Looks like the way he's turned in then, it looks like the Kenda has switched right on just as we were watching, Dave.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, what we've got Kenda tyres, we've got Pettis suspension, springs and shocks, and then we all run the same camshaft. So there's affordable excitement, these tyre power cars brought to you by Dallas Crane and all the other sponsors you can see on the HQ Holdens. It's a class where it doesn't matter whether you're 16 or 75. I even saw Graham Francis talking about 75. He's coming back out in Tailem Bend in a few months' time. So HQ Holdens have got an interstate locking at Tailem Bend in a few months' time.
Sounds like a good weekend to be over at Tailem Bend in amongst the dust and sun. And this is a ripping battle. Crawford and McLeod.
McLeod's just starting to catch up a little bit here. McLeod's starting to go right over the boot lid. Ryan Woods is
having a bit of a timing glitch here, I would suggest, with Ryan Woods and Crawford being shown down the back of the field. There they go. They've gone over a timing loop. It has fixed itself back up. So Majilton, Banks, Jardine. Great to see Ray after quite some time as the president of the club. Struggled to get some results. Now handing over the reins to John Mahoney, and Ray now starting to push, at the moment, into a podium position. Crawford and McLeod. Gavin Ross has now made his way up to 6th. After starting 7th, went back down to 10th. So he's fighting back. Gavin Ross is an absolute legend of motorsport. Had a good run in saloon cars. Does a terrific job whenever he rolls out his HQ. Always very exciting to watch what Gavin Ross gets up to.
Well, Gavin Ross has pulled off to the right-hand side, to the inside of the track there. He's got problems. That may be a head gasket issue or an overheating issue. He was going all right at the commentary box, but then all of a sudden just backed off.
I was just singing his praises too, isn't it always the way? Anyway, so he will return to the paddock and will get the number 38 fixed up, the mechanic from Fox Hill down there in Lexington Road. Has a great business down there fixing cars, and he'll be fixing a HQ, I would suggest, this evening. Probably a place to stay away from as he's trying to get the race car ready, but certainly if you need any mechanical repairs in the Box Hill area, get down. Rocket Rod retiring as well. So a couple of veterans of the game just pulling the pin.
Yeah, I'd say more than likely he might have got a flag, I'm not 100% sure, but it seems to be going past on its own smoke at the moment. Steam, smoke, whatever you want to call it. Still running on 6.
Yeah, there wasn't any smoke or steam present there, so that was good. Here's Perry Beckers, the Beckers Racing outfit.
Yep, he's certainly got his wife here this weekend helping him polish the car and get it ready as well. So that's what it's all about, family orientated, all your kids.
And look at Doug McPhee in car 50.
Yeah, he's doing fantastic.
Doing a very good job.
He's up into 8th position. And ladies and gentlemen, this is his first rodeo. This is his first race meeting. So I'm doing absolutely fantastic and giving Perry Beckers what for.
I'll tell you what, though, not a bad lesson in HQ Racing to follow Perry for a couple of laps.
Yep, certainly is. It's beautiful. It's a sister car there you can see of Crawford's and Perry Beckers, so which is absolutely fantastic. Well, they're certainly lifting that wheel way up off the ground as it slams into the chicane over the back there.
And you hear the diff flaring up too as they're opening up the
is that what that noise is?
Over. Well, the noise is the revs that we're hearing, but
Gavin Ross
flaring
is coming in.
Yeah, no smoke, no steam. Just the GMG Automotive Services as he returns in. That's the workshop in Fox Hill.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. There's something wrong with it because it was coming down the front chute quite well. So now we've only got 4.5 minutes, ladies and gentlemen, to go. So that's probably another couple of laps. Plus one, is it, Darren? Is that what they're doing? Plus one or whatever? So back here at Calder Park, my beloved Calder Park, mate, for some 12, 13 years. I used to come from Currambara, bring down 1, 2, 3 HQ Holdens, race there on the Thunderdome.
Well, there was quite the march from Currambara to go to the Thunderdome. Yourself and Terry and others that would peel off at Nyora to do some speedway and then come to the Thunderdome. There's like a community coming out of Gippsland up to the Thunderdome. But Thunderdome tonight will be absolutely rocking. Get your tickets online or get them down at the main office here. Also the raffle that we're raising money for. Before we go to the raffle, nice move there. Andy McLeod looks to the inside of Crawford. Crawford opens up nicely there, says, yeah, I see you coming, Andy. You're in the 82, I'm in the 68. I'll catch you at the bottom of the main straight. That's probably Crawford's plan there. But that was nice racing there. He certainly put the move on, ranged up the side and went, well, there's no point rubbing the door handles here. I've opened up the gate and you've taken it. You've run through there like the bull you are.
Wood now has got past Banks the plumber. Wood is back up into second position. He's still 3 seconds behind Magilton, but have a look at this.
Crawford hanging on. Yep. I told you, McLeod said, I'll catch you at the bottom of the straight.
Yeah, it's got some good grunt. That engine's totally refreshened up. It's been on the dyno. It's making some good numbers. And it certainly has to make some good numbers to pass McLeod down the front chute.
Andrew McLeod, steel fabrication emblazoned up the side of the 82 there. It must be Andy's business. So if you need any steel fabrication, check out Andy McLeod Steel Fabrication, because it says it on the side of his car. That's why you should give him a go.
Yep, that's for sure. Blendline TV, this is fantastic footage. Really brought to us by 888 Home Loans once again, Darren. They're doing a fantastic job, and all the sponsors of all the categories, thank you so much. So this is
888 Home Loans have been around in the series for half a decade now, and great to have them continue on and take up the naming rights for this event this weekend. As I was going to say, the chaplaincy. So our great friend Mark Bateman, with his peer support, has had some catastrophic failure with his road vehicle that he takes his trailer and all of his wares around to the event. So we're doing some raffles to try and raise some money. It's a big dollar figure to get him a new Chevy truck to get around to all the motorsports, speedway, rallies, everything. The raffle tickets are down in the secretary's office, so get down and check that out. Also, the upgrade tickets, so your $15 gate fee. For $25, you can upgrade your ticket for tonight's rock concert. 4 bands on over in the Thunderdome. It'll be a night not to miss. It's going to be a great night. A little bit chilly. It'll get down to about 15, 16 degrees. Not too cold, really, when you think about it. But really good initiative by the series to have a rock concert at the end of today, and we're hoping to get some few more people through the gate to raise the profile of Vic State racing as well, Dave.
Absolutely fantastic, Darren. Just take a breath for a minute. Banks has got back in front of Woods. Ray Jardine's done the fastest lap while you were there, bashing everyone's ears. Fantastic to see the guy in fourth. It's the quickest car out there at the moment. I understood. We've got Magilton. This is probably the final lap, is it, Darren? I'm just trying to work it out. You've got the laptop over there.
2 more.
So absolutely fantastic. Magilton, Banks, Woods, Jardine, Crawford, McLeod, McPhee up into 7th. McPhee, the version of HQ Holden Racing up into 7th position. Fantastic. Perry Becker's John Mahoney done well, and Wise. There we have a look. There's Banksy up over the top. They used to call it Mount Jane.
They do still called Mount Jane. Yeah, absolutely. Yep. Bob lives on in Mount Jane. And there's car 1 heading away. Andy Magilton with Steve Banks, Ryan Woods,
that's
Ray
3
Judd
seconds, Darren.
Yeah, it is.
Not 3 inches.
Ray Judd
3 seconds.
In the back of shot there as well, and that's another 3 seconds back to Ray. So they're pretty closely tight up here. If someone makes a mistake, they'll be all over him. Not that I'm saying that Andy Magilton makes mistakes. In fact, he's one of the rarer operators to do that.
Last lap board's just gone out there.
It has. So
we got another lap.
Our leader goes across the line. Last lap. Now, a couple of battles we're getting a good look at. That's this one with Banks and Wood. We're also watching the Crawford and McLeod battle earlier on in this race. So it's going on. David McPhee, though, I've got to say, not every day at the races is like this, Dave. You don't always start from down in 10th and come 7th. Sometimes it goes the other way around. But, boy, you got to take those kind of gains when you can. And if it's your first time out, good on you.
Motor racing is so fantastic, and it brings out the knowledge and the understanding of how life is motorsport.
It really does. It's
highs and lows.
It's a microcosm of life, isn't it? It swings pretty quickly, though, in motorsport. You can be hero 1 minute and you're languishing down at zero the next. But I tell you what, the hero moments are just absolutely what all the late nights in the shed, all of the long drives to the racetrack, all of the camping and swags are all about. You get that number one on your car like Andy Magilton. That didn't just happen to Andy Magilton. He worked and worked and worked. Mickey's dad worked and worked and worked. And there's nothing like the feeling he's about to get as that checkered flag being waved at the finish there. So 13 laps completed. Andy Magilton takes the win. Steve Banks home in second. And Ryan Woods home in third, right in behind as we go to this battle coming onto the straight.
Look at that number 50 McPhee, and right behind McPhee is Perry Beckers. So they are racing for 6th and 7th. 7th and 8th, here we go. Yep, McPhee's in front. Stayed in front of Beckers for 7th. So he started his racing career yesterday. He got his licence. This morning he qualified it. And now he's finished 7th, ladies and gentlemen, in the HQ Holdens. Also, just having a bit of a look, mate, I'm talking about some has-beens or some HQ legends. I've seen Kevin Stoopman in the pits. All there to Kevin. Keep an eye on him. He's looking extremely fit. We've got Graham Francis as well. He's come up here. Also, Eric Hill. He's got his car almost ready for the next round. So there's a few people coming back into racing the HQ Holdens. And Kevin's tried a bit of speedway, mate.
Kevin's still doing a bit of saloon car racing. He's still got a HQ. You want to hear Kevin's story? I'll tell you where you can hear it.
He can tell
the Grassroots Racing podcast dedicated an entire episode to the exploits of Kevin Stoopman. Check that out.
So how often is that, mate? Is there about 10 episodes? Magilton, Banks, Woods, Jardine, Crawford, McLeod, McPhee, Beckers, John Mahoney done well, and Johnny Wise. They had the big lose coming up over Mount Jane. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back again this afternoon. And there's plenty more racing, Darren. There's plenty more egos to be told, plenty more stories. And we'll catch up with you soon.
In fact, not until tomorrow morning, Dave. We'll see you at 9:35, not again this afternoon. We'll see you at the rock concert tonight, and we'll see you at the raffle draw for raising money for Mark Bateman and the chaplaincy.
I'll probably see you at church first thing in the morning.
Absolutely. The
Thanks,
chaplain's
Darren.
over here. Thank you very much for David Amor, and great to hear from Dave and to point out the legends of HQ Racing and Victorian Motorsport as they appear trackside here. We have got Formula Fords coming up. No, we've had Formula Fords. We've got MG and invited British sports cars or British cars coming on to track right now. And we will be joined by Richard Milligan. Sadly, nicely, but sadly, we'll be back in a moment with Richard Milligan. Welcome back trackside for Calder Revive, the big rock concert over in the Thunderdome tonight. I hope you've got your tickets. If you've come in the gate, $15 for an added bonus. Get over to the race secretary's office, which is at the circuit office. Get over and see the people there and get your upgrade ticket, $25 for tonight's rock concert in the Thunderdome. It is going to go late into the night today. What a great way to spend a day at the racetrack. Finish it off with some great Aussie music, international music over at the Thunderdome. I'm Darren Smith. And I've been joined by Richard Milligan, who was supposed to be racing here this weekend. Richard, welcome to commentary. Sadly, you're not racing in this next one.
Yeah, it's a bit of bad luck, actually.
Yep, you've been racing, of course. We know you with the open top V8, which we've seen you racing, but you've also got a Group NC historic MG, which is what you'd run this weekend, and that's what you brought out. But you've probably one of the worst things that could happen to your engine has happened to your engine this morning.
Yeah, well, it's an MGB SC historic, 1.8 litre engine pushrod.
You can leave that on.
Yeah, so as I was saying, we had a small problem. I mean, the car's running really well and got out there during qualifying and on about the 6th lap lost drive and turns out the back of the crank's broken.
That doesn't sound nice. Is that is not something you can fix? You've got to get yourself a new crank now, do you? Or
Yeah, replace the crank and pull the motor out and strip it.
Is it a special crank or is it something you're going to be able to find somewhere?
Yeah, well, it is special. Yeah, we had it nitrided, hardened, and it's been knife-edged. And it's a stock crankshaft out of an Austin 1800 automatic.
Oh, there you go. There's not too many of them around that you can source cranks out of these days, is there?
I've got about 5.
Oh, there you go. You've got them backed up. Now, the other car, which as a kid, I used to come to the racetrack and just love watching that thing doing laps, and it's awesome that you're out doing laps with it. Unfortunately, not this weekend, but the big MG V8 is a car steeped in Victorian motorsport history, and you're the lucky custodian of that red MG V8 these days.
Yeah, well, actually, the guys were encouraging me to go back today and bring it over and run it tomorrow from the back of the grid, which was really tempting. But I thought I'd volunteer to do this, actually, because I haven't done this before, and I thought this would be good fun.
Yeah, well, it is. I got to say, either way, you've got 2 red MGs. Whichever one you want to run, we're happy to see. Getting a bit of a look at a couple of the cars that are sitting at the front of this field about to come out, well, particularly car number 1, who very proudly at the end of last year peeled the sticker off the side and each side of his car and the window and put the 1 on there. Phil Chester, a guy who is working very, very hard for the success of Victorian motorsport, not just in the MG class, but as a whole, as trying to get the word out there, and of course the guy that has turned from business manager to race driver and rock concert promoter tonight.
Yes, he rang me the other day and asked me, if I was going to go, but I think I'm getting a bit too old for this sort of stuff,
Nah, you wear black jeans, you're an old rocker, you can head over there as well, you'll love it. You're not racing tomorrow, you could probably spend a late night there.
Actually, I probably could.
Yeah, absolutely.
My wife mightn't be too happy about that, but I think I might.
Yeah, well, there you go. Bring her along. Bring her along. So, cars poised, ready to go. We're just waiting for a couple of little cleanups around the track, and we might just have a casual look back down through the grid sheet. As we mentioned, Phil Chester in the Monty Power MGB GT V8 hardtop on pole position. Simon Elliott in the RV8, another very interesting car out in this field. The RV8, you're steeped in the mechanical knowledge of some of these vehicles, but certainly Simon's car when it came out, the Derby Works entry, nice looking piece of kit, isn't it?
Yes, it certainly is, and I'm just trying to remember the guy who owned it originally before Simon bought it. Peter, I can't remember his surname. Peter Clark. Yes, Peter Clark. So that was an MGB V8 Roadster, and Simon's converted it to an RV8, which it looks fantastic.
It's something different, isn't it? It takes the classic. It's like a Porsche 911. They don't look anything like the Porsche 911s of the 356s, but you can tell their heritage, can't you?
Yeah, sure can.
It's very much the same with the the RV8. Just tell us what you know about the power plant and the driveline in Simon's car.
Gee, I'm not sure what transmission he's got, but it's not a Hollinger. He had trouble with the transmission at one stage too, but I think it's a 4.9 litre Range Rover engine block. Originally a Range Rover 4.6 litre engine block. It's injected. What else about it? Like we've got special heads on these engines too. Aftermarket heads, we're allowed to run those. I think he's got the TA, American TA aftermarket heads like I have on mine. Yeah, so it's a pretty trick little car, really.
Yeah, they are, aren't they? Michael Trathen, now there's a car that's got number 7 on it. It's not too hard for him to trim the leading edge of the 7 and go back to the number 1, isn't it, on his car? He's been the number 1 numerous times in recent history, but certainly Michael Trathen, when you look at the cars around him, and we had the honour of having the Meyer boys from New South Wales down at Phillip Island last weekend. When you get one of these cars, you set it up nicely, you give it the power it needs, you can challenge, can't you?
They're very light cars, those midgets, and he's running it on slicks, and he's got a twin-cam BMW motorcycle head on it, and it produces pretty good power too. So power-to-weight ratio is fantastic on that midget.
Great to see Chris Gidney back in the field, and even better to see Chris doing a 1:10.73 out of position number 4. Chris, who's joined us for quite some time in the MG ZR 1800cc, he's joined the field there as well. So great to see him out of 4th, and that's actually a really good starting position for Chris on the second row of the grid.
Excellent, yes, very good.
We go back to Gary Bulmer, then Danny Siama. Danny's not in his largely standard MG GTV8 or GTV8 hardtop. He's chosen another car out of the shed for this weekend, hasn't he?
Yeah, that car, I think that car belonged to Jason Holmes before. That was his car. I didn't recognise it at first, so I had to chat to Danny, and that was the car. That's a pretty quick car, actually.
Yeah, the MG ZR. Same with Chris Gidney.
Yes, they both are. Yeah.
So it's going to be interesting. Those guys on the driver's left of the grid, line astern with each other. We'll probably see a bit of a ZR battle as the race goes on. Tony Vollebrecht next in line there with Jeff St John Cox. We go back to David Bajan in the 64, the Austin Healey Sprite. There he is there, just on the bottom of screen. And another guy that's been working very, very hard indeed, John Makem. I think his helmet says Mako on the front. Does he think he's a predator shark or something out there, does he?
Mako, yes, that's right.
John Makem in position number 10. 11th is Nayan Aleph, who has done some racing over the last couple of weeks. Richard Vollebrecht. The guy in 13th is sitting next to me, so Richard Milligan won't take his spot on the grid. Kayleen Littlechester, great to have the girls out there. That's in the 71 MG F. Then we go to Gordon Bunyan, Ewan Giles, Shirley St John Cox. Quite a long way down there for Shirley. That's not where we normally see the Triumph TR7 V8. And then Matty Chester, and away we go. The race is underway. A little bit of chit-chat there coming up to the start, but the Chester girls off the back there. Phil Chester charging down into turn 1. Simon Elliott goes with him. And he has got the lights ablaze, and these 2 V8s, normally with a third one wedged in there somewhere, but he's sitting right next to me. I'll stop the ribbing in a minute, Richard. Don't worry about it.
That's okay.
I'll get over it. But Mako, have a look at him bouncing around the outside there. And this is a good push. Gary Bulmer, he's always thereabouts. Carl is great. Probably doesn't respond to those ripple strips as well as probably the ZRs put around him, but Gary drives and presents a very nice number 4.
Oh, no.
That's car 2 on the road. Simon Elliott, one of the contenders for the championship, didn't get through the flip-flop for the first time, and he will be ruining that. Yellow flags being waved, and the LEDs flashing on the front there. Doesn't look as though there's any damage. He's just waiting for a break in the traffic. Unfortunately, the break in the traffic is when the whole field goes streaming on through. There's Johnny Makem in the 33, wiggling his way through the S's, and that very long, constant left-hander that has absolutely no camber to it at all. If anything, a little bit of off-camber, so you feel as though you're going to slide off the track around there, and the little midget of John Makem's does it very, very nicely indeed. The entire field through, but without Simon Elliott. He continues on and just comes onto the straight now. So he has got a lot of work to do to chase down Danny Siama, Chris Gidney, Mike Trathen, and Phil Chester to try and get himself back to the podium. Here's the replay. Phil Chester, Simon Elliott gassed it up just a microsecond too hard. And he knew it, didn't he? He was red hot on the brakes. If he hadn't gone on the brakes a little bit earlier and hit that grass, I hate to think the damage he would have caused if he had would have hurt his car if he had continued over towards that wall. But tricky bit of track that, isn't it, that flip-flop?
Yeah, mostly. I'd say it was due to cold tyres. It's a short track compared to other tracks we compete at, and it's hard to get the heat into the slicks on the V8s. We were talking about doing a rolling start last year, and I was asking Phil if we could do 2 warm-up laps like the sports sedans do to get heat into our tyres. I thought it might be a bit dangerous, but it turned out all right. But now they're doing the rolling start, which is good.
He's getting a good look at the 66 there. James Dodd started from rear of field. This is Matty Chester with Shirley St John Cox just in front. So bit of a battle. This is down the field for 18th, 19th, 20th on the road for this one. There goes Shirley in the Triumph TR7 V8. Good shot down there. Real classic British sports car. Big bonnet scoop. Sure that didn't come from the factory like that. But this little MGF. And then James Dodd in his MG ZR. The ZRs are popular in the MG racing fraternity, aren't they?
They certainly are, yes. And I think, as Chris said in commentary before, they don't get great starts because they're front-wheel drive, but once they get moving, they're pretty competitive.
Garrett Ulmer now after Danny Siama. And Danny, we're used to seeing him racing the orange V8.
Yes.
More in standard trim than, say, Phil Chester's one out in front. Steel panels, etc. More Group S type of kit.
Yes, I remember a couple of years ago when Danny presented that car on slicks, he was a lot quicker. Got the car developed and started getting a lot faster and more competitive.
Bit of a battle here. Coming up onto the back of Jeff St John Cox here. Bulmer's just gone back a little bit now, and St John Cox has actually jumped up the field, so pushing hard. Bulmer in the number 4, checking his mirrors there. The car in behind there, just starting to move up.
Danny just locked up. Yep. As you can see, you've got 4 different cars there, or 3 different models, and they're all pretty much the same, aren't they?
Lap times are made differently in each one of them, aren't they? They're really coming onto the straight. The TR and the Bulmer car need to flow nicely. The front-wheel drive car, everything going through the front. You can sort of move around a little bit more.
Yeah, Jeff. I knew Jeff would take him. He's got the grunt. And Simon's coming through. There you go. Didn't take many laps, did it?
He's onto it. Obviously no mechanical issue other than that LED at the front. And another big lock-up for Danny Siama.
Yes.
Wow, he's torturing the rubber underneath the 15.
Just wondering if he's got some brake issues.
Either that or he's just going a little bit deeper, trying to find where that threshold of braking so he can take it up to that. Bulmer at the moment looks poised to take over, and they need to be well aware of the charging Simon Elliott as he looks to the outside, drives right round them in the braking zone up at the top end of Calder Park, tips it in front of those massive viewing mounds around that part of the track here. Gets the job done on one of them, but Danny Siama continues on in the 15. The 4 looks right around the outside, and Bulmer fighting back hard, ticking the boxes. Still got plenty of time, 9.5 minutes left in this journey. So, albeit that these races are pretty compact, pretty short races, you want to try and make your moves as often and as many as you can, don't you?
Yep. There's a quite a big speed differential between the V8s and the other cars, though. So, we all got to look out for each other in MG racing.
Well, there's certainly the classes within the battles as well. They're not all racing for outright honours at the moment. Phil Chester's done a 64.68 in qualifying. He did a 63.5, so easing his way up to that qualifying time at this point in time. I'm going to say right here, right now, Gary Bulmer's getting a little bit frustrated. He wants to get through here. He's choosing a very straight line run to the bottom end of the track here, but Danny just moving over, holding the bit of track he wants.
Yeah.
The 4 trying to sweep through. He's going to carry a little bit more speed. But the front wheel drive just in those twisty bits, point and shoot.
Yeah.
All the drive going through the front where the tyres are pointing. Now this is where the rear drive cars start to come to their own.
Yeah, it's funny. You can be defensive, but you actually you can slow yourself down, and if the car behind gets the right line, get a good speed out of the corner, can get past.
Bit of a run at it here. Danny not short of horsepower, is he? The drag race down the straight as
yes.
Anthony Vollebrick, the Tony Vollebrick now, he looks to be the next one that could make a move here. In fact, if either of these guys in front make a mistake, they'll probably allow him to stream on through, but he is right in the strike zone now.
Gary's a bit of a sandwich there, isn't he? He's in the middle of the sandwich.
2 yellow ZRs hunting him down. Yeah, now, Richard, as you come across the top of the hill, I'm going to have a guess. You've got 500 horsepower. You might have more or less. I don't know. You guys keep that sort of stuff close to your chest. But as you come over the top of Mount Jane, as we see Gary Bulmer around the outside, gets the job done. Pulls the cork out of the bottle, and car number 4, nicely done. Nicely done indeed. We've seen him for the last 3 laps trying to set that one up.
Yep.
And he gets the power down now in car number 4. It's only a 2-litre power plant in that. I think all these cars are both 2 litres as well, aren't they? Or 1800.
Yeah, 1.8 I think. But the MGB's got a 2-litre motor with a cross-flow head on it. It's injected. That's got a 5-speed close ratio straight cut gearbox.
Down the inside. Have a look at this. Ooh. Nice run there. Bit of a nip up of the rear brakes for Gary Bulmer. But have a look at that. Anthony Vollebrick gets 2 on the run down into turn 1 that time around. I was going to say, your car coming across here, you're getting air under the back wheels.
Well, I try not to, because it's not a great idea. I think that's how I broke an axle a couple of years ago, so just over that rise. So you're airborne, but when you come down, you can damage transmissions.
So is it short shifting? Do you do that by just dropping the revs down a bit more? So
just as you come up to the rise, you back off a little bit and then plant it again over the after you come over the rise. You don't want to be airborne. I know it looks fantastic and spectacular, but you don't really want to be airborne.
It's how you break stuff, isn't it?
Yeah. And plus, if you cross up, you could end up off the track. I think it happened to Simon a year or 2 ago. You end up off the track.
Coming around now, taking a spot back off Matty Chester, as this battle is John Makem and
Richard Vollebrick.
Richard Vollebrick, yep, it is. So we've got a couple of Vollebrecks in the field. This is 12th and 13th here. John Makem working very, very hard for the MG Racing Series at the moment. They've opened up some rules to allow some more like touring cars. So the old days of MG and invited British sports cars, that's been dropped for invited British cars. So it's if nothing else, it's brought a whole lot of the fraternity out to use their cars, realising that let's get out there. We've got this racing car. As you've got 2, you've probably got more than that, but you've used 2 already this year.
Yeah.
And MG enthusiasts tend to have more than just one in the garage,
of
don't
course.
they?
Yes, I've got a few.
Yes, there we go. I knew if I asked the right question.
Most of them aren't going, but I've got a few. So Richard's doing really well this week. He's been out of it for a while, and he's running really qualified. He out-qualified me, didn't he? He was 12th.
Yeah.
Just by a little bit, I think. But, he's driving really well. And that car's running well, obviously. And Mako, he's got a bit of a handicap, hasn't he? He must be sweating in that car.
Yeah, he will be sweating it out. Yeah, definitely shoehorns himself into the 33. But what a guy. You want to chat about racing and even baseball. We can tell you all about baseball as well, this guy.
Yes,
been there and done
stories.
that.
Yes.
Good distance here. 10 laps completed by our race leader, Phil Chester. A 104.68 is his best lap. He's eased out now. 37.5 second lead to Simon Elliott, who's made his way up to P2, and Michael Trathen has just dropped back. So in the last lap, Simon Elliott has gone through in the 55. Have a look at this battle. This is raging in behind Matty Chester as we see these guys come charging through the field. Named Aleph and Gordon Bunyan there in the 78. Gordon, a guy that just keeps fronting up week in, week out, loves his racing. Has a massive smile on his face as he just goes through in the 78. And, of course, Gordon is in the Triumph Spitfire. Looks a bit different. Got those wings, or not wings, the flares off the back of the boot area, which give it that sort of squarish look across the top. But very stylish looking car from the 60s.
Yes, certainly is. Actually, I love the TR8s. I've got to admit. I'm an MG guy, but I love the TR8s.
Yeah, they look fast standing still, don't they?
Yeah.
Have a look at this battle, the run down into turn 1. Bunyan just looking to the inside there, forcing Aleph to hold tight. And Nahum doing a tremendous drive here. The diminutive number 14 MG Midget. And, of course, the Triumph Spitfire. David Bajan also in the mix, just up the road from these guys. He's in the Austin Healey Sprite.
Oh, yes.
Under brakes now. Have a look at this. Aleph just holding off Bunyan. They're going to come up on a couple of cars in front here. They're all racing it out for to remain inside the top 10. And this is James Dodd and Shirley St John Cox. So they're putting a lap on them.
Oh, yes.
12 laps in. We've still got, I'm going to say there's at least 3 laps still to continue on with this one. And Gordon Bunyan in that yellow Triumph. So blue flag being shown, our race leader coming through on this group now. So Phil Chester is making his way through to 10th place. The lights are ablaze on the blue Monty Power MGB GT V8. And he would like to remind everyone you can upgrade your ticket for $25 for the rock concert tonight. Head over to the Thunderdome and enjoy what's going to be a great evening for Victorian live music. And, of course, meet the stars of the Victorian Trophy Tour, 888 Home Loans, Calder, Rock and Revive. You tell me who the stars are. They could be the cars, they could be the mechanics, they could be the drivers, they could even be the wives and boyfriends and husbands of drivers.
Not forgetting the pit crew.
Yeah, that's right. Everyone's a star over at the Thunderdome tonight. Dance the night away, have a good old time, and enjoy some great live music, which is what Melbourne on a Saturday night is famous for. I've almost sold you a ticket, haven't I, Richard? You're nodding your head here.
I think, actually, I get in for free, don't I?
I don't know.
I think I do. Phil told me I do because I got the pass.
There you go.
But the crew have to pay.
You don't have to bother. You just head over there.
It's
Like
free.
I said, you got the black jeans on. You look like a rocker. Over you go.
Oh gosh.
Bouncing it down into turn number 1 is Nahum Aleph. This is a good battle for these two cars. Very closely matched. Even on paper, you would have to say they'd be very closely matched. But here at the moment, the mechanical packages aren't playing a whole lot into it. It's all about what the driver's doing at the wheel. And both of them very nicely staying off the ripple strips through there. I would suggest the light cars would be bounced around and wouldn't absorb the bumps quite as much as the bigger cars do. And these cars are probably more stiffly sprung, more like a go-kart.
Yeah. Yes, I remember I was airborne over one of those ripple strips last year. I went up on 2 wheels and I hit the ripple strip real hard. I didn't like it. It was not good for the suspension.
Here comes our car 1 on the road. Yarra Valley Towing Monty Power. Phil Chester, a 104.49 before he started to chop his way through the traffic. Everyone has been very well behaved, Richard, letting the faster cars come through. Phil, Simon, Mike Trath and Chris Gidney. doing a good job making their way through traffic, because everyone's got their own race going on within the race as well, haven't they? So last lap board comes out for car number 1. He will head off with one more lap, so it'll be a 16-lap journey, and a really strong run for this guy. And, well, he will have to rehydrate before he pulls on the leather pants and cowboy boots and heads over to the rock concert.
I could just imagine Phil in leather.
You're getting used to this commentary thing, aren't you? You can say whatever you like about them out there.
It's pretty good, isn't it? Yeah. I've got to be careful, though.
You do. You've got to go racing against them.
Well, that's right. They mightn't like it. Yeah, I'll be careful what I say.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, so it'd be interesting to see Phil in leather pants and high heels. I mean, boots.
Oh, heel boots,
Riding
like
boots.
A cowboy too.
Yeah.
I believe George Vidovic might even be here tonight too,
Oh,
so there'll be
George.
a cowboy hat.
Must
boots.
catch up with George, yeah.
Car 1 now is carving his way around Calder Park and doing a lovely job of it for Yarra Valley Towing and Monty Power. Car 1, Phil Chester will complete 16 laps. A 104.49 was his fastest lap. Sounds like a radio station, doesn't it? 104.49. Phil Chester FM takes the win. And it is a country mile back to this guy. He's just coming over Mount Jane now, the 55 of Simon Elliott, who right there on lap 1 spun off the track into the dirt. No harm, no foul, except for the blinking LED on the front there, sending Morse code back to the factory for the 4-post grid so that they can tune this thing up.
I don't know. Sometimes I wonder. I think Simon likes doing a few excursions here and there, doesn't he?
Yeah, you wouldn't want to damage it though. All that bespoke body on it. It's a beautiful looking car as he charges to the line. He'll take second place. Mike Tratham's already got to the line in car number 7 in third place. Jeff St John Cox, terrific job there. Jeff started out at 8th, home in 4th. Gary Bulmer, he started 5th, went backwards, went forwards, and ended up in 5th, so no harm, no foul, right where he started. Anthony Vollerbrecht, he started out of 7th up to 6th. Danny Siama, the other way around, started 6th, ended up 7th. David Bajan started 9th, ended 8th, so a couple of cars making some good ground in this one. And Chris Gidney, ultimately, Chris is still coming to the line by things. No, he's already finished, so maybe a bit of a tyre issue there. I mean, timing issue there for Chris, because he was up in the top 5 there at one point.
Yeah, that's yeah. Where did he end up? 10th. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he
Can't
usually ends up.
see his car.
Oh, hope he's okay.
There we have it.
Yep.
Phil Chester, Simon Elliott, Mike Trathan are our podium place. Jeff St John Cox, Bulmer, Vollerbrecht, Siama, Gidney, Bajan, Aleph rounding out our top 10 for the MG and invited British Race 1. Richard Vollerbrecht to Johnny Makem in the 33 and 12th. Gordon Bunyan, Kayleen Little-Chester, Ewan Gilles, Shirley St John Cox, James Dodd, Matty Chester and the timing crew having a bit of fun there and putting a did not start Richard Milligan. Richard, thank you so much for joining us up here this afternoon for race 1 for the MG and Invited cars. We'll cross down now to pit lane with Callum Brannigan. He's got a rock star of Australian motorsport, Darren Hossack, right alongside.
Welcome back to round 2 of Trophy Tour Victoria. The Calder Park Revive, proudly supported by 888 Home Loans, a long-time supporter of Victorian motorsport. So it's great to have Cam McKinnon and the entire team from 888 Home Loans on the ground here this weekend. But Darren Hossack, you're not behind the wheel of your Mazda RX-7 this weekend. There's been a few gremlins. Firstly, you're here this weekend, you're not behind the wheel, but what are you doing here this weekend at Calder Park?
Well, my business is motorsport fabrication and helping people and that, so I've been working with Jeremy Davison a little bit. I had a drive of his car at Winton the other week. So just, out here helping, and I service Warren Clellan's car as well, so just checking on those guys and anyone else that needs a hand.
Hossack Motorsport Services, in case you need the name of the business there, but Darren, obviously behind the wheel of a sports sedan is really where you shine and probably best known for your activities and your achievements, I guess, in the Gourlay Audi, but as well as the RX-7, which had some gear selector issues late last year. And then you did make an appearance at Sandown earlier this year, but not for this round, obviously. Is there something wrong with the car?
No, not so much. I've got to work to make the money to race, but I'll be stepping back into John's new Audi at the Winton National round, which is also a state round. So I've been focusing on a little bit of exercise, which I need, and also with that coming up, I just felt that, you know, I need to just park my car for a bit and focus on that when the time comes.
So Jeremy Davidson, he's stepped back into the older model RX-7, still supported by banded security, but that triple rotor RX-7 that we have seen the FD a couple of times in the past few seasons. But last time I saw him in that car at Sandown, it was having its own mechanical gremlins, but it seems to be going really well so far this weekend.
Yeah, so it had an engine issue at Sandown, which they've built up an entirely new engine for it. It's paddle shift. It's actually the same chassis that I've got with my car, but Jeremy's car's got a Honda engine, and it's also, as I said, paddle shift and all the mod cons, and I guess it's the nicest version that my car could ever be, and, you know, he's showing it's a fast car.
So Honda power plant, 4-cylinder turbocharged instead of a rotary, is that right?
Yeah, a lot of power. He won't say how much power it's got, but it's a lot.
But for yours, you've obviously got a rotary in your car, very similar, if not red, but it's not a 13B, it's a 12A rotary, which is a little bit unusual.
It's a 12A because the weight rules in the category mean that if you run a 12A, you can actually be 100 kilos lighter. With my car, the limitation is the gearbox. It was never designed to have the power that we're asking of it anyway. So to run a 12A, the car may as well be 100 kilos lighter.
And you touched on the second generation Gourlay Audi. Now, it has had just a few mechanical issues over the past few seasons as it comes up to development, up to what we now know it as. Cadell Ambrose behind the wheel last year, but you're gearing up for a debut in that car. Well, not a debut, but obviously jumping back behind the reins and racing it.
Yeah, unfortunately, it has had a couple of fires. But as everyone probably knows, but John's rebuilding the car. His determination and motivation never ceases to impress me. As well as he's getting the old car, the original car that I used to race, he's getting that back together as well. And I won't say it's going to happen, but in John's ideal world, he'd like to have both cars at the Winton National round. But whether he's got enough time, we've still got to test both cars, so probably that won't happen. But I'd say at some point this year, you'll see both the older car and the new car, which will look the same, out on track together.
No, that's amazing. Look, big thank you to Darren Hossack for joining us here at the desk. We literally door-stopped him and he smiled and said, yes, I'd absolutely love to join you for a bit of a live chat. But we are gearing up towards the first race of the Sports Sedans here at round 2 of Trophy Tour Victoria, proudly supported by 888 Home Loans.
Thanks very much, Callum Brannigan, with Darren Hossack down there in the pit area. Of course, Hossack Motorsport Services providing a lot of services across the motorsport genre. In fact, I was speaking to Dean Cam with his Chevron down at Phillip Island last weekend, and Darren had done some work on the rear of the Formula 5000 there as well. So a guy that can fabricate is always welcome in the motorsport fraternity. And that's Darren Hossack, and very generously always offers a helping hand to those in the field that need last-minute help as well. So can drive, can fabricate. That's pretty much all you need to be able to do in motorsport these days. I'm Darren Smith and joined by Brett Dickey right alongside. So welcome, Brett.
Thank you, mate. Thanks for having me up here. It's obviously would rather be down there, but second best spot, I guess.
Yeah, it is interesting that both you and D-Hoss are on the sidelines this weekend. Normally one of you is at least running. You've got a very close affiliation with the Gillilands, and Graham Gilliland was an entry here this weekend. Let's peel the Band-Aid off straight away. The orange Mazda had an issue yesterday. There was some fire involved, and there was some other competitors that stopped to assist with getting the fire out. Graham getting out of the car there as well. A couple of other races, it's always, I guess the race control don't like seeing that, but it's sometimes human nature to pull up and try and help a dude who's on fire, isn't it?
Yeah, so as you touched on, Graham had a fuel fire yesterday in practice, and sadly the car hasn't returned today due to the sheer volume of repairs that need to be done overnight. But as you touched on, Damien and Aidan Munger pulled up, gave him a hand, chucked some fire extinguishers his way, and both stayed there till the end. So credit to both of those guys. I know Anne Gilliland's been driving around the pits, making sure she thanks everyone. And as you know, it's a big team environment in sports sedans, and definitely a family team that's a big part of the class and category, and definitely state rounds.
Certainly is, and talking about the getting the whole band behind you, this guy is sitting on pole position, Jeremy Davison, in the Bandit Security Tactical Response and Asset Protection Black RX-7. Very much a guy that has pretty much involved anyone and everyone he possibly can to get advice and talk to, and sometimes a little bit too much advice, you might wonder, but he's on pole position and none other than Dean Cam right beside him. I think the challenge will be to try and beat Dean to turn one.
Oh, I think you can't beat cubic inches, can you? So as much as I love a Honda with a turbo on the side of it, Darren, I think, definitely think Jeremy's got his work cut out for him, and I think Dino's going to do a terrific job on the loud pedal like he normally does.
Well, yeah, interestingly enough, don't be confused, this RX-7 with Jeremy Davison is not, it's a piston car, it's not a rotor. So he goes out there representing the body shape, but not the power plant on board. Gary Roberts in the crowd there as well. He's been covering himself with grease and oil, as always, underneath Dean Cam's car as well. So he's come to the racetrack for a leisurely look around and ends up working on a race car. So big shout out to Gaz, always keeping race cars going. So Dean Cam will start out of position number 2 with Aidan Munger in the number 75 out of position number 3. Matt Thulis, big welcome back to racing for Matt Thulis. I think Class C Australian production car champion in about 2019. We'll have to remember when we're all doing those
the story,
national rounds. But driver coach extraordinaire, ripping fella, Matty Thulis is very, very highly regarded as a race driver, and I think it's pretty good that he's been able to put that car on position 4. Randall McGlerkin sitting in car number 56 will start out of P5, that is that wedge-shaped Corvette. Then we go back to Nathan Baines, who has come on gangbusters in 2026, and really looking forward to seeing how he goes. I'm just going to rule a line under the next car, Damien Johnson, number 19. This is what, how, and everything a sports sedan should be like. It is in the vein of a genuine original sports sedan and up to date as anyone else out there, and it's ace to see Damo back out there and racing. We've got a rolling start coming up, have we? I think
we're
stop a standing start.
All the drivers have elected to do 2 warm-up laps today. So I think when they first had this conversation in drivers' briefing, they were expecting the track conditions to be a lot cooler than they are right now. But yeah, it was a unanimous decision, I think you could put it, that they've decided to go for 2 warm-up laps, which essentially, sadly, will come off their overall race time. So they've elected to for safety reasons, and as we both know, in a rolling start heading into turn 1 here at Calder, there's not much room for error. I think it looks like Jeremy just wants to get away with it and get this done, doesn't he?
He's wanting to get on with it here. Dean Cam does have to keep up with him because he is actually setting the pace once they hit the bottom of the back straight. Where was I? Warren Clellan in the Mark Car Mazda. He'll line up behind, right beside that car there, Damien Johnson. King's Fiberglass. Of course, Advanced Car Carriers are the series sponsor for this weekend. Joel Enterprises on the side of that magnificent Tirana. If you can't tell, I do favour the Tirana of Damien. It's just Damien's car. It's just a beautiful machine and a very interesting and unique engineering power plant in that car. It's a 6-cylinder with a Holden bottom end with a Ford head on it facing the other way around. Tegan Collins, another interesting car, an RX-7 with a Toyota V8 in it, the 87 down there out of position 11, and Darden Brown in the Gallant, the under 2-litre racer down off the back of this field. Pretty compact field of cars considering we had out over 20 at round 1 at Sandown. Dean Cam has been working feverishly across the board, both Formula 5000 and the Corvette. Go racing, we are lined up. Jeremy Davison wants to get on with it, wants to use the advantage of the RX-7 and tries to get away in that turbocharged car, but as Brett Dickey said, cubic inches, comes across, protects the line down into turn 1 as Dean Cam just monsters it down there at turn 1. Oh, Baines, just a little bit of the back end trying to come out there, and Rand McGlerkin will get up the inside there as they try to get up to Jane Hill, and he does too. McGlurkin gets it. Johnson gets through on Shaw as well, so that's a ripping start for the Tirana.
Jeremy's definitely given the back of Dean Camber definitely a fair old looking at, and as you can see going down the back straight, a big dive but on the wrong side of the track going down at the back there.
Yeah, well, I tell you what, he's letting Dean know that he's there, just getting the boost wound up there on the 4-pot with the turbo, and that's something we see from turbo runners from time to time, just reach down and give themselves an extra 30% of horsepower. At the end of probably 15 laps here, that might not be what the turbo wants to see. In a straight line, Dean goes slowly over to the driver's right. Jeremy has to go wide there. I think this might be the strategy. Whoa!
That's
Davison,
Dean.
that is unbelievable. Big brakes. Dean Cam, a big flame out the side. You know he's still trying. Or is he playing around with him? You've raced against Dean, Brett. What's he doing? Is he just sussing it out?
Look, yeah, from my point of view, Dean's doing Dean right now. So, yeah, Dean's definitely he's been doing this long enough. He knows the tricks of the trade. Jeremy's definitely reasonably new to racing in sports sedans, so he's got to definitely know how to race with Dean. But, yeah, sadly, I'm going to say if that little black Honda there, Honda-powered RX-7 gets away, I think it's gone in the distance.
Whoa, he's giving it absolutely everything. He's tearing up the back tyres, coming through the S's there. Matt Thulis, I'm going to say he's driving the wheels off and doing a great job, but Water's probably found its level. The cars in front of him are certainly running higher horsepower engines. This does have a V8 in the front of it. It's an LS in the front of this number 45 orange RX-8. But other than that, there's no ABS, no traction control. Largely standard, as much as it looks, it's bewinged and it's got the side skirts on it. There is definitely sports sedan type modifications made to it, but at the moment Matt's working very, very hard to extract everything he possibly can out of that car. He's extremely grateful for the car owner and the team. They're heading off on the rest of this series. Now Matt's a professional in motorsport, spends a lot of time doing laps, particularly at Winton, doing driver coaching and driver training, etc. We get a good look at the McGlurkin Corvette. More of a TA2 type of arrangement.
Oh, Darden Brown looks like he was pointing the wrong direction there at some point in time, but it's great to see Darden back out there, isn't it?
Oh, it is.
Him and his dad turning up, getting it done. Very small little operation that they run, but they turn up to every event, make sure they put on a good show, and definitely present a car that just keeps doing laps.
Yeah, and it's in the same vein as Damien and his father as well, the Johnsons with that Tirana. It's a father and son effort, and they sometimes look at each other and you think, you guys having a blue or what's going on here? But then other times they're slapping each other on the back and saying, well done, son, or thanks, Dad, whatever the day may bring. Cleland now in with Shaw. This is how they started off. In fact, David Shaw was behind him, but down the inside the marked car, big brakes on these cars. They do very, very nicely. Very nicely balanced car, the marked car, designed to do VLN type of endurance racing in Europe. And we saw Tony Groves take the Sports Sedan Championship going back a couple of seasons ago now in a marked car. And this is Darden down at turn 1. Well, Tegan didn't even know what was going on there. It was a bit of a show going on in the background. Bit of a nip up and brakes there, Brett.
Yeah, it looks like it's just obviously locked the rears coming in there under brakes. So obviously turn 1 here at Calder is definitely not as smooth as it would have been, or a Phillip Island turn 1. So I think it's probably just unsettled the rear of the car under brakes, and round it's come on Darden there.
Just listening to the McGlurkin Corvette coming down the straight there, gee, that's got a really ace V8 note.
It's a serious car, isn't it? It just means business.
Yeah, it is. It's meant for racing, that is for sure. This is an interesting matchup here with Warren Cleland. To his own admission, he has taken a little bit longer getting used to this car than his old RX-7. And it is a serious racing car, the Mark car. The ground-up built space frame outfit. And Shaw, welcome back. Now, it's back at the lead, the Bandit security car of Jeremy Davidson. Now, Jeremy's supported a couple of other drivers as well, particularly Cadell Ambrose in his journey, and just in the background supporting what Cadell's doing. Of course, we saw Cadell win the XL Championship 2 years ago. and he's now driving in the RX-8, Formula RX-8. And hopefully, as Darren Hossack said with that interview with Callum, hopefully he gets a drive of the newer Gourlay car Audi at some point as well.
It'll be definitely good to see Cadell back in that car and see what the car's true potential is. I know Darren will definitely fill the seat and keep it warm in the meantime, but definitely see what Cadell has to offer in one of those.
It's pretty warm when both of them last drove.
I think they've both had them fairly warm. Thanks for picking that one up, Darren.
This is Matty Thoulis, the Barwon Tune entry, new to the Victorian Sports Sedans for the advanced car carriers. Great to have them on board. National Blind Suppliers also in the mix for the series, but advanced car carriers with all the window banners. Nice flames out. I was
going to say, you've got to love a race car. Race car that looks nice, and then you add flames to it.
That's right.
Preferring they're coming out the right spot.
And 5% faster when the flames are happening.
It's that flame percentage.
I actually think right now Dean Cam's looking for that 5% to try and track down.
Not much in it, Darren. They're just chipping away at each other faster each time they go past, and they're matching each other on pace right now.
Thoulis now. He's trying to chase down Rand McGlurkin. In this car, bangs down through that heavy-duty gearbox in the 56. Just a little bit of ripple strip there. Power out of the corner. This is where the RX-8 seems to just have a little bit more ability, a little bit less roll, and able to point the car in a straight direction. The McGlurkins certainly know how to get their straight line handling going, don't they? They've
always had a bit of mumbo in anything,
foot down and away they go.
This is a good little battle, considering the two different cars that we have. Obviously, Trans Am versus a production floor pan. I've mixed it, I think.
Big run under brakes there, and he's been running heavy under brakes down at turn one. Thoulis through. Nice work there by McGlurkin. He could have jagged that back across in front of him there, but went, no, I've got to gather this all back up and regain my track position safely, and we'll head off on the drag strip and see which one gets through the air better. Both got sort of decreased frontal area, but the Corvette is definitely that classic wedge shape, isn't it?
Yeah, it looks great, and it's good to see a different type of racing. Lock the rears again, so there might be some new bumps since last time we've been here. Darren crept in there. We don't know. There might be some.
We have had the Winter Olympics, and there was the Moguls comp.
Something going on down there.
They're coming up now on Darden Brown. He just gets out of the way. Blue flags, as he always does, an under 2-litre car. It is tough to match it with these outright 6-litre and 5-litre cars, and of course the turbocharged cars. They're big flame for Matt out the side there as the 56 just taking a little bit more gingerly this time. Doesn't want to go off again. Very low slung front spoiler on the Corvette. Damien Johnson now in this magnificent car, driving around. Hasn't done a lot of racing. Done a bit in his Celica in Group U Sports Sedans, which is more sprint type against the clock type driving, not out and out racing. In fact, I think the last time Damo drove this was on the Gold Coast.
It was correct. It definitely didn't look like that once it finished that weekend. But it's just great to see Damo back here at a state round and using the car. And no one likes a shed ornament. I can't talk. My car's at home at the moment. But it's great to see Damo back out here, and he is a true sports sedan racer.
They are, the Johnsons really are, and really cool to see him doing this. Dean Cam now, as I said, is the turbo car, just starting to run a little bit too much heat, but in a straight line, as they do. Whooshka. And now Dean Cam just starting to turn it on. He's gone, righto, we've done 9 laps, 5 left to go in this journey. I'm going to start to ease up onto the back of this guy now, and we'll start to apply the pressure.
Yeah, look, it's going to come back to, obviously, we've got a turbo car versus a normally aspirated car, and there does become a heat management aspect of driving a turbo car, especially around here with such long straights. So I know Jeremy and Chris have definitely been chasing some water temperature issues with that car. I won't say issues, just higher than they would expect. So they've done a few changes. I just hope it's not something that's creeping in now towards just after the halfway distance for this race. But as we both know, gets towards the end of a race, Dean with his overall fitness comes into play comes home strong at the end of each race.
Certainly a veteran of national and Victorian sports sedans, knows the distance, knows what he has to do, knows he has to hydrate before and after every race, and sometimes have a little rest as well. But Gary Roberts will dive under this car, as will Cam McKinnon. Big shout out to Cam, and 888 home loans here at the Calder Revive, round 2 of the Victorian Trophy Tour, as Darden Brown is a retiree now. He heads into behind the paddock area as well. Dean Cam, the number 16, the guy from 5 Star Fencing. We've seen him doing it for a long, long time, and well, for quite a long time we haven't seen anyone really take it up to Dean. It's a shame Ray Hislop's not here. It's a shame, Brett, you're not here with your Honda, but you've got international duties coming up in the not-too-distant future. You're off to race cars internationally, as the life of a professional race car driver attests.
Thanks for touching on that, Darren. So, yes, I'm hoping to get back into a sports sedan later in the year, but at the moment I've shifted my focus onto my Asia contract that I currently have. So, but yeah, I've massive soft spots for sports sedans, and I can't wait to get back into the car.
Dean Cam really got a job at his hand now. A 102.01 for Davison, a 102.03 for Dean Cam. And that was Dean's fastest lap of the race. Last lap around, a 103.37, so 0.3 of a second slower than Dean Cam is our race leader on the last lap. There we have it. I said he'd turn it up.
This gap keeps going backwards and forwards. So the previous lap there was a 2.1 second gap. Dean's brought it back down, and judging by that lap time, I'm going to say there might be a slight... Maybe Jeremy can't push for 2 in a row. Very unstable in the back of that car under brakes just there, as we can see.
Have a look at this, though. And we saw him lighting up the rear tyres just on this part of the track on lap number 2. And Dean will know that you don't light up the tyres on the Corvette. Corvette will let you know if it wants to light up the tyres. Of course, rest in peace to Chuck Norris out there, as we heard the horrible news out there that Chuck had passed away overnight. And Dean Cam responding now, ranges down the outside, a bit of a wiggle, gathers it up. See Dean's hands control the weight of the Corvette, under brakes alongside, looks to the inside now. This is it. He's turned it up. He's realised we've got one lap in this journey to get the job done.
It's becoming a very wide RX-7 now, isn't it?
And he would have seen Dean doing this over the years too. But he is lighting it up. The number 66 is out after the 28 now. Great shots from the 888 Home Loans Trophy Tour Victoria telecast. Around through the S's now. Right on the back of the RX-7. Bandit tactical response and asset protection versus the guy from 5 Star Fencing in his Corvette. As they charge down the straight, the checkered flag comes out, and Jeremy Davison takes his debut win in the Victorian Sports Sedan Championship. The Advanced Car Carriers, a turbocharged 4-cylinder Honda, takes victory, and it wasn't Brett Dickey.
Thanks for rubbing that in there, Darren. It's great to see that someone else is running down the same track that we're going. Obviously, Honda Turbo, proving that you don't need a V8 to come to sports sedan to be competitive. You can do something out of the ordinary, I'm going to say. Come here, have some fun. You've got now rotary turbos, V8s, 4-cylinder turbos, 4 cylinders, all taking wins within our championship in the last couple of months. So what more do you want? It's a variety. We're not having the same car winning, the same Mercedes on the front row. We've got a bit of variety going on now.
Absolutely. Couldn't agree more, Brett. And as always, I certainly encourage you to get the fire into your 4-cylinder Honda Turbo as well. And it'd be great to see you, Island Magic at the end of the year?
We're hoping for the round before Island Magic, but we'll just see how the overseas plan's going and giving the car a bit of a birthday. And Damien Johnson coming through for a checkered flag finish for him to be back into the Victorian State Championship.
How good's that to see Damien out there and racing in that particular Tirana? It's the silhouette that just reminds me of sports sedans every time. Jeremy Davison takes a win. What a day for him at the 888 Home Loans. Called a rock and revived round 2 of the Vic Trophy Tour. Dean Cam in position number 2. You know, Dean will be on the front row of the grid, and the rolling start will happen again tomorrow, and he'll have gone, right, I got you measured, Jeremy. Let's go racing. So it's going to be awesome to be at the track tomorrow for the first of the Sports Sedan races at 10:30. Matt Doolis home in P4 on debut in the championship. Great to see Matt there. A welcome inclusion into this series. Rand McGlurkin to Nathan Baines. Damien Johnson home in 7th. Warren Clallan just in front of David Shaw. And Tegan Collins home there in 10th place. Sadly, Darden Brown did not finish that one in the race 1 for Sports Sedans. Plenty more racing coming here for 888 home loans right throughout today. On track next is the Open Wheelers, the Formula V's. Back in a moment. Without too much further adu, we're going to go racing with Formula V's. They've had some really good fields in recent times out there, and great to see the Australian V-Dub Performance Centre Formula V race here today. Steve De Vries, who has been absolutely legendary with all of his background information and everything that goes on with Formula V. Steve, welcome to the Calder Park 888 Home Loans Rock and Revived event. Big concert tonight. Be huge over in the Thunderdome. Of course, there's also the raffle tickets. Just got to remind everyone for the chaplaincy for Mark Bateman, who is a good friend to all of us, not only here at Circuit Racing Rally, a lot in Speedway over the summer months, and a ripping bloke. So everyone please get down to the Secretary's office, the main office here at Calder Park, and get yourself a raffle ticket for that. While you're there, get your upgrade ticket for $25 for the rock concert in the Thunderdome. Steve, welcome to Calder.
Certainly, thank you very much. And you're right, I did go and buy a couple of raffle tickets this morning for the Mark Bateman, raising funds there for him. Definitely a worthwhile cause, particularly close to me as well, because after a couple of years ago at Island Magic, we did have a sad passing away of Andrew Rhodes Anderson in improved production on that Saturday of that long weekend, which actually happened to me my 40th birthday that weekend, which was sort of put a bit of a dampener on it. But Mark was there. The following morning, after everything had happened, and a lot of competitors and a lot of officials, including myself, took advantage of his services and said, look, we're struggling to really get going today, but somehow with his guidance and his wisdom and his many years of experience, he's able to help you put your mind at ease to be able to go and do what you do best and help you cope through those difficult situations. So for me, with buying some of those raffle tickets to raise funds for him this weekend, it was a no-brainer. It was going to happen.
It is, and it's actually interesting. I've had experiences with Mark, with fellow colleagues from the pits, mechanics, other people involved in the sport that have had some troubled times, and even away from the racetrack. I've had Mark help another guy from the pit lane drop everything, basically, and within 2 hours was by his side to help him through a tough time. So it's a worthy cause, and everyone here at the track at some point either has been had contact with Mark. I know all the officials did. Last weekend was a big weekend for all of the park members. This event, of course, a park promoted event with the passing of Marcia Nelson. Mark got up at the Historics at Phillip Island and said some lovely words about Marcia and offered his help to some of those park members that had been touched by Marcia, a lovely lady over many, many years. So this is the sort of thing that we want to go racing and we want to get the cars on track because that's our happy place. But sometimes our happy place just happens to be a little bit messed up. So it's great that Mark Bateman is there. We'll be drawing that raffle later on today. And, of course, we hope he comes and joins us for the rock concert at the Thunderdome tonight as well.
We certainly do. Well, one thing we are also looking forward to for the rest of the afternoon is the racing action, as you just called it there. So you can see the Formula V field now starting to roll out of the marshalling area and down into the pit lane. That
is parallel to the front straight here at Calder Park Raceway. The Australian VW Performance Centre Formula V's getting ready for a 20-minute race. So to call the action alongside me for this one, it's going to be Tom Reed. Tom, welcome to the mic again. We had your presence a bit earlier this afternoon with the Formula Fords. We're going to take a look at this grid here because it's the top two in the championship that are on the front row, although be it the other way around to the way they are in the championship order.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Steve. Looking forward to this one. Like you said, Andre Kieran and Ashley Whittington sharing the front row there. And Blake Purvis will be behind them with Malachi Windsor, Grant Kelly, Cameron Bell, Brock Hamilton and Nathan Jones there in car 30 out of position number 8.
As we flip over the page and have a look at the rest of the grid of the 16 cars here this weekend. Charlie Richardson, who missed the Sandown events, there in 9th with Declan Collison in 10th. Jason Kay and Mick Fisher on the next row. And then the last 4 cars there, Darren Power, Rob Vile, Ken Morrison, who's another one of the debutants into the category this year, making his first race start this weekend in a car that's been around the traps and done a lot of mileage in Formula V over the years. So great to see him and also great to see that car back out. And then Ivan Vitti there in the Gerbert starting out of P16. We originally slated to have 18 cars here this weekend. There were a couple of withdrawals over the last week or so. One of those was a young fella by the name of Reese Lagos. He did the test day that was here on the Labor Day long weekend on the 8th of March, and unfortunately he's just pulled up a little bit sore from some doctor's advice. He's decided that it's best that he misses this round. He was going to run out of the Acura Motorsports stable. And the other one is David Temmie, who is out of that same stable. He had an incident yesterday in Friday practice down at the flip-flop, that vicious turn 4-5 chicane, and made some contact with the wall, made a bit of damage to that car, and they've retired that car for the weekend. So, unfortunately, losing a couple of competitors before the weekend had even begun, but still a healthy number of 16 Formula Vs here this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely a healthy number, and competing across many states like we spoke earlier, and in WA, South Australia and Tasmania. So yeah, it's good to have 16 cars well representing Victoria here at Calder Park.
Yeah, almost unheard of to have 4 states worth of Formula V racing this weekend. It's normally 1 or 2. But we're about to get Victoria's second round of the season underway. Green flag at the back, and we are off and running. And I'll tell you what, some good quick reactions there from Andre Kieran, the pole sitter on the right-hand side of the circuit. He was away quick as a flash, and straight away with the slightly worse a start, Andre Kieran, the number 12 there of Ash Whittington, tucking straight into the draft of Andre Kieran as they head down the front straight towards turn 1.
Yeah, beautiful conversion from car number 1 there in the same row too, beating Whittington off the line. The 88 going around the outside there. Malachi Windsor trying to get into P3, trying to take that spot away from the 6 there of Blake Purvis, who took a heck of a lot of curb through the right-hander at turn number 2. Through the flip-flop for the first time. These cars can use a fair bit of this curve without unsettling them too much, and run right out to the exit curve that you can see there onto the back straight.
Couple of good starts there as well. You can see Cameron Bell's jumped up a spot. He started 6th. He's gone into it to 5th place. A little bit of a lock-up there going down at the end of the back straight.
Malachi Windsor just dropped a number of spots there. He was the cause of that major lock-up.
Yes, he was out of position number 4. He started pretty handily. He was tucked in there behind Blake Purvis, and he did make a mistake. He's now gone back to be just in front of Brock Hamilton. Started out at P7, and Grant Kelly, who was 5th, he's actually lost 2 spots. So that's the movements in the top half of the grid after lap number 1.
And it gets worse for Malachi Windsor as he runs down into turn 1. I think that was the 11 there of Brock Hamilton going past him. So he's gone back a number of spots, and it's sort of allowed a 3-car breakaway at the front car 4 there of Cameron Bell trying to tag on to this battle. Having a look there at Grant Kelly, who started in 5th spot. He's now battling with car 30 there of Nathan Jones.
Yeah, Nathan Jones has just gone through on Grant Kelly as well. So Grant with a bit of a slow start here, but as he was telling me at the beginning of the weekend, it's not about the opening 12 or so laps of the race. That's just about making sure you can get in a position to be there or thereabouts for the last 3 or so laps of the race when you really need to start to play some chess. Here comes Mick Fisher down the inside of Rob Vile. Rob much later on the brakes, able to hold that spot. The two of them had a fantastic opening round at Sandown. Rob with some good solid results. Mick with two of his best finishes of his career in between those two races. He did have a little bit of a mechanical drama, managed to get the car to the flag and get it fixed and then get back out there. But Mick, again, showing that he's having a good start to the season and got a smile on his face. Whenever Mick's happy, it's always good to see, because most of the time he's always a little bit down and a bit hard on himself sometimes, but he's had a good start to the year, so he's right in there in the thick of the fight and he's enjoying this with Rob Vile. He'll try again here down the inside of turn number 1. That's much better, much later on the brakes, cleaner side of the road. It's a little bit less bumpy in the middle and to the right than it is to the left for the approach to turn number 1. Michael Stillwell in this morning's briefing talked about turn 1 being a funnel. You know, it gets narrow. It's a little bit like turn 1 at Phillip Island, where it starts to narrow up a little bit, and a certain amount of cars into that turn just won't go. Too wide is as much as you want to dare to take into turn number 1. And in the case of turn 1 in here at Calder, it is very, very bumpy, and you've got to pick the right line to minimise the amount of bumps that you have to contend with. And usually in the middle and to the right is about where it is.
Yeah, I've heard that the bumps down at the 1 are incredibly harsh, and that's sort of a reason why we see Formula Ford running the short track this weekend, is just to take away that potential risk of damage into 1 with the cars running 40 mil off the ground. And you really got to pick your line into it. As you said, it funnels down into almost you can run too wide into there, but realistically you want to be by yourself.
This will be a good example of this. Look, 3, almost 4 wide. You can see it visually there, how it tapers in from the right left-hand side of the circuit where the pit complex joins the circuit, and it becomes quite narrow. And this was a really good illustration here, as Declan Collison actually managed to grab not only Mick Fisher, he grabbed Rob Vile, and on top of that, Jason Kay went through as well. Now Darren Powell's getting interested in the back of the number 7 of Rob Vile as well. So that funnel, that big long draft down the front straight into the funnel at turn number 1, you gave plenty of opportunity there to about 3 or 4 drivers to either hold their line or make an attacking move.
You could actually visibly see the car 81 there at Jason Kay, how much more settled it was on the inside of the circuit. So as we're looking at it on the left-hand side of the screen, he was able to round up a number of positions there, and the car rode the bumps a lot better than it would on the traditional outside of the circuit as he swing into turn number 1.
Yeah, absolutely. As we go back to the lead of the race here, so Blake Purvis, he's going to lead across the... Oh, he just didn't quite lead across the line that time, but he is going to lead the much more storied rivals in the championship into turn number 1 in the Joust Raceway number 6. So this will be the first lap, if he can hold this off, the first lap for this young man to lead in Victorian Formula V. We talked about what he experienced at Sandown. He had a very rough weekend. He had a rough intro to qualifying, but he always seemed to bounce back. When I spoke to him today, I said that was probably the thing for me, having had a chance to reflect on it, was just how he put all of that out of his mind. He didn't let any of those issues bother him. He just got back in the car and drove it as quick as he could. And it's the same thing they say about when you have a road accident. The worst thing you can do is stay out of the car for too long, because then you start to get a little bit timid and you start to get a bit concerned and you start to lose a bit of touch. The best thing they say for people to do is to get back into a car and drive it as soon as possible after the accident. And that's exactly what Blake did. He sort of just got back into the habit, got back on the horse and went about his business. And there you go. And now he's led his first lap in Formula V.
And he's another protagonist in this three-way fight between Kieran Quinton and himself. Blake Purvis in car number 6, bouncing back from a horror weekend there at Sandown, and now he's comfortably running in this top 3, something that we are seeing for the first time. It's good to see some fresh blood up the front of the field here.
Certainly is. His father, Shane Purvis, very, very experienced in Formula V since the late 2000s. And been around the category for quite a while. Missed a few rounds here and there over the course of time, as you do with children and families and things like that. They were putting Blake through doing the karting side of things for a number of years, now making the step up from the karting ranks into a little bit larger vehicle, I guess we can call it, and very, very committed there on the brakes into turn number 6. Got that move nicely done on Andre Kieran, who had to just leave him a little bit of extra room after the very, very decisive move from the pilot of the number 6.
I think that definitely caught the car 1 there of Andre Kieran a little bit unawares as the 6 went through down into the back straight. But now that, of course, means he's vulnerable as we go past the start-finish line. 8 minutes to go, and no personal best on that last lap as I can see having a look at the timing screen there.
Yep, squinting from my distance at the chair here. The only person who really improved that last time around was Cameron Bell. So he's down there in 5th place. So he's got Malachi Windsor just in front of him, and Brock Hamilton trying to play a little bit of catch-up. Brock can't quite bridge the gap at the moment. It's around about 3/4 of a second between the 5th and 6th place cars on the road. As they plunge down Mount Jane. This time it's the number 12 championship leader, Ash Quiddington, who takes his turn at the front of the field.
He's trying to make a break for it here, and he's hoping that the car 1 there of Andre Kieran will pounce on the 6, but Kieran, with the years of experience there in the Sabre, knows just to sit tight because it'll all work itself out as we go down the front straight.
Speaking of Sabres, the number 4 here of Cameron Bell, of course the ex-championship winning Heath Collinson machine, is what he's piloting, with Malachi Windsor and a very, very speedy Jacer right behind him, looking to line him up down the front straight. There goes the leading group of 3. Here comes the next 2 pair, and then Hamilton, followed by Nathan Jones there as well, who's actually quietly moved his way up the order there. So he's in position 7, moved up 1 spot from when he started, right firmly in the toe there of Brock Hamilton. So keeping nosy. Have a look at Hamilton, the impressive suspension movement there as it goes over the bumps. That's something he was talking to me about just before they went to the marshalling area, that they took a couple of swings at that car and they weren't quite happy with it in qualifying. It just did not ride the bumps, it just did not settle well, but he was fortunate to be behind some cars that were just towing him along, so he didn't have to commit so hard to the braking zone at turn number 1, because that's where the problems were striking, and it looks like it's something very, very similar happening again.
Yeah, Grant Kelly going for
and again here, look, just in the braking zone to turn number 6 as well, and that's not as bumpy as turn number 1.
And we've seen that at Sandown towards the end of last year. We picked up on those cars getting quite unsettled through the braking zone there, and it's very evident here at Calder. Incredibly bumpy on the run into turn number 1. Still a 3-car breakaway at the front, and then a recovering Malachi Windsor, who just got past the number 4 there of Cameron Bell.
Yep, just on your timing screen, it just looped around there as Purvis wants to have a look at Kieran. So too Quiddington. He's on the inside here, slightly cleaner line for the number 12. So he takes the lead of the race here. The margin between the top 3 and the next group isn't going up or down at a vast rate of knots. It's staying very stable at around about 3 seconds or so, which is a little bit of a surprise, because these 3 have been working together quite well, but they're only doing 1 minute, sort of mid to late 1 minute 9s, the same as what the drivers behind them are doing. So it's a very even field at the moment. I'm actually quite surprised.
And we're about a second off the qualifying pace of a 1 minute 8.1 set by Andre Kieran. So perhaps a little bit more UV on the surface, slowing it down. A hotter track temperature, and these guys perhaps not working as well with each other as they planned on in the first race of the Australian Beat-Up Performance Centre Formula Vee race here at Calder, Rock and Revived. 4.5 minutes to go as we cross the start-finish line. Quiddington leading that lap by a mere 1.5 tenths, but it'll be Purvis swinging to the inside, going for the move down into turn 1. Car number 1 there of Kieran, just keeping a watching brief over these front 2.
Certainly is. Purvis again to the front of the field, right behind them. They actually managed to take out another second on the 4 cars behind them that time, so they have upped their pace. They're now into the low 1 minute 9s. Windsor has gotten through on Bell. Now Hamilton has as well. And then Nathan Jones in the number 30. He's the next one to try and get through on that group. This has now become a big group of 6 with Darren Power heading the queue in the number 44 there, the green machine. With Jason Kay, his stablemate now. Just looks like he managed to get that move done there on the number 31, Declan Collison. Charlie Richardson at the back of this group, and just ahead of her, Rob Vile and Mick Fisher. So this is the group from 11th right down to 14th. Jason just looking for a little bit of an opening there to see if there's a chance to go down the inside. He just didn't have enough of a momentum up that very short chute that comes out of turn 4 and 5 down to turn 6. You've really got to have yourself committed through turn 4 and 5.
It's probably not a bad thing that he didn't make that move into the back straight, because now it's almost a guarantee that it'll be at least alongside car 44 there as they make their run into turn number 1. And there you go, that slipstream is pretty evident there. The 91 going for a move into turn number 1 is alongside the 44 and gets that move over Darren Power.
Yeah, and he talked about how settled that car looks over the bumps into turn number 1. That Jason Kay, number 81, definitely looks very, very settled and just riding those bumps very, very nicely as they go up through turn 2 and 3 and up and over the hill once more. I'm just keeping an eye on some things here in the back of shot because there's this group of cars and then the last 2 cars, which is Ken Morrison and Ivan Vitti. They're not too far off being lapped by the race leaders as well as we're getting into the closing stages of this. So they're all on the front straight as we speak. As Darren Power having to defend here from the 31, the factory Sabre racing entry of Declan Collison. Charlie Richardson at the back of this queue here. She missed the Sandown event. Back out here for this round. Of course, after Calder Park round is over, we will be heading off to Winton Motor Raceway at the beginning of May. Not only is that a round here of the Victorian Trophy Tour, but it is a round of the Australian Formula V Series as well, so we're expecting a huge turnout there. This is what I was expecting a bit earlier. I was just mentioning a few seconds ago, the race leaders were catching up to the rear of the 2 tail runners here, so Ivan Vitti and Ken Morrison, and they both picked a different, it's a bit tight there, they both picked a bit of a different situation or awareness there. So Ivan went to the left and Ken stayed on the right-hand side to give him some room there. It's a little bit of a lock-up there for, what was that? Was that for the number 12? Yeah, that was your race leader, the number 12, going into turn number 7, 8 and 9. Back to this group headed by Darren Power. They're trying to catch up to Grant Kelly, but he's some 10 seconds or so up the road. So the leaders have managed to get through on the Gerbert of Ivan Vitti and the Spectre of Ken Morrison. Oh, wow. Check that out.
Dancing on the brakes.
Absolutely. And a little bit of sideways movement in the rear from Kieran on the number 1. So they'll have roughly worked out how many laps they're going to get. And check the curb usage out.
Ridiculous.
That is insane, the amount of curb usage that the 12 and the 6
You'd
took
want to
there.
be doing a thorough bolt check on these cars because they are smashing these curbs through turn 2 and 3 and then the flip-flop like we just saw on shot there, and they're taking it. Somehow these cars are putting up with that amount of punishment.
They certainly are. Top 3 here in shot. Just noticed as well behind Malachi Windsor and Cam Bell. We're just in the process of negotiating the lap traffic, and I think it's actually been kinder to them than it has to Hamilton and Jones. I think they'll find that the timing's going to disagree with what that margin is between Cam Bell and Brock Hamilton in the next few seconds.
Just got the last lap board there. I think very hesitant as the clock ticked down to 0.
It was tight.
Got to make your move now, and that's exactly what car 12 of Ashley Quittington does. Watch for the 6 here of Purvis all the way on the inside. Does he send it for a 3 into 1, and he can't get it done?
No, Kieran right around the outside, though. He had the 12 there of Quittington, super committed on the brakes going into turn number 1. He did not want to surrender that position to Purvis in the Joust Raceway number 6, who slots into second. Kieran might have to play third fiddle here, or he's going to have to wait to see if there's a mistake down here at turn 6, because this is your last opportunity to get this done. Quittington's going to protect the inside, as he is entitled to do. What will Purvis do? Will he go the long way round? He's thinking about it. He's hanging in there. The next corner goes left. Is he going to take this away from Quittington? Not quite. The number 12, the 2024 champion, holds on for the moment and holds the line into the last couple of corners. And he is going to hopefully win this drag race out of the last corner. And he's just going to get it done by a fraction of a second. Wow. Kieran's going to challenge right late there, but he pulls up a little bit short of snatching second place from Purvis. Bell looks like he might have got the better of Malachi Windsor at the end there as well. Or are we still going?
I think the checkered flag was brought in at the end. It's not waving, so perhaps this...
I don't know.
Massive confusion.
There's a bit of confusion here, so I'm almost tempted to think that this might go back a lap, because everybody sort of slowed down here thinking that the race was over, because they'd sort of seen the last lap board put out and then withdrawn. So some drivers may think that this is actually
Kieran's
still going.
pressing on, so he thinks that this is the last lap, and the 2 behind him have backed off.
Yeah, I'm a little bit confused as well. I'll be a bit hesitant to call this as we wind down the closing stages here, because it was very close as they ran across the line, and then I'm with you. The checkered flag was there, and it looked like it may have been accidentally withdrawn. So there will be a little bit of confusion here. And even Andre's pointing. He's like, do we go in? And he's going straight in. So I think he feels that that's the right thing to do. And it looks like the rest of the field is agreeing with him. So I would say the times will be based on what has occurred at the end of that lap. So we'll have to sort of call it as we see it.
Yeah, I think common sense will prevail here.
Yeah, there's a few drivers that have gone around again.
Like you said, perhaps go back a lap as a few cars are taking to the checkered flag.
So Grant Kelly's gone across the line, so you'll see he's gone to the top. You've got Ivan Vitti there, but he was a lap down as well, so that's not going to do anything there. So let's have a look there. Yeah, that's what I think they saw. So they saw the flag sort of being readied, and the last lap ball was being held out, so they were a little bit confused as to what's gone on there. Because we saw it from our position as well here in the commentary box, that also the lap prior, the last lap ball was sort of partially being held there, and then it was, I guess, sort of very quickly withdrawn. So we'll wait and see what happens after that. But from what we can gather, I think the results will probably be reset back to an Ash Quiddington win ahead of Blake Purvis and then Andre Curran. That would expect to be your top three. And in fact, the timing's actually just being corrected as we speak to put everybody back where they were, with Cam Bell ahead of Malachi Windsor, Brock Hamilton, Nathan Jones, Grant Kelly, Darren Power and Jason Kay. That is what we're expecting to see as the top 10. So a little bit different to what's on your screen there. And then after that, Mick Fisher, Declan Collinson, Rob Vile, Charlie Richardson, Ivan Vitti and Ken Morrison. So all 16 of the cars got home after that, and they've all gone to the... Where are they down there? They've gone to the end of pit lane.
It's a bit bizarre what's happened here at the end. They're going to take the short track to run back in the pit, so we remain on schedule here. But a bizarre way to finish that race, with the last lap board being shown and then the checkered flag being shown and then taken away. But ultimately, we do believe Quiddington has picked up the race win from Purvis and Kieran there. Purvis getting really close to his first Formula V victory.
Insanely close. And you know what? He's now a factor in this championship.
Yeah.
After today's performance, he is definitely one that they're going to be watching out for. I think a few drivers coming out of qualifying after what happened with Sandown 5 weeks ago, they would have probably been expecting to be, a little bit quicker than Blake, but Blake has shown them all up this weekend, and I think a few people are scratching their heads as to what they do next. So he's now a factor in this championship, along with the likes of Brock Hamilton, who has done okay. He's managed to move himself an extra couple of points compared to where he qualified, but he'll definitely be looking for more tomorrow.
Yeah, he really needs a clean start in the morning race tomorrow to latch onto this top 3 breakaway group.
So for Australian V-Dub Performance Centre, that is Formula V Race 1 completed for this weekend here at the Calder Revive 888 Home Loans Victorian Trophy Tour. Really looking forward this weekend to not only the racing, but the rock and roll that comes later on this evening over at the Thunderdome. And we're waiting there to see the improved production field lined up there in the pit lane. They're not too far away from taking to the field. A couple of new entrants into the category this year as well. One of them right there in the little blue Civic, Taylor Allen, the daughter of the RX-7 driver Tom Allen, who's been around the club for many, many years. It's very, very rare, Tom, that we actually get to say father and daughter competing in a category. Usually it's father and son, because for the long, long time that's the way it's always been. But good always is to see women in motorsport.
Well, one particular father and daughter duo that comes to mind, not competing in the same category, but in motorsport, the Ambrose family with Tabitha and her father Marcus, who I'm sure needs no introduction. But yeah, cool to see the Allen family competing together here.
Certainly is. So I'm going to stay on for improved production coming up in the next few minutes or so. Darren Smith's going to jump right in alongside me for this one, having been no stranger to improved production in its former guise of club cars, but also, Darren, after the success of the 2025 Improved Production Nationals at Phillip Island. I guess we're still all on a bit of a high after what happened there, and then we come into season 2026 and we go, we haven't got 100 cars anymore. We're back to dealing with our usual grid sizes.
Steve, I'm still on a high from the 1999 club car Yokohama Nationals, which was the inaugural one that Yokohama jumped on board. We did a great deal with with Yokohama, and 25 years later they're still on board. I guess the big news out of this season is Bridgestone, now the tyre provider of choice, and first time out at Sandown last time round. We had there was a lot of support thrown at it from Bridgestone for the competitors, but in the background, how has the Bridgestone taken with the category?
Well, we've had a lot of racing around the country as well now, importantly. So our round at Sandown in February was the first round nationally on a Bridgestone tyre for improved production. And a lot of other categories, a lot of other clubs since have had a chance to see what's happened and apply those learnings. So it's actually been taken up pretty well. There naturally was a little bit of uncertainty about what was going on. Very, very few issues. I think the only one major issue coming out of Sandown was that man on screen there, Michael Hopp, in the little Suzuki Swift, the number 55 there. He had a front right tyre failure, and he didn't quite understand why it was the case, because he's competed in improved production, he's competed in the Bathurst 6 Hour and production car racing, so he's run a whole bunch of different tyres for those different categories over the course of time, so the likes of Yokohama, Hankook, MRF, and now onto the Bridgestone. And good on him having to have a chance to speak with some of the Bridgestone engineers in the last couple of weeks, because they actually worked out that the sidewall on that tyre that he had to grab for Bridgestone is a little bit less tall compared to the ones he's normally supposed to run in some of the other categories. And that changed the whole philosophy around, okay, you've now got to make some different adjustments to compensate for this, not so much in the setup-wise, but in the tyre pressure-wise. And that sort of opened his eyes to, okay, so it's just a bit of a learning curve, the same as everybody else has had to go through, with a bit of a learning curve and understanding that now they've got to run the tyre pressures a little bit hotter. Sometimes you've got to take a bit more camber out compared to what you used to. But overall, the learnings have been positive, and I think a lot of drivers now, they look at Calder Park as almost like another Sandown, except without the long loaded corners. The only real long loaded corner is the last corner, when you're trying to get on the power as early as you possibly can to maximise your run down the front straight. Apart from that, it's all sort of very medium to low speed corners through the rest of this circuit. So it doesn't have the likes of a turn 6, 7, 8 complex at Sandown, where you're really trying to throw the car laterally through those corners. It's going to be a circuit where they can just sort of take the learnings from Sandown and apply them, and there really shouldn't be too much to deviate.
You're right. It's very similar to Sandown, a couple of drag strips with some wiggly bits in between. I guess the bit here that catches people out once they start to get some good lap times in is getting airborne over Jane Hill, and we've just been talking with Richard Milligan that runs that monster of an MGB GT V8, and they were backing off. We've seen the sports sedans there as well, where we saw Travis with his Corolla a couple of seasons ago. That was getting four wheels off the ground. Phil Chester in his MGB GT V8, four wheels off the ground. There's photos last year of that coming over there. So in these cars being improved production, they don't have those very big axles and things like that and hubs that you can on those, let's call them more thoroughbred racing cars, because this is, as the name suggests, improved production. Some of the horsepower figures are definitely improved on production, but those bits and pieces that you're able to do, the improved production ranks is full of people that are very, very good thinkers. They see a problem and they think and find a solution, and often it's a very good solution because it's within a tight rule set that you have to get that solution done. So the addition of a new brand tyre, the Bridgestone tyre, is exactly that. There's some clever dudes down there that want to go racing, and they want to get on top of this tyre as quick as they possibly can so they can start and win races, win their classes. There's, of course, improved production. The beauty of it over its entire iterations, from road registered to club cars to improved production over the years, is that it's got class racing in there as well.
Absolutely. And the one thing that stood out for me, having done a little bit of work on some of the data after Sandown as well, with a little bit of help from some of the AI tools that are available now, is to be able to just see what the comparison was in terms of consistency and one lap pace over that round compared to some of the previous events. And a lot of drivers actually were either matching what they did on the previous tyre, or in some cases, some of them were even better over their overall consistency in a race distance by, a couple of tenths of a second a lap, which was actually very, very surprising. So they're actually quicker over a general race distance just looking at the raw numbers. And I think a lot of people, when they looked at some of the stats that I'd sort of put out, they looked at that and thought, that's actually rather surprising. I wouldn't have actually thought to go and check something like that. But it just goes to show that the new tyre actually has a little bit better longevity if you look after it. It's a little bit more of a consistent tyre. And as you said, a lot of people have just had to sit there and work out, okay, this is now a new problem. How do we solve it? And they've been able to solve it, and now it's starting to reflect in some of the data that's being produced, which is great to see.
Couple of things that really jump out at me looking at this field this weekend, Steve, just drilling down on it, is two competitors. Car number 62, Taylor Allen, daughter of Tom, who raced RX2s and RX7s in the category. Still has an RX7, a very fast one indeed. We saw him at the Nationals. Great to see Taylor out in the Civic making her way through from karting.
Certainly is. And we did have a little chat with Tom Allen a bit earlier in the weekend and said, when are you going to get your RX7 out again? Are we going to see father and daughter on track at some point? And he's hopeful of maybe getting that to come to fruition a bit later on this year. I think we believe maybe Island Magic or possibly Nationals if we go over to WA, but we'll wait and see. But he sort of said to Pete Lyons and myself, this is, Taylor's time now. I've had my time. I might race here or there a little bit, but this is now really about her in the Honda Civic. So good starting point. And as I said to Tom Reed a bit earlier before you jumped on the mic, good to see some women in motorsport as well coming through in a different type of a category compared to what we normally see them in.
And the interesting thing is that we've got a bit of a mixed field here, improved production being the overbodying field there as well, but the XLs are mixed in, and I'm very, very keen to see how the guy out of 18th place, car number 40, who's had a couple of race meetings under his belt now, I haven't been on air to call them, but Noah Ellsworthy, son of James Ellsworthy, who an engine builder of note in the Rotary fraternity. So going back in the 80s, 90s and 2000s, the Rotaries were certainly where you needed to be in this class. And Noah, a very young man, still at school, but out there going racing and doing some of the work on the car himself there. Obviously, Dad knows what he's doing and is doing all the making sure it's safe and sound and tuned and doing all those sort of things. But in the XL field, I'll be quietly barracking for Noah Ellsworthy, a young kid on a journey, and Taylor Allen, who's just leaving the pit lane now there as well. A daughter of a guy from my generation of racers, and great to see the next generation coming on through. Let's have a look at the grid, Steve.
Yep, so we've been scrolling through the grid for the last few seconds or so, but on the pole at the moment you'll see was Luke Gretschkumbo. Right next door to him, Andrew Butcher, who, believe it or not, these margins are extremely tight when you read it here. The gap between Andrew Butcher in second and Danny Timewell in third, we actually had to go down to 2/10,000ths of a second. That's how close it was between a Commodore and a BMW. I've never seen it so close between two competitors in improved production for quite some time. Ian McLennan, last year's state champion, is there in fourth place. And then as we came over the page, we had fifth and sixth, Jamie Augustine and Callum Jensen in a Peugeot, Paul Javots and Chris Bodala in seventh and eighth. Then we had Scott Appledore, who's there in ninth in the Hyundai Elantra. Matt Lestrange, good to welcome him back in the little BMW there in 10th. And then we get to the first of the under 1600s as we're putting them with the XL. So Jacob Wolf there in 11th, Taylor Allen in the Civic, Michael Hopp in the Suzuki Swift in 13th, Travis Mitchie, he's also in an XL. So too Leo Fielding and Jaden Hamilton in 16th. Carly Fleming and Noah Ellsworthy, Daniel Harvey and Peter Fleming, and Lachlan Norton. So every car from 11th on back, excluding Taylor Allen and Michael Hopp, is an under 1600 Hyundai XL. This is the important thing, I guess. A lot of people don't realise that we've had a couple of XLs come over and racing in improved production for a little while now. So the likes of Travis Mitchie and Lee Seelenmeyer, Peter and Carly Fleming have been in the club for a good 18 months or so now. The Hyundai XL, in its XL guise that it runs in its regular XL category, is actually a 3J compliant car. So the only thing that needs to change on the car for it to run in the category is the tyres. There's nothing else that needs to be done on the car. Just bolt on a set of Bridgestones and off you go.
Certainly is. There are a number of categories that fall under that guise as well. We're the last racer today.
BMW E30s is another.
They fall under those as well. And interesting, a couple of those categories do use the Yokohama tyre that this category previously used. But we are underway in a new generation with the Bridgestones. And Steve, as you said, the impressive car number 59, the Epilepsy Foundation car of Andrew Butcher, and it's got 3 LS-powered Commodore and Monaros lined up behind it, and it's going to be in a drag race here. In a traditional sense, you'd have to suggest that it's going to be fourth into turn 1, but Andrew Butcher's got this thing absolutely firing.
It is.
Banging on the rev limiters down there as those cars, and he gets away beautifully. The best punch take-up of the lot, but it is going to be Christopher Bodell, who got away brilliantly from 5 rows back. He made up some places. Taylor Allen gets away lonely in that mid-pack there, which is really good for her. Just find her place in the field and get safely down into turn 1. But Butcher just gets gazumped on the run down to turn number 1 there. The cubic inches weighs in on it. There goes the 45 of Paul Dots around the outside. Doing a nice job there. The Pulsar.
Yep, actually I called that one wrong a little bit earlier. I didn't realise that Jacob Wolf there in the number 64 is actually a Nissan Pulsar, so I do apologise to Jacob. I thought for a minute he was an XL when I was looking at the back of the car going out of the pit lane. But look at the livery on that car. Actually harks back to the GTRs of the early 90s in Australian Touring Car Championship as well. The very famous red, white and blue livery there on the number 64. He's in here just now in front of Matt Lestrange in the number 111, the BMW there. In turn, he's just ahead of Scott Appledore there in the Hyundai Elantra as they come into the last couple of corners for the first time. But you're right, Darren, getting gazumped there for Andrew Butcher. He was like the pigeon amongst the cats. I think we talk about throwing a cat amongst the pigeons. It was the other way around. And he got very well and truly gazumped down the front straight there by Danny Timewell, who had a really good launch from the second row of the grid next door to this man, Ian McLennan, the reigning champion, who is now going to battle with the number 59, the BMW. Gets through turn 2 and 3. Now has to apply that power. He had a little bit of a moment, just a bit hesitant to get on the power, getting up and over Mount Jane. Has to really throw it up and over both curbs to go through the flip-flop, as we call it, and then on towards turn 6.
Jamie Augustine ranging in the back of this group here as well, that turbocharged Sylvia, which in New South Wales, the Sylvia in both under and over 2 litre is the weapon of choice up there at the moment. It seems as though the General's product is well and truly marching to victory here, as this car won last year's championship, and justly so. Macca put more effort, more time and effort into his season last year and came out on top. You get the feeling that ascendancy is now this car, Andrew Butcher, and he is absolutely out after the chase. Can't wait for Winton to see how these guys go up there, because hopefully Jamie Augustine can continue running, and that will come into play up there as well. But interestingly enough, the 111 of Matthew Lestrange there as well, the BMW doing a good job. And we're getting a look now at Travis Mitchie.
Yep. Right in there behind Taylor Allen as they head down to turn number 1. You can see the P plate bright and shiny there on the back of the blue number 62 Honda Civic. A little bit of a lock up there for Mitchie going into turn number 1. That's actually sent him wide. So and look at the reaction. Look how savage the reaction on the bump star. A little bit stiffly sprung there. The number 717 4G plumbing machine.
And he has to concede that. Taylor's car's compliant there, and that's what got her through there, those bumps. This is probably where she wants it to be, a little bit stiffer through here, but the custom gazebo's entry doing a great job. Well done, Taylor.
Ooh.
Getting through the first couple of laps of an IP race can be torrid, and holding on at position 13. So she's only just dropped back 1 spot, and that's that guy we're watching on screen at the moment in the 4-3P entry. Here we go now. Butch hook to the inside. Nice move. Holds on. McClellan handfuls at nothing there. Absolutely understeering on there. So that's a pivotal moment in this year's season of racing when the BMW, nimble as, skillfully driven there. Macca had nothing for him there as well. So that was parking the car right where he should and then getting over the hill. They're both getting massive wheel spin. We're hearing it on the atmospheric mics trackside there as well. This is where McLennan is actually starting to think about it now. He's like, I've got him in the straight, I know that. But at this point in time, have a look at that. Butch has got a good couple of extra car lengths out of him. Now it's the turbocharged 4-cylinder of Jamie Augustine weighing in on it.
I'm wondering if Macca's just torched those rear tyres a little bit too much on a couple of those wheel spin moments. You know, they do say that you've got to remove your foot from the accelerator pedal to try and manage that wheel spin a little bit. It was a little bit more forgiving in the previous generation of tyres, and that's one thing that a number of drivers said after Sandown, is that they've just got to be a little bit careful that they don't put too much heat and put too much slip into those rear tyres, because otherwise you'll never ever get them back. It's a very fine sort of balancing act here. You can see that's why McLennan's been a little bit slow, just picking up the throttle out of turn number 3 to try and climb the hill at Mount Jane on a couple of occasions. But on the one where Andrew Butcher got past him into turn 2 and 3, he tried to gas up a little bit too much and he lost too much ground.
The MacPack self-storage grand opening has occurred, so check that out as well in the Pro Cut. Monaro, Van McClellan, and reigning champion. Interestingly enough, just watching him down at turn 1 the last 2 laps now, he hasn't been able to hit the apex either on the entry or the exit. It's like he's choosing a mid part of the track there. So whether he's carrying too much speed down there or not, or whether he just can't get the car to hustle over to the apex. Whoops. We'll keep an eye on that throughout this weekend. So there's the 717.
That's Travis Mitchie. Yep, so that's the second time he's been off the road. So we saw it a few minutes ago where he ran a little bit wide at the flip-flop and managed to get back on. This, to me, looks like... It's that down at turn number 1, I think. Just from looking at the where everybody is positioned on the road, I think it is down at turn number 1. It's a little bit greener than it has been in previous years here at Calder Park. It has been a bit of a dust bowl for a few years, but it's much, much greener out there compared to last year.
Here's a bit of a thinking one for everyone at home. Matt Lestrange. I'm just trying to think of the tribute livery that this car could be in. And it's Ian Mabry. Have a look back in the Group A era of an E30 BMW. Ian Mabry, who ran in Group A and was winning points for BMW, a privateer. And that's pretty much how his privateer Group A car looked. So you think running just plain livery, it can still be a tribute livery to someone that ran a plain livery years ago.
It's a bit hard to see from your angle there, Darren, is it's a gold front bumper bar on the lower half of that front bar as well.
That's what drew my attention.
That's what drew your attention to it, isn't it? Yeah, now you can see it a bit more in this sort of light here, but in the angle we saw a little bit earlier, looks a bit darker than it actually is. He's actually got this Nissan Pulsar, Jacob Wolford company, so Jacob's doing quite well to hold on to the back of Matt Lestrange here. Matt, it's been about 3 years since we saw him last. It was Winton a few years ago, did some engine damage and had to rebuild that engine, and just a little bit of a brake upgrade to that car as well, which is very important for places like this where it's 2 very heavy braking zones going into turn 1 and then into turn 6, and through goes the Nissan Pulsar ahead of Lestrange now. So that's actually for a top 10 spot, just going off the timing there. So Wolf up into P number 10, and then the next car ahead of him is some considerable distance down the road. It's that one there, the number 321, the Elantra of Scott Appledore. There's Taylor Allen. She's sort of just coming into the back of the shot here. I think she's actually just been in the process of being lapped by the race leaders. They've gone through in the last sort of half a minute or so.
Look at this now. Butcher's starting to move the gap to Danny Timewell.
Yeah, he's closing this down in a hurry.
Absolutely he is. Danny Timewell just looking. Best time was a 103.79 last time, past a 105.6. Luke Gretsch-Gumbo at 104 last time round with the fastest lap of 103.3. Butcher did a 103.91, so they're all ticking the boxes as far as matching each other for pace. But right now, Butcher's been able to put that BMW right where he wants on track. This Triple S Pulsar, yep, up the inside there. Lap traffic not playing any part whatsoever in this, may now do so. But Danny Timewell didn't put up a fight there. He could have crowded the corner. He didn't. But have a look at this. Mark Butcher dispensing with the traffic. Under brakes into the right-hander onto the straight. And Danny Timewell's not done with this. He is absolutely out after him. Not going to let that get away easily. Charges up alongside. And the drag race down the straight goes the way of the four-door Holden Commodore, but under brakes.
Yep.
The BMW, the Bavarian Motorworks with Mark Butcher at the wheel. Sorry, Andrew Butcher at the wheel. Does a brilliant job. Sorry about that, Andrew. Great driving. I have no idea who Mark is.
I don't know, you're someone we'll probably bump into later in the paddock, isn't it? So
that was me, mate. Yeah,
that's
but
right.
Danny Timewell, wow, this is blow for blow here at the moment. But Andy Butcher drives away with it. Danny Timewell bouncing off the curbs. The compliant Commodore up and over. Luke Gretsch-Gumbo has driven away. He's all but 6 seconds out in front of this race as we see the battle now for the improved production cars.
So this is Carly Fleming down the inside of the number 2 machine there of Leo Fielding down at turn number 1. And Carly has been in the category for about 18 months or so now and campaigning quite nicely in that under 1600 group of cars. Leo Fielding first ever hit out here in improved production in the XL.
I love the livery on that. The N, the motorsport symbol for Hyundai.
It's a bit of a sad sort of livery now, isn't it? Because with the demise we heard throughout the week that they're not going to sort of revive the TCR, this is sort of paying a bit of homage in a sort of indirect way.
A tribute, yeah. TCR dead in the water. I reckon if anyone bothers to do a forensic investigation on that, going to stand in behind the paywall was what stopped that whole game. It hauled up. It was gaining massive ground and then putting it behind the paywall. Someone got some money for it, but stopped the pressing on of that category.
Certainly did. So 4 minutes and change left in this. It's actually gone pretty quickly. We've already wrapped up 9 laps for the race leader, so they're working on their 10th lap at the moment. So we did say at the beginning of the weekend on the social media, on the wrap-up for the introduction to this weekend, that 20-minute races, that means a lot of laps for a lot of these drivers. So it's not like you go to Sandown and you do sort of 9 or 10 laps a race. You're doing something like in the realms of about 13 or 14. So it does take a little bit of a mental toll sometimes. It might not seem like a lot, 20 minutes, but when you talk about in terms of a lap count, it is quite a lot. So concentration has got to be high, and especially in this category, because you've got, as we said, these cars on screen here, which have a much bigger speed disparity versus the much faster cars, so they're making their way through the field as here comes the race leader. Luke Gretsch-Gumbo rounds up Chris Bodale and the AF Falcon, rounds up the Hyundai XL here of Travis Mitchie. Traffic's actually been pretty kind to him over the course of the last couple of laps. He's caught them in all the right spots. You look at the likes of Andrew Butcher, trying to use the traffic to your advantage in the battle that he's had earlier on with the Time Well Spent Racing Commodore of Danny Timewell. And sometimes it falls your way and sometimes it doesn't. In Luke's case, it's falling very, very kindly for him at the moment. He's well clear by the tune of about 5 seconds. Butcher actually lopped a little bit of that out of that last few seconds or so, and he's catching some traffic in the right spots here as well. We've got that margin down to 3.8 seconds that time around. Into turn 1 goes the BMW. Proudly displaying the Epilepsy Foundation support. It's one of those things that it's not a sponsorship, so to speak, for Andrew Butcher. It's a cause very, very close to his heart. In family, one of the family members he has to look after, unfortunately, has a form of epilepsy. And so it's something that he's very, very proud to support. And, one of the liveries, I think, probably the best presented livery in the category over the last couple of seasons.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. I think him and Macca go to great lengths to get their message across, and what a great platform to use to raise awareness. It's not always a commercial deal. It's something that's dear to someone's heart, and finding that does great good. Interesting just to look back from the round 1 at the Victorian Trophy Tour of the Wolfchester Sandown Challenge. It was Ian McClellan that came out with 2 points ahead of Luke Gretsch-Gumbo. At this point in time, the way this race is running, Luke will wrestle the lead of the championship back away from his good mate, and it's always interesting to see how those two go racing, because they are good mates. They come from the same sort of neck of the woods, and do it very, very well indeed. Now, have a look at that. Andy Butcher's getting the BMW flying through the flip-flop, giving it a good look on the underside of this car. So he's turned up the volume. In fact, he has. He's a second a lap faster at the moment than Gretsch-Gumbo. That's now down to 2.6 seconds. There's not enough time left in this race for him at that closing rate, but if Gretsch-Gumbo eases out any more, then he may have a serious challenging BMW coming after him. coming down the straight. They're line astern with each other, and it is now
2.1.
2.1.
Now, the important thing, too, is they are through most of the traffic that they needed to lap as well. They both got past Taylor Allen on that last lap, and there's some big chunks of clear track ahead of them as well now. So if Andrew's going to really start to ratchet up the pressure on Luke in the last 2 laps, he needs to make it count on this lap, and just hope to heaven that Luke's just torched those tyres a little bit. Can't get the traction coming out of some of these corners. Look at that.
He's not holding back.
No,
he's giving it everything. He's, I would suggest, we haven't seen the last lap board, so another lap and a half still to go. He could easily fall into the clutches of Andrew Butcher here. The thing about falling into the clutches of Andrew Butcher is that then he has to get past.
That's right. That's
and it might only be half a lap to try and do that job. Luke Gretsch-Gumbo, a very talented racing car driver, knows the tactical game that he has to play. A champion numerous times over, and he'll know the game now as they come onto the straight, and it closes right up. 2.14 last time around. 0.8 of a second.
And fastest lap to Andrew Butcher the last time around as well at a 1 minute 3.1. So he is flying at the moment here. Big closing speed under brakes there. Able to brake a lot later in a much lighter and much more nimbler BMW going into turn 1. There's something like a 50-metre difference in the braking spot going into turn number 1. Big traction zone out of turn number 2 and 3. Looks to the left-hand side. No space there. Ride the curbs through turns 4 and 5. Has Luke got enough of an insurance policy now? Down into turn number 6. I think he has for the moment. It'll be very difficult for Butcher to get past through this tight, twisty section of the course. And it'll just be down to the last corner here. He can get through here safely. Just pick up the throttle nice and gently. Swing it out to the outside here. Use all the available real estate and you're home.
The MPC Autosport powered Luke Gretsch-Gumbo Commodore charges at the line. And what a result there for Andrew Butcher. Out of 2, came home in 2, was gazumped back in 4th there for a couple of laps. Fastest lap on the second last lap of the race. If that doesn't send a signal to these big GM products around him, then I don't know what does. On lap 14, the fastest lap of the race, he did it. Wow, that is absolutely immense. He's got this car working so very well. Danny Timewell will find his way home for the last spot on the podium, and Ian McClellan, even after 1 round, will hand the lead in the championship over to our race winner, Luke Gretsch-Gumbo.
Such as the nice tight confines of the championship. That's how the cookie crumbles sometimes. Matt Lestrange just rounding up a couple of the XLs here in the under 1600s. That's the number 225 there of Daniel Harvey. And then right behind him, the 24 machine of Lachlan Norton as they head down to the last corner and onto the straight for the last time. And to the checkered flag to finish off proceedings here. Good fight in the lower levels of the field there as well in the under 1600s, in the especially with the XLs there, and the likes of Taylor Allen and Michael Hopp. In fact, Taylor Allen getting the better of that little battle there. There's your top 5, and now the top 10. It just vanishes off the screen there. So Luke Gretsch-Gumbo home there. Not by very much at the end of the day. Only half a second between himself and Andrew Butcher. Big gap back to Danny Timewell and Ian McLennan in 3rd and 4th. Jamie Augustine, bit of a lonely race for him in 5th. Callum Jensen, your leading under 2-litre car. The Peugeot is humming along beautifully there in 6th place. Chris Bodal, who Darren called that very good start for him. He finished in 7th there after picking up a spot starting 8th. Scott Appledore then finishes 8th ahead of Jacob Wolf in the Pulsar. And Paul Javots in the Civic rounds out the top 10.
Good thing, a couple of ones we're just watching out for there. Taylor Allen started out at 12th, finished 12th. Made a bit of progression, just drifted back a little bit and then continued on. So really good to be able to start and finish in the same spot. Noah Ellsworthy of note has jumped up 4 spots, started out of 18th. So the number 40 XL. So a couple of young drivers there making their way and grabbing our attention with some consistent good laps and most importantly, driving it back into the pit lane.
That's the important thing, and that's what I think is good to see. I think most of the categories so far this weekend have been able to take all their cars to the circuit, and they've been able to get all their cars back into the pit lane. And When that happens, it's a good day for racing. It means everybody's had fun and nobody's got any go faster bits they need to fix or replace. So there comes your improved production field into pit lane, the last of the cars crossing over the line there. We've still got a couple of races to finish up here for the first half of the weekend's proceedings. Still got one Formula Ford race to go and the Porsche 944 Challenge.
Steve, of course, that is the first time the improved production cars have completed a day on their new Bridgestones, and great to have the improved production field back at the Trophy Tour. We've got Formula Fords out on track, as you just mentioned, Porsche 944s. We've also got the draw of the raffle, which is for Mark Bateman for the chaplaincy, coming up at 3:30. Still tickets for sale down at the office there as well. So we really want to donate as much as we possibly can to the peer support and the great friendship that Mark has offered our sport right across the genres, not just here at Circuit Racing, right across the genres. And it is for a ride in the Vic Drift cars. We saw the Vic Drift cars opened up the event here today. Great to have them down there. Head down and see the Vic Drift guys. They're just outside the back of the big shed where the MGs are located, opposite the crew from Karting Madness. Big shout out to the crew from Karting Madness. Welcome back to Calder with round 2 of the 888 Home Loans Calder Rock and Revived event. So head down, check out the dudes at the drifting, and get some of their merch, and ask them, join in with what they're up to, because that's what the raffle's about, getting a ride in a drift car. Vic Drift, check it out. We'll be back in just a couple of moments with Formula Ford.
Welcome back to Calder Park for Rock and Revived, round 2 of the 2026 Victorian Trophy Tour here on a gorgeous sunny Melbourne day as we see the Formula Ford field rolling out. It is not a massive Formula Ford field, in all honesty, but we have seen some great racing earlier today, and race 2 of 4 races this weekend for Formula Fords is coming up very, very soon. Matt Dunlop is my name, and Tom Reed is alongside me. Tom, great to have you back in the box.
Hello, Matt. Yeah, good to be back for the second race today of Formula Ford, something we don't usually see at a Vic State race meeting is 2 races on the Saturday, but with this shortened format and on the short circuit, 15-minute races means we can squeeze in another race here. So we had qualifying this morning. Race 1 earlier this afternoon. Jet Lester took that victory. Just having a listen to one of the Kent cars going through and shot there with a massive misfire, it sounded like. Just probably trying to clear the jets out. I don't know if that was Andrew Torty or Richard Davison, but yeah, Torty was able to pick up the win in the Kent field earlier on. Davison challenged him all race long, but couldn't quite get the job done. And then Mark Zellner running in a lonely third in class, 4th on the road there, going through and shot car 36 in his McGale SJ01A, a car steeped in Australian Formula Ford history, something that I'll touch on further on as we get through this race.
There's a lot of history in this field, as there usually is in Formula Ford, particularly in the Kent class. And the number 40 machine of Richard Davison is testament to that. I think it's one of the best examples of that history of the category. It's the machine that has been piloted by his sons Will and Alex. Also won the Australian Championship under the driving skills of Garth Tander. And now Richard is steering it behind the wheel. Can he recover from race 1 and get the class win in race 2? The 5-second board is out. The red light is on. The revs are rising. We're underway here at Calder Park. It's a pretty even getaway Jet Lester lights it up from the front row of the grid as he tears away in that number 77 Duratec car. Back behind, though, in the Kent class battle, Andrew Tordy is looking red hot up the inside into turn 1 for the first time. We are using the short circuit here in Formula Ford as they stream through for the first time. Tordy leads the way in the Kent class. Jet Lester obviously right out there in front in the Duratec.
So we won't see much of Jet Lester there as he streams away in his KDL property group. Majal SJ 1-2A, but the battle will be all race long, hopefully, between these guys of Andrew Tordy, Richard Davison, and now Mark Zellner, who has held on to these guys for the opening couple of corners. It is only a couple of corners on this short track as we delete the long run down into turn number 1, which is pretty much the equivalent length of the Sandown front straight. So instead we jump on the brakes, go down a couple of gears into second gear in the 4-speed LD 200 gearboxes, and then cut back just on the exit of the flip-flop here.
Very, very short lap around this short circuit. Basically the original circuit. There's been a couple of tweaks to the layout from how it originally was when it was built in the 1960s. But very, very similar, only a mile long, 1.6 kilometres. And these cars can typically get around it in just a smidge over 40 seconds. So blink and you'll miss them as they go past. But don't worry, just wait in a few seconds. They'll be back in front of us once again, which is one of the beauty of having a short track here. And obviously another great thing I really like about Calder Park is just from a vantage perspective, like you can see the whole track from wherever you are, and that's always a virtue to have of any racetrack that you're at.
It's something we're very lucky to see in Victorian motorsport, as you can get a good vantage point at Winton, Phillip Island, Sandown, and now here at Calder at the short track, where you get to watch every corner. And had a chat, you and I actually had a chat to Richard Davison earlier on, just before this race, and he drove this particular track back in 1974, I believe, where he competed in his Hawk Formula Ford. It was actually the first place he ever raced a car around this Calder short track, what was actually the long track before they extended down into turn 1 and the new Mount Jane, if you can call it. But a track that he's had some troubles with in his career, but something that is very close to his heart, I suppose. He competed here in his Rolt RT4 back in the days when Bob Jane would invite all these Formula 1 superstar names like Prost to compete, along with other names of PK, Andre de Cesaris, Jacques Lafitte, Keke Rosberg, just a few of those big names that used to race around this circuit in Keilor.
Roberto Moreno as well had a few wins in the latter years of the Australian Grand Prix here in the 80s, and the Brazilian, a very, very tidy driver. And yeah, it was like such a boom period for this circuit in the 1980s, when especially under the ownership of Bob Jane, whose like legacy, his name you can still see everywhere dotted around this track for how much he did for this facility, building the Thunderdome, of course, and getting so much talent and so many massive events here. And it's such it is a shame that it hasn't really been able to get a whole lot of use since the 80s and since the 90s and 2000s, I guess, when Oscar and Australian NASCAR were at their peak as well. But I guess one of the effects of that is it turns the whole facility into this very, very much a time capsule of what motorsport was like in the 80s and 90s and 2000s. And the fact that we can still come to race here in a circuit that's, fairly close to Melbourne CBD it's still, in all honesty, I think it's a privilege that we still get to come to a place like this.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a privilege that it's still here, something that Sandown has always gone up against with that ever closing housing development that surrounds it in the eastern suburbs of Melbourne. But out here, yeah, we're pretty lucky to have a track so close to Melbourne, only half an hour out of the city, give or take a few minutes here and there. I'm just trying to have a listen to a couple of these. I think it's either Andrew Tordy or Richard Davison's got a massive crackle and pop coming out of their exhaust, and it hasn't cleared as of yet. So as they go past the next sound effects mic, we might have a closer listen to these front two, car 55 and 40 there. Andrew Tordy leading the way in the Kent field. A bit hard to pick up on it there as they went past through the final corner. Still Mark Zellner on shot here in his McGall with Revolution race gear plastered down the side of that car. Of course, Mark working down at the raceway facility there in the eastern suburbs of Melbourne. It is, just having a listen to there, it is Richard Davison's car with the slight misfire. A gremlin that's been going on with this car since the back end of last year, and it's just something they haven't been able to quite get their heads around yet. I know Luke Ellery and Ellis Piccolo down there doing a fantastic job in preparing that car, but just an ongoing gremlin here in the electrical side of that Van Diemen RF95.
I was noting that the gap between himself and Andrew Torty has opened up a little bit more than it was earlier today. It's out to a 2-second gap already with just about half of the race done already. There's about 10 minutes on track total with the 15-minute race time, including when they go out. And yeah, it's not sounding 100%. Like, it's still fairly quick, but 2 seconds off the pace, and he's keeping it at a fairly consistent gap. So whether that means Andrew up front is just sort of taking it a little bit easier, as I'm sure Jet Lester on camera right now is doing the exact same in that Duratec class car out in front in terms of outright honours, and just giving us a good showcase of just how bumpy some parts of this Calder Park circuit can be. We see it a lot there in the U-turn on back onto the back straight that we use for the short circuit, and a lot from the side-on shot that we see every now and then as they go through this S's section. You can see just how bumpy it is, and the reason we're using that, and here's a great example of that. It's almost to the porpoising levels that we were seeing in Formula 1 last year, just how much these cars are bouncing in some parts of this circuit.
These cars aren't quite to the same effects of those ground effect Formula 1 cars where it would shake the teeth out of you when we brought in those new regulations a couple of years ago, but yeah, still incredibly bumpy even around the short track here. Having a look at the KDL group, McGale SJ12A there of Jet Lester, the only Duratec car in this short or small 4-car field. We were supposed to have another driver competing out there with us in this second race today, Wesley Young, all the way from South Australia. Unfortunately, had a bit of a technical infringement where that meant he couldn't take to the start of the racing this weekend, and unfortunately he's had to pack that car up and go home. So a big commitment to come from South Australia just to not get any running.
Yeah, 100%. What a shame it is, and hopefully it's not the last time we see him around the Victorian Trophy Tour
I'm sure
paddocks.
They can fix the drama that they've had, and yeah, he should be back in no time.
Yeah, it'd be great to see next time these cars are out on track, and the next round we should hopefully see a bit much bigger field here in Formula Ford than we have so far this weekend. And it's also worth noting as we see Andrew Torty going around. It's interesting to note like the difference in the lines, like the earlier race that we had today, earlier this afternoon. Bit of a change in how much of the track they're using. They're not as aggressive on the curves this time around, Tom.
Yeah, absolutely different lines. Around the short track at Calder, it's something you can do on a 40-second lap time is chop and change how you approach. Having a look here at car 55 on shot. A guy that used to drive this car by the name of Ashley Seawood used to own this car and drive it back in period, and he's gone on to major things in Australian motorsport, running a very successful Porsche Carrera Cup Australia team. The car behind him, Richard Davison, the RF95, of course being piloted by his sons Alex and Will to great success, and then to the 1997 Australian Formula Ford Championship with Garth Tander behind the wheel. Also Mark Zellner's car, like I said, I'd touch on a bit later on with some great history. That was the Jamie Whincup 2002, I believe, Australian Championship winning car. And they notably, Jamie and Will used to nickname their cars. One being the White Weasel, that's Richard Davison's car, and the other being the Red Rabbit, Mark Zellner's number 36 out there.
Some awesome history behind these machines, and another great thing about Formula Ford is you've got that history, but you've also see the next best drivers coming up through. So Jet Lester being making his debut this year in Formula Ford. Very, very young driver as he just goes up the inside of Mark Zellner there into the U-turn. Gets the rear end a little bit out, a little bit. I've been seeing him having a bit of fun through that corner. Probably just quite loose on how bumpy and, how much dirt has been thrown up from cars just kissing the inside curb there throughout the last couple of races. But he certainly looks to be enjoying himself out there, and very, very promising career ahead for that driver.
Well, these are the only cars that have to clear that that U-turn section of the track. As the other categories use the flip-flop, they blast all kinds of dirt and debris, that grass that they use on the inside of the curbs, gets thrown across the ultimate racing line for these Formula Fords. So they are the only one laying rubber in this right-hander onto the back straight, using a little bit of that curve there on the exit, just touching the rev limiter as he runs down the back straight. Fastest lap this race being set by Jet Lester there of a 41.768, and then Andrew Tordy, the fastest in the Kent field, with a 43.9, and Richard Davison with a 44.2, and Mark Zellner a 45.1.
So there is a bit of a gap forming between Andrew Tordy and Richard Davison, which I assume must be down to whatever's going on with that engine behind Richard Davison, unfortunately. So
Richard would just be looking to finish this race and gain points. He wouldn't be losing too much to Andrew Tordy. I think it's about a 4-point difference between first and second.
That's a fantastic question. Let me just pull up the points and have a look. Second, yeah, it's about from second to third, yeah, it's a 4-point difference. Yeah, absolutely spot on. In the feature race, that is, which will be coming tomorrow. It's a 2-point difference in the shorter races, which we see on the Saturday typically. So not as much of a deficit. So I think Richard Davison, yeah, will be pretty happy to just bring the car home, as you mentioned. But at the same time, he has lost, a bit of ground on Andrew Tordy in the points race. From last round in Sandown, having an 8th place finish in the feature race has really, knocked him back a bit further than he was expecting in the championship race. But the last lap board is out now, so as the clock ticks into the negatives, Jet Lester will be rounding the final corner here to bring that car home in a couple more corners to time, as a matter of fact. As I now get my bearings of where we are on circuit right now, and you can just see how much it's bouncing through that the exit of the S's section there. But Jet Lester, I think, will be keen to get out of the car, get his feet up after that, but great run from Jet Lester. Brings the car home in one piece with the checkered flag out to take the win in race 2. So great result there from Jet Lester, who I think is almost very close to actually lapping Richard Davison there as well. So Davison will come around in about a lap's time to finish second on the road in the Kent class, with this driver, Andrew Tordy, looking on track to bring home the win once more.
Car 55 picking up the win in just a couple of 100 metres time. Andrew Tordy goes 2 from 2 so far in the Kent 1600 field. And you could say dominates this race. Richard Davison coming across the line into shot now with a slightly... not damaged car, but a slightly hurt car there in position at number 2.
So that is race 2 of Formula Fords here at 888 Home Loans. Called it Rock and Revived at Calder Park Raceway. And confirmation, Jet Lester takes the outright honours ahead of Andrew Tordy, Richard Davison and Mark Zellner as those cars roll into the pit lane. We will be seeing more Formula Ford action tomorrow. 2 more races. They'll be coming back out at around about 11:30 a.m. tomorrow. But we've got a raffle to draw.
Well, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, down here in the pits, and we have got the fantastic draw of the prize here, which we're helping Mark Bateman right alongside me here. Mark from Motorsport Ministries, the chaplain there as well. He's eyeing off the tickets. I think he wants to grab a handful himself. There's been a lot of interest in what you're trying to achieve with your new vehicle, to get around to all of the events and to continue helping people the way you do. It is with heartfelt thanks that I say you've helped some great mates of mine over the journey, and hoping that you can continue to do so. To do that, you've got to get to the races, don't you?
Yes,
we need to raise some money for your vehicle. Let's draw these tickets out. Please grab one out, and we'll grab that. Brendan Acello. We will give you a call in a minute, Brendan. You have to go over to the Bob Jane room to sign the indemnity to get a ride in the drift car. John Serrani. John, please head over to the Bob Jane room, and we'll give you a call if we don't see you over there as well. So all of the great work that the ministries do, getting around to all forms of motorsport. Des Shield is the third winner there we have, and we'll just get Mark to read out the next one.
Let me get it open and we'll do that. All right, next one is, it's Ivan. Only the one name, Ivan A71. So Ivan A71. Let's get these blow away, mate. And the next one is
Brendan Ocello, another Ocello getting a ride in the drift car. Vic Drift guys doing a tremendous job getting that information out there for us as the final race for today is getting hotted up behind us. Brianna is the next one heading out there on track. I've lost count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wait for the phone call, get over to the Bob Jane room to get that information signed off so you can get the hot lap in the Vic Drift car. Mark Torbitz, he's about to go out on track. I think he's on the third row of the grid. In fact, he's on the front row of the grid. So Mark's won a lap in the Vic Drift car. So we'll see how that goes. And Des Shield, that rounds out, I think, our tickets. Just give a quick count back through those for us, Mark. Of course, raising money for the Motorsport Ministries.
Massive congratulations to all the winners there in that raffle. Enjoy the prizes there and enjoy the concert if you're going to be sticking around for the rock portion of Calder Park Rock and Revived later today here at Calder Park. It's been a great day of racing so far here this Saturday, the first of 2 days that we've got broadcast here on Blendline TV. Brought to you by 888 Home Loans, who have been so fantastic in helping us get this event on for round 2 of Victorian Trophy Tour. And the last race of today's action, certainly not the last race of the weekend, and certainly not the least, is the 944 Challenge. I've been looking forward to seeing these cars come out on track all day, and now we get to see them in action. Matt Dunlop is my name, and I've got Peter Grant alongside me in the commentary box, who normally would be out on track, isn't unfortunately, but it's great to have your insight in the comments box today.
Matt, please call me PJ. I'm very happy to be here. I would be happier if I was in the driver's seat. I don't see any red cars out there. The rest do look quite good, but not quite as good as my red number 84. It's a lovely day today. We've got sunny 23 degrees, 11 kilometres per hour wind northerly. That's not much, so it's going to provide for great conditions today.
Certainly will. The sun has been beaming all day, so track's going to be nice and warm, and it's going to be a battle to get these tyres up to temperature, these Yokohama AO50s, so that they can be very, very quick in a short matter of time. Let's quickly run through the starting grid. Adam Brewer will be on pole position next to James Westaway, and then we have Mark Torbitz and Cameron Bella, the reigning champion, out of 4th. Behind them, Lyndon Watson will start next to Chris Lewis-Williams, and then we have Carter Fox, the number 7, in 7th next to this car. Sam Rofe, the number 68, starting out of 8th position. Behind them, Josh Brisbane and Anthony Westaway in the 5th row, and then Michael Westaway, Manny Metzasama, Andrew Goldman and Andrew Jones will round out this 14-car field. Wish it was a 15-car field that had PJ Grant lining up as well, as you mentioned. But
so do I.
Still going to be an awesome battle here at Calder Park as they take to the grid for the first time.
Now, these guys are quick. Ads Brewer pulled me up and he said, mate, I just broke the lap record by 0.02 of a second. Pretty sure that's a 200ths. These guys are getting ready. We've got 14. We've had no casualties through qualifying, so let's get ready to rumble.
There's certainly fast conditions here. The air isn't super hot, but the track certainly is pretty warm, baking in this sun. As I touched on, the last of that car is that beautiful Golf liveried car of Andrew Jones pulling up in the back, and the green flag is waving. So we're about to get underway with the 5-second board being dropped here as we are ready to go. The red light will be coming on very, very soon. The revs are rising. We're underway here at Calder Park. There's a bit of wheel spin there, but it's an even start on the front row for Brewer and for Westaway as they get underway. Cameron Bella out of 4th position is swarming already. That car The number 1 Cyan machine is looking rapid as they thundered out of turn 1 for the first time. Could he go for the whole shot here and get 2 cars into 1? I think that's exactly what he's going to do. A fantastic start from Cameron Bella, who takes the lead here, gets the whole shot into turn 1. It is going to be Adam Brewer behind him in the number 81 machine, with Jamie Westaway just leading from Mark Torberts in from 3rd position there. Jeez, he's slamming the door at the last possible moment there. Did Jamie Westaway. So Mark Torberts, the president of the 944 Challenge Club, is in 4th. Chris Lewis-Williams behind in 5th position, and Lyndon Watson there in P6 at the moment. So a spot lost for the number 5 car. And Chris Lewis-Williams is swarming all over the track right now, trying to get as many positions as he possibly can. Only a short race here, this 20-minute affair, with only 13 of those minutes left on the clock, as that starts from when the cars roll out of the dummy grid. So it sounds like a bit of time on paper, but it really isn't. They've got to really get their moves done, get them done quickly on a track here that has some very key overtaking opportunities, but you've got to know when to use them, Darren Smith, and when to use them at the right time.
Thanks, Matt. I'm just going to have to jump in quickly. The raffle winners for the Vic Drift lap around here. Jim Dodd is a winner. Des Shield is a winner. Mark Torberts will be hot and sweaty after this race, currently sitting there in 4th place in this race. He'll have a go in the Vic Drift car there as well. So Mark Torberts, he won't hear this, but I'm sure people will tell him. Des Shield again, so we've got 2 for Des. John Serrani is the next winner. Jason Cartledge is the next winner of the Vic Drift ride. Ivan, he is the winner of a Vic Drift ride as well. Brendan Oselli, a winner of the Vic Drift ride. Brianna, if you're here, hopefully you're here. We do have your number. And Brendan Oselli as well. So 2 multiple winners in Des Shield and Brendan Oselli, so an extra lap. Sorry about that, Matt. Back to the 944 racing. This guy can look forward to a lap in a drift car in a couple of minutes' time.
Oh,
Thanks,
he certainly can. What a shame for Mark Torberts. I hope he has fun in that drift car, because he has run out of fun in that 944. What a shame in that number 66 machine. He's had to pull over and end that race early due to what I'm sure is some sort of mechanical issue. What a shame for Mark Torberts.
That is devastating. Monster Mark Torberts, I think he might have had one too many, or maybe not enough Monster energy drinks today. I know he's fueled by that. But how about Cam Bella? I mean, talk about king of the jungle. Maybe he's Simba. He's not quite the size of the king, but he is still hungry. He is 6-time champion. I'm pretty sure Max Verstappen is no-time champion of the 944 Challenge Series.
Correct.
But we have Ads Brewer hungry for the lunch of Cam Bella. But he just went from P3 to P1. How did that happen, Matt?
It was incredible. He had an awesome start from the second row of the grid, from out of 4th position, as a matter of fact. So on that outside line of the circuit there, and I think it was an even start at the front, but it wasn't the quickest start. It wasn't the quickest start I've seen on the front row, but Bella out of 4th position was just blinding and was able to take advantage, get up the inside, get through that traffic and make his way into that first position. But great move nonetheless to get that done.
Yeah, he's the nickname I fondly referred to him is the Cucumber. Cam the Cucumber Bella. He's cool, he's calm, he adjusts that little rear view mirror probably every lap, maybe even twice a lap, because it swings on a hinge. But nothing phases him. He just finds the opportunities. And look at charging Chris Lewis-Williams. He is hungry. When he is behind you in the rear view, which doesn't happen often for me, his elbows are out, and he is a feisty competitor.
I think his battle at the moment is to try and make that number 37 machine as wide as he possibly can, putting in a real defensive effort here with Lyndon Watson swarming all over the back in that number 5 machine. Speaking of swarming, have a look at Carter Fox trying to get up the inside of Sam Rope, and does so on the run into the S's.
Good move.
Geez, that car's hopping around a little bit on those bumps.
The Flying Fox, he's another hungry guy. Look out for the V8 supercars, or supercars as they call them. He's hungry. It's a family affair with those guys. It's great to see. It's no different to the Bellas, and it's great when you got the help here of friends and family, and everyone's cheering you on. He had a tough luck season last season, but he's out there. Lyndon Watson, he's been out of action for a little while, but last round he had an amazing round. He's very strong today.
It's so good to see Lyndon Watson back in the car, even if purely for the fact that he's one of the loveliest blokes on the field. Have a look at this battle for the lead. That's Adam Brewer going back into first position on the run-up James Hill. Great move, and you can just see how hungry he is, as you mentioned, PJ.
Those fresh tyres are really working for Ads today. He got bitten by not-so-fresh tyres last round in the race 3. Oh, no.
Oh, what a shame.
I didn't just see that.
That's Calder Fox.
That's sorry to see. So we've had 2 casualties. We're down to 12. I hope. I hope.
Geez, you really feel, because he's had, as you mentioned, so many just...
I jinxed him. I'm sorry.
The commentator's curse is it's an affliction that comes for us all when we commentate a 944 race. I have cursed many a driver in this commentary box, so it won't be the first time. But let's have a look and see if we can get a bit more context. This is actually the move for the lead. So Cameron Bella ran quite wide into turn 1, as a matter of fact, and almost a little bit of door banging there between himself and Adam Brewer, who capitalised, got the move done, slots up into first position in that number 81 machine.
To be honest, if he hit the doors, you wouldn't notice with Cam's car. It's like a golf ball. Lots of dents.
You certainly wouldn't. But unfortunately, there is a safety car being called, which I imagine is due to the fact that we've got 2 cars stranded out there, which don't look to be in the most advantageous positions there. So the action is going to have to be neutralised here, unfortunately. So this will slow things down. We should still have enough time left in this race to get some more action under our belts.
100%.
Once we're able to recover these cars with just over 8 minutes left on the clock. But when they do resume racing, it's going to be a sprint, to say the least.
Yep. Truth be told, at 6 a.m. this morning, I got up, I put on Blendline from last year at Calder Park, and I relived the moment. And would you believe my heart rate went up straight away? Just watching it, I was just really excited. Sad to not be in the car, but it's amazing to be here. Again, where else would you be? This place has such great history. I think it was 1962 the venue opened, and the last Supercars race was 2002, and they had massive fields back then. It's great to be here. I know they've got a concert here tonight. Not quite the Guns N' Roses crowd from 1991 should appear, but we should have a fair few people here, and it's really exciting to have such a great venue getting used and enjoyed, like Adam Brewer is enjoying it right now. He's catching his breath, recomposing himself. I call him the technician. He's a technical man and very calculated.
AVI technology on that car, of course.
That's the one.
Very, very technical man, and it's he's been one of these drivers I've been watching a lot over the last few years as he's been coming up through the ranks in the 944 Challenge. He's always had that consistency about him. He's always had the pace, but he's normally, for the last few years, been floating around that the podium positions, and only in the last few seasons has he really started challenging for wins. Now we can call him a genuine front runner, and it's so good having another car, but we're just seeing...
It is, yeah, but it's not so good. This is, talk about drama. We just had Cam Bella rolling off. I think he's done.
He is.
He's had enough. What's happened?
Cameron Bella, you can see it on the totem on the left-hand side of your screen, is in the pit. So Cameron Bella,
he's going for a drink.
Reigning champion, is done for the day. What a shame that is.
Might be going for ice cream, maybe.
A very, very rocky start to his 2026 season. He's got second position in the first race at Sandown. No points since then.
Yeah.
Didn't finish the second race. Didn't start the third one.
He has to be getting ice cream. I mean, Andy Bella, his old man, he's like the Robert Duvall of Days of Thunder. Great team. I just don't know what's happened. The car's moving, but he's gone.
It didn't sound like anything was wrong with it as it rolled past either that I could hear, or nothing looked particularly untoward about it as well. So very keen to have a chat to Cam at some point and figure out what's happened there, and I'm sure he's just as eager to just get underneath that thing and get under the bonnet and whatever's going on, just get it sorted out as quickly as possible.
So we have jumping Jamie Westaway in his father's car. Always throws me off seeing that car. I always think it's Tony, the veteran. But he is a seasoned racer. He's built like Cam, very lightweight. The heaviest cars, Cam and Jamie's cars, because they're the lightest drivers by a stretch. But he knows how to steer that 944 and get ready for some exciting restart.
We can see him on screen furiously trying to put as much temperature into those Yokohama tyres as possible, in stark comparison to Adam Brewer, who was just keeping it on the straight and narrow, and almost as if he's listening to this commentary on the radio, has decided to completely throw that comment out the window, and he started weaving as well. So it's so important in like these safety car periods with not a whole lot of speed going on, and with not much difference between these cars. Obviously, it being a spec series, you want to try and get as much of an advantage as possible. So any temperature you can keep in those Yokohamas is crucial. And
100%.
And a surface like a track like this with such a bumpy and unpredictable and changing surface, making sure that you've got good solid tyres underneath you is so important here.
100%. I mean, talk about an amazing car. They're a 2.5 litre. We've got about between 120 and 125 kilowatt at the wheels in these cars. 1,100 kilos including driver. We do get weighed after the race. And an amazing lap time. We look at the field now where we're probably reasonably hot in the car. It's 23, but in the cabin it's probably 40. The cool suits don't do too much, but we're about ready to go, I think. Last year I hit the wrong gear coming onto the straight. I was in second, I should have been in third, and Ad's got me a good one. So let's get ready. Let's see when Adam pulls the trigger.
Safety car lights are out and the safety car has peeled away. So the field is now under the control of number 81, Adam Brewer, at the front of this field. So as soon as he hits the pedal, it'll be go time. And I'd hazard a guess and say he's done so as they go through the final corner now. So they can't get any passing done until they hit the control line. But they're going to be tucked in as Jamie Westaway is all over that rear bumper of the number 81. Trying to get a little bit of a draft down this long main straight here to see if he can get a move done on the run into turn 1. There's just under 3.5 minutes left on the clock, so still a few laps to go. Jamie Westaway has to go right around the outside because Adam Brewer is parking that car right on the inside line, shutting the door decisively to keep himself up in first position. But look at Lyndon Watson, up into third place. Awesome recovery from the number 5.
Good defending of Charge and Chris Williams. That was a great quarter-mile time there. I don't know what the official time was, but they got down there really well. And I did have visions of 2 years ago where we had a run-in between Ads and Jamie, 1 and 2, that didn't end up so well, but a great bunch of guys. They were there helping each other out, fixing the car after that little incident. So down the back straight, turning in. This is the tricky part. You've got to get the right line, and the other guy is just waiting to pounce.
It's all about where you position your car and, getting that right line exactly as you said, making sure it's nice and stable on the bumps as well when you're loading up the different sides as you're flipping and flopping through the S's, going on the throttle, getting on the brake, just making sure the car's nice and stable under you.
That's right.
The benefit of this 944 is it's a very stable platform and it's very rewarding for a driver who knows how to leverage it properly as well.
Very. It took me a little while to get used to it, but it is a very fun platform. It makes you smile. And you notice coming onto the straight, Ads used as much concrete as he could. The bitumen to the concrete, trying to straighten up the wheel. You're trying to fight for every little millimetre you can get. Ads is very good through this section here. Oh, he's got the rear out a little bit. Jamie used a bit of curb. You do get a bit of air over Jane Hill, which is a lot of fun. You can nail the flip-flop perfectly. Usually hitting the first curb and not the second.
Bit of a difference in lines there. Lyndon Watson kept it nice and clear off both curbs. Chris Lewis-Williams hit both. Josh Brisbane took it even further and has kicked up a bit of dust there. So he's been sending it right out wide.
I actually just went and visited Butcher's Diner with the kids. Favourite place of mine, round sponsor here, and Josh Brisbane's burgers are the best in town. Go check them out.
Absolutely, and we can't thank them enough for being on board and sponsoring this round of the Porsche 944 Challenge, along with all their other partners as well, Porsche Cars Australia, LK Diesel Service, Tyre Power Benalla, ABI Technology, Poolmaster Bayside, and of course 888 Home Loans, who have been presenting Calder Rock and Revived here at Calder Park, I should say. Pit Lane Clothing and Bowden Zone also helping out with the Porsche 944 Challenge. Now, speaking of drag racing, we were touching on earlier, great little scrap here between Tony Westaway and his brother Michael here. Yep. And Michael looks like he's going to go up the inside in that number 45 machine. Great move there.
Not so mad, Mike, I call him. Oh, he got a bit taily there. It always throws me off again. That's AJ's car. He's just in hiatus at the moment, but it's great. Wouldn't that be nice? Two brothers out there racing. They're veterans of this field. I can't remember how many years. It could be 25 that these guys have been racing these 944s, and they don't get bored with it. They're just always hungry to race each round. It's great to see.
It's always great to see the whole Westaway clan out in force every time the Porsche 944s roll into town. And yet for Tony, it's been a bit of a rough start because it's a car that he's not really used to, and he spent a lot of sand down just trying to get to grips with that machine, and was down 9th, 8th, 9th place finishes a lot of that weekend, which is not where he usually finds himself.
That's right.
So that's a bit of an adjustment for Tony Westaway, but that's still not going to stop him from coming out and having a great time in these cars. And we do actually have they do actually have a few of these cars for sale. So if it's a series that you're looking to get involved in, whether it's a start in motorsport or just wanting to get out on track and just have a bit of fun and race hard, race fair with these drivers who really have this great respect for one another and put on an awesome show every time. It's a great category to do it in.
100%. When I picked up the Auto Coupe number 84 944 Challenge car, I had a bit of work to be done, but the guys all helped me out, like every single person. The president, Mark Torbitz, Cam Bella, gave me plenty of advice. Tony Westerway, I met all of them before I joined the team, and it's a real great club to be a part of. So Adam is out in front. He's fended off Jamie, Lyndon, Chris Lewis-Williams.
Josh Brisbane up to 5th position. That's a great race from him so far. That'll be one of his better finishes, as he's normally not been that sort of far up in the field. And this being his first outing in 2026 as well, so that'll be a massive confidence boost for Josh Brisbane. They're all crossing the line to face the last lap board now, so this will be the last tour around this Calder Park Raceway. And an Adam Brewer, as you mentioned, is still leading the way, but the gap is pretty academic here. Jamie Westerway is all over the back of him, and you feel it's just a matter of if Jamie Westerway is going to make a move and when he's going to do it. He's probably been rehearsing a move of some sort. Yep. But it's a tricky place to pass, in this back section of the track here. Your best shot is in the next corner coming up, and I just don't think Jamie Westerway is close enough to be able to get something done, but you never ever know.
I think you're right. But, braking a bit later, can he do it? I don't think he can either, but you never know.
Last couple of corners coming up here. Adam Brewer's looking in fantastic form here as they go across the bumps into what is basically the last turn. There is a bit more of a kink now that you'll see as they come onto the main straight, onto the drag strip for the final time. Adam Brewer will continue his red-hot start to 2026 with a win at Calder Park for race 1 of a Butcher's Diner 944 Challenge.
Well done, everyone. Great racing, and great to see the back of the pack there. They're fighting.
They certainly are. This is Manny Metsasama on screen. He's racing Michael Westerway, and he's got Tony Westerway behind him. He's the meat in the middle of a Westerway sandwich, and they cross the line for 7th, 8th, and 9th, respectively. And that will be the 333 of Andrew Goldman coming across the line behind them. Andrew Jones coming into the shot now will be the last of the runners on track in that gorgeous-looking Gulf liveried number 33 machine.
Cleanest car of the bunch. Had a bit of time away, but he's hungry. He's enjoying himself, and great to see him back out.
Absolutely is. What a fantastic race we've had here for the Porsche 944 Challenge at Rockin' Revived Calder Park. Let's have a look through those results again. So Adam Brewer was your winner ahead of Jamie Westerway, with Lyndon Watson rounding out the podium. Great result for Lyndon there. Chris Lewis-Williams in 4th position with Josh Brisbane in 5th. And then, as you see on screen, Sam Roth crossed the stripe in 6th position ahead of Michael Westerway, Manny Metsasama, Tony Westerway in that battle that we saw earlier. And then rounding out the field were Andrew Goldman and Andrew Jones in 11th. And then Cameron Bella wasn't able to bring that car home. He did start the race, in fact, but did not finish it, unfortunately. Carter Fox and Mark Torbitz in the exact same boat. Both of those cars not able to take to the finish. So a bit of a race of attrition, but hopefully we can see all these cars back out on track tomorrow. So we'll be seeing 944s out in force again at around about 12:20 p.m. But a lot of racing action to come before that. We'll be starting at 9:10 with Saloon cars, followed by Holden HQs, MG and invited British sports cars, sports sedans, Formula Vs, Formula Fords, and improved production before we get to the 944s. And then we have lunch, and we do it all again. It's going to be a bumper schedule tomorrow. Do not miss a moment of it. PJ, it's been great to have you in the commentary box. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Thank you to everyone listening at home worldwide, and thank you for all the volunteers making this event happen. Great racing. Looking forward to tomorrow. Wish we could do race 2 and 3 straight away, but we can't.
Thank you very much, PJ. Looking forward to chatting to you then. And as he mentioned, massive shout out to all the volunteers and officials who help us go racing here at Calder Park and everywhere else that we race in the Victorian Trophy Tour, Daz, because we just could not do it without those volunteers.
Yeah, certainly. It's a great, it's a time of the day where we need to pay tribute to those volunteers around the track. They front up before we do. They front up actually about the same time as the tech crew for the broadcast too. They're here at sunrise, and they'll be here until the end of the day today. The event hasn't stopped as such. We still will be providing safety around the track because we've got those 10 raffle winners that will get a ride in the Vic Drift car. Cliff from Vic Drift is going to come up and join us here. So it's a bit of a... I've never seen this kind of cross-genre of four-wheel motorsport. I've seen 4x2 events where we've had superbikes and touring cars or Formula Holden and touring cars, that sort of thing. But seeing circuit racing cars and drifting cars, I'm got a lot of questions for Cliff because the whole drifting thing is counterintuitive for me. Being a circuit racer, I did call some drifting at Sydney Motorsport Park in the High Tech Oil Series, and in my head I'm thinking if we just gave them a little bit more shocker travel in the back, they'd be able to get around without tearing up their tyres. But I do understand it's a different form of car control, and in fact the car control is simply amazing with the drifters, isn't it? It's just absolutely amazing. There's the ribbon across the bottom of the broadcast. Thanks to our volunteers and officials. Become a motorsport official. Visit motorsport.org.au/officials. And they're still hard at it. The Park Recovery crew out there combining with Kev the Towie. I believe Kev is our leading guy to pick up and move race cars around the state these days. So good on him. Kev doing a terrific job. There's some flag marshals down there, obviously hiding from the sun a little bit as much as they can in what shade they do have, but still manning the flag point. The race meeting is still hot. They've still got their flags ready to go trackside. So check it out. A great job. I did 30 years of Australian Grand Prix in Adelaide and 20 in Melbourne, and some of the best friends I've ever met made volunteering trackside for these sorts of events, and it is terrific. So check it out, motorsport.org.au/officials. Thanks for joining us at the round 2 of the Victorian Trophy Tour. The 888 Home Loans Calder Rock and Revived. Matty D, there's a rock concert to go to after this drifting has happened over at the Thunderdome. Tickets still available at the door or at the gate, at the entry to the Thunderdome. You're hardly going to climb up and into the place, so going under the tunnel into the Thunderdome is what it's all about. Going to be interesting to see how that turns out tonight, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly is. I had a quick walk over there early because I always love walking over to the Thunderdome and just checking the place out because it's just such an awesome part of our motorsport history there. And I had a look at the stage they've built up in the infield there, so it's looking like a really exciting concert that's coming up. I'm really keen to give that a listen. And yeah, for those of you who aren't going to be trackside, unfortunately, and do want to keep watching tomorrow, we'll be live from 9 a.m. Melbourne time, and you will not want to miss a moment of it here at Calder Park.
Yeah, certainly. The 888 Home Loans round 2 has started off magnificently today. I know you've been through it before, but Saloon cars will jump on track at 9:10, and then we will continue racing right through till about 4:45 tomorrow. Saloon cars, HQs, MG and invited British cars, sports sedans, Formula V, Formula Ford, improved production, and the 944s, which we've just seen round out our telecast today. Matty D, thank you, mate, for all of your work. Tom Reed, Emma Dean, PJ. We've had a number of guests in Brett Dickey, David Amor, and Steve DeVries as well for making up the talent on the commentary team. Fantastic crew down there in the broadcast, and our cameramen that are still out in their scaffolds doing a tremendous job. You know what it's like to be out there at the scaffold, don't you, Matt?
I do, yeah. Every now and then I'd get up and work with the Blendline crew to just shoot the racing from the camera. It's an awesome way to watch the racing, as is being a flag marshal as well. You know, get one of the best seats in the house, as we're just seeing the recovery crew finishing their job. So Mark Torbitz is just coming back into the pit garage now, having his car recovered, so he'll be keen to keep that suit on, I imagine, and just jump straight into that Vic Drift machine.
Yes, I'm not too sure where they are. We're going to take a quick break here in the broadcast, and we'll be back with the 10 competition winners that are about to get a massive drift lap around Calder Park. Back in a couple of moments.
relaxed you've looked all day.
Welcome back trackside here at Calder Revive, 888 Home Loans. Round number 2 of the Victorian Trophy Tour. We've got something a little bit different. We've done a little bit of fundraising for Mark Bateman in the chaplaincy for a new vehicle. His tried and true heavy-duty Chevy gave up. And it's in a bit of a catastrophic state. So we're trying as an entire community to raise some money. And the crew that have absolutely stood up and gone to the challenge is Vic Drift. And this is the cars on track now. Something a bit different from those of us with a history of circuit racing. Certainly the car control and the skill is just absolutely second to none. But we're looking on TV now. I'm Darren Smith, been joined by Cliff from Vic Drift. First of all, Cliff, thanks for jumping on board and being part of this fundraising for the chaplaincy for Mark Bateman. A really good cause, this peer support. You know, we go racing and every now and again something doesn't quite go right, so there is some support mechanisms in place, and Mark has filled that void for many, many years for all sorts of genres of motorsport. You guys have jumped on, and these cars are actually doing laps with prize winners in them.
That's right, yeah. We had a call from Paul and asked us to help out. We've had Mark at our events before as well. So we just got a couple of the guys to come down and do some laps as a raffle to help raise some money for him.
Tell us what's going on here. This is, I know it's all about points and clipping points and things like that. I did a little bit with the High-Tech Oil Series and the Peanut track at Sydney Motorsport Park a lot of years ago now. But this is, as I said, it's a different genre for motorsport, and they're even going to come down the pit lane now.
Yeah, we're using the pit lane. Our normal layout of running on this circuit is using the old last corner, glow weave, I think it used to be called.
Yeah, glow weave, yeah. Famous glow weave.
Yeah, so our big thing, there's two different versions of drifting. There's like practice days, learning and fun, kind of equivalent to a sprint in circuit racing. And then we do competition things, which would be the equivalent to this event here. Lots of point things. The practice days obviously more about having fun and learning the craft and bettering yourself. But competition, we lay out set zones and clipping points and speeds we want people to go through and all sorts of things like that.
So what are the vehicles that we're looking at, and who are our drivers?
So currently we have out there two brothers, Mark and Patrick Barley. Mark's in the first car, Patrick in the second one. The first one's a S13 Silvia Nissan with a LS2, I believe, in it, making around 400 horsepower. And then Patrick in the second car is a C6 Corvette with a full carbon Kevlar body. Again with an LS platform in it, but he's making closer to 900 horsepower.
Amazing, is it? The S13 is, you've got to say, over the journey, the poster child for drifting, isn't it? It's been one of the more popular cars, whether it's the heartbeat of a Chev or the heartbeat of a Nissan or whatever it's had slung into it. They're exceptionally popular through all these many years of when drifting came out of Japan.
Yeah, 100%. When I first started drifting, I didn't have a Silvia, and then I drove a mate's one, and it's like opening cheat codes for drifting. They just, for some reason, their chassis and their wheelbase and track width and all that just suits it really well.
So these two guys are competing, obviously, in the big drift format on a regular basis, and but just watching the skill of them hold a lock with wheel spin. And something I just noticed, there's a little sneaky, there's about 45 more degrees of lock you can get onto these things compared to a standard car.
Yeah, definitely. I think Patrick was telling me that his steering lock has somewhere in the vicinity of 70, 80 degrees of steering lock. And then Mark's one's a little bit less. His is like a toned down version, but his is still 60 plus degrees of lock.
We've got 10 prize winners, as I said. This is an amazing effort by the crew at Vic Drift to get these cars here and to get the drivers here yourself and everything set up. You've got a display area down in the paddock area there, which we've been sort of throughout the afternoon telling people to go down and check out what's been going on down there. But certainly this is where the pedal hits the metal. The display's going on. Just watching Mark Torbitz, he's one of our drivers. It was just in that 944 race. He's smiling from ear to ear after his car didn't finish the race. It's because he's about to get in with one of the brothers there and do a drifting lap. Yeah,
I think they're going to chuck him in with Patrick in the Corvette. So.
And I think Luke might be doing a discretionary practice lap or something, is it? Okay, all right. Well, Luke Gretsch-Gumbo in the Commodore, he's got the kind of horsepower, not quite, it's somewhere in between the Silvia and the Corvette. So this could be interesting. We might be about to learn something about a guy. He's probably got some tyres left over from this category changed their brand of controlled tyres. So he's probably got some spare tyres from last year. He's going to burn up on the back of this one.
Yeah, man.
Or is he just going to do a hot lap, not any drifting? Could be fun too. He's got a passenger, so yeah, maybe a hot lap with no drifting, which would be also fun.
Yeah, I believe he's taking out one of the band people.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Well, and there it is. There's your 700 and something horsepower going to the ground there. Up over Jane Hill. Has to be careful here. Short shift in the Commodore because of the lump off the backside there. Last year and the year before at this particular round, off the ripple strips there, getting plenty of air underneath his car. Car just won the race today, leading the championship now. And Luke is a multiple Victorian champion in the circuit racing format. So this is a good opportunity for the hot lap. While the Vic Drift guys to take two passengers out and put two new ones back in.
Yeah, they've got to swap over, change helmets and everything.
So just before we came on air, you said you guys are here sort of pretty much every month with an event.
Yeah.
What does a drift event look like? Where does it start? How does it play out? And when does it end?
So a normal, our most common event, the practice day, the sprint equivalent, is here, and we use the national circuit, and we drift the section that the guys just drifted, so turn 1 all the way through the hill. We tend to grip up at the chicane before the back straight, and then we'll start again at the second lot of S's. But we will use that wall area, the old glow weave corner, and then loop back around and go. Most of our events we have in the vicinity of 70 to 80 drivers. And we do kind of an open track format. So 9 o'clock, track opens. We go until the lunch break at 1, half an hour gap. Send them off again until 4:30, 5 o'clock.
So it's essentially just an open track day for drift cars. You can go out. Is there a limited amount of cars you can have on track at one time?
There is. It's somewhere around 40 cars. But with the space out of an open track format, we tend to be lucky if we hit 25 sort of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like we saw, you were discussing the format, the way it was, we saw the two cars mimicking each other or shadowing each other. Is that what happens at those events, or is that at a competitive event that you do that?
So at the practice events, you'll see some of that, guys trying to hone in their skill of following another car. You will see more of that at a competition day than at a practice day.
Well, he's not sparing the horses here. We can hear the car just on track by itself. Just sounds awesome, doesn't it? V8 being absolutely having its neck wrung. And Luke, very experienced race driver. And I'm going to say, just listening to the sound of this car, he's not holding back. This is not. This is probably 99%, not quite 100%, because all the all-important corner weights will be just a little bit mixed up for Luke now, and that's the relationship between front and rear and left and right, and the diagonals on the scales. But someone in the passenger seat will just throw those out a little bit, and Luke will be able to feel that. So he will have given them the thrill ride that they so richly deserve. As I said, we're here doing hot laps and drift car rides to support Mark Bateman's fundraising for his new transporter for the Motorsport Ministries and the Chaplaincy, a peer support organisation that Mark has been an integral part of our motorsport community for many, many years. And, he needs a new truck to get himself to and from the events. So that's what we're here doing, raising money, as Luke Gretsch-Gumbo just coming into the staging area now, just getting some photos for social media down there with Beck, our photographer. But certainly our drift cars are getting themselves prepared for another lap. Looks like Luke might be getting another passenger there as well.
Yeah, he might end up quicker because the guys will have to change tyres.
Yes. Okay, so what, every 2 laps they've got to change tyres?
Yeah, that C6 Corvette's a pair of tyres for 2 laps.
Wow.
Yeah, the Silvia's about 4. Just that little bit less power.
Is there a particular tyre that they prefer?
For our competition one, we actually have a spec rule on our tyres, and a width rule as well based on car weights. So something like the Silvia can only run a 235 wide tyre and a tread wear of 300, whereas say like a semi-slick tyre is a tread wear of around 180 to 200, so much grippier.
Yep.
That's what we set for our local series. And then there are higher series as well. So the C6 Corvette, that's done like the Australian series through High-Tech and stuff. And they have a semi-slick rule. So they run like 120 tread wears and 265 wide tyres and things like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And what's the difference between those tread wears? Is there anything more or less for the driver? Is there?
Oh, yes.
You can go faster on a drift, or
dramatic difference in grip level.
Okay.
Yeah. Probably, I guess, a bit of a thing that if you're not from the drift scene, you might not understand is that essentially all the things you do for circuit racing, we also do.
Yeah. Okay.
So your first thought would be, you want to make it slippery. We put, I came from circuit racing. I did 18 years of circuit racing. I did sports sedan, and I came from there knowing how to do that stuff, and then went to this, and I dial more grip into my car now for drifting than I did for circuit racing.
Yeah, right. Yep.
Yeah, so the tyre difference is a grip level. Tyre pressures we play with a lot. Today being a bit more of a fun day, we'll probably run somewhere in the vicinity of 30 psi.
Okay.
But in competition spec, we'll run down at 14, 12 psi.
Yep. Yeah. Now, when have you got a set date? Is it the fourth Sunday or fourth Saturday of every month or anything like that? What you do your events at?
No, it varies a bit based on... There's other groups that run some drift events, so we all try and space ourselves around. This month we have a driver training day to learn driving together, tandem skills, and that's at the end of this month. It's actually next Saturday. And then our following event is, I think, the third week in April, which is one of our practice days here at Calder Park.
Yep.
And then May is our first competition round. And again, I think that's the 20-something of May. I'm not sure what date off the top of my head.
And you come out here, you say you're spectating, you come out here, what do you sort of expect through the gate?
Yeah, so practice day, like the more of the low-level day, I think we charge $35 to come in. You can buy your tickets online or at the gate. Pit area is completely open. You can come through to the pit area. All the spectator areas are open. You can come watch everything. And as we said before, the drifting is essentially non-stop from 9 till 12 o'clock and then from 12:30 till 4:30, 5 o'clock.
Yep.
Yeah, so full access to everything.
And the competition events, do you get many people through the gate?
Competition events a little bit less on the spectator side.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I think from our point of view, the needing to know a little bit more about drifting kind of makes people hesitate a little bit more.
Yep.
We do have commentary. I do the commentary while I'm trying to run the event for the comp days.
Yep.
And we explain some stuff and try and give them the details of like clipping points and zones that we use and things like that.
Yep.
So a few less spectators for that, but that's the same sort of thing. We run around $30 for a spectator at a competition day. The positive to a comp day is you get to see a bit more skill.
Sure.
The guys tend to be a bit better drivers all the time. So.
And do they get closer to each other when they're doing the tandem runs?
Definitely get closer. There'll definitely be some new tyre marks on doors before the end of the weekend. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's hot lap now. Luke Gretsch Gumbo is giving to some of the competition winners. Yeah, make it a long one. Well, Luke Gretsch Gumbo been racing in improved production for quite a long time and joined this weekend for the Trophy Tour Vic Calder Revived event. The rock concert now down into its final hours countdown over in the Thunderdome there. So if you're still at the track, it's a $25 upgrade on your $15 entry ticket. And you can get to see Rob Mills and the other 4 tribute bands over there going into the night. Beautiful night tonight. Going to cool down to about 16 degrees, so not really cold at all. Probably still the maybe shorts and a jumper or jeans and a T-shirt, whichever way you want to go.
Depends how much you party with.
Yeah,
the
exactly.
with the
How
bands.
hard you're hitting the dance floor, I guess. Yeah.
And I'm sure they have some beverages over there to warm you up also.
There will be, yeah, or to cool you down, whichever way that works out.
Yeah.
Just watching the control in the shockers here with Luke Gretsch Gumbo as he's under brakes and returns into the pit lane. And I can hear a couple of throaty V8s starting up, making their way out onto track.
Yeah, we definitely like them loud.
Yes, yeah. And we can do that here at Calder Park, even up until 5 o'clock, I think. Sometimes you're allowed to.
Yeah, we run till 11 p.m. sometimes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, different events to run later.
Massive wing on the back of this Sylvia.
Yeah, we were having a discussion about that wing today, and it does nothing.
No, well, I wouldn't have thought they're getting up that much speed that it's...
The speed, you'd be surprised, but when you're sideways, the air's going the wrong way.
Yeah.
So it does nothing. Yeah. Turn 1, like where these guys are, on a normal day where we wouldn't be taking like passengers for rides like this, I've entered that corner at about 160k an hour.
Okay. Yep.
But you do your initial flick a solid like 300-400 metres from the corner.
Yep. Yeah, there's a couple of guys I used to race against in the 90s that have done a bit of drifting in recent times as well, coming back after families and all of that sort of thing.
Yeah.
And talking to John, the economy of it was very attractive to him. He could do it with his son, and they could get away with a weekend substantially cheaper than what it was when he was running circuit racing.
Yeah, I found it on a par for the sports sedan and buying slicks every event.
Yeah, sports sedans would be the ultimate consumer.
Yeah, you end up spending about the same on tyres. Like for the tyres the guys are using today are probably only about $70 or $80 a tyre.
Yep.
Don't get me wrong, after 2 laps that kind of adds up quick.
It does, yeah. If you do 10 over the weekend, that's it. But it's well, a set of 4 slicks now, you're into the $1,000s. And, they'll use them all in a weekend, that's for sure.
Yeah, got to go fast.
Exactly, and you got to have grip, don't you, to get around and win the races. And that's like anything, though, isn't it? If you want to start winning, it's all about renewing your kit as much as you possibly can, isn't it?
That's right. Yeah, exactly.
I like the GoPro off the side of the Corvette. We're not allowed to do that sort of thing in circuit racing off the side of the car anyway.
Yeah.
Like that. But that'd be some great shots. You guys got a website where some of this footage gets posted?
Our main spot is either on Facebook or Instagram. We post lots of videos, and on YouTube also. We always do after event videos, like a recap video.
Yep.
And obviously that's Vic Drift. All of those things. And then our website, www.vicdrift.com. That's where we have our entry stuff, our spectator details, our pro ride tickets, because you can come to our event and have a ride like this.
Something else I noticed with the drifting scene, there's different names of different events. Generally sound Japanese.
Yeah, we try to be a bit creative sometimes.
Yeah.
Like our event next weekend is tandem training, but we've called it tandemonium.
Yep.
So a little bit of a play on it.
Bit of marketing work there. That's
you
good.
got to do that.
There was one when we used to race at Malala. They had was it Matsuri?
Yeah, we have Matsuri.
Yep.
Yeah, we do Matsuris as well, which is just Japanese for celebration or festival. I think.
Okay.
Yeah. Our big event for the year is a 2-day event here that we run from track time 9 o'clock till 11 o'clock at night on Saturday and 9 to 5 on Sunday.
Wow.
With 140 plus cars driving the whole time, and we call that one Drift X.
Yep. Yeah, actually, I noticed some of the merchandise down in your trailer there, Drift X. On it.
Yeah, it's normally our merch renewal time to get a new design.
Yeah. It's some of those terminologies that Malala was well, they have a lot of drifting over there, and same at the Bend. Do you guys do any interstate?
Yeah, I've been to the Bend's new track. We use the go-kart bit. For that. I haven't been to Malala yet. I've been to Sydney. Sydney Motorsport Park. That was cool. We were up there running at World Time Attack.
Yep. They had drifting on the same time as World Time Attack.
Yeah. So they did the Time Attack stuff during the day, and then the nights were the drifting. We did a competition there.
Yep. Hey, TLP, how are we going with that break, mate? Let's do it.
Very different kind of I guess we can talk about some of the charity stuff.
Yeah, it's relevant. Cars continue to lap around the track here. Of course, we're here organising or raising money for the chaplaincy, but you guys at Vic Drift do a lot of charity work, bits and pieces around as well.
Yeah, that's right. We've started to bring charity stuff in to essentially just help out, like instead of just focusing on big events and things like that, we want to do some charity work. So our last big event, we did a thing that we called Drift for Charity. We discounted the pro rides, so normally a pro ride would be like $100 to go in a car like those two cars. We did this section for an hour and a half, I think it was. We charged $30 a ride, and I think we had 15 or 20 guys driving, just looping in and out, taking people for lap after lap after lap. In that hour and a half, we got through 54 people. Like for laps around the track. I think we raised somewhere in the vicinity of $2,500 for that one we did for Australian Children Support. I think it was for educational stuff for children. we're planning for our next competition day to do another drift for charity in between the competition, so during the downtime between rounds and stuff like that. We'll find another charity and donate some more stuff to charity.
I like this passenger in the Luke Gretsch Gumbo electrical Commodore. Bit of Peter Brock 1979 elbow up on the window there. Look at that.
It's looking very comfortable.
Just cruising.
It's very comfortable.
Very comfortable indeed. So Luke doing some thrilling rides. Car that had a very big rebuild after a nasty crash that he had with it with three of his very good mates, one of his best mates at turn 9 at Sandown, and pretty much took all of last year off after that first round incident at turn 9, and gone through a whole range of rebuilding his car. A HSV Senator is not your natural realm for an improved production car, being a big heavy rocket, but Luke has proven absolutely everyone wrong with this car. I'm going to say his own personal dogged determination was a big part of that, but he's made it work, and it's an absolute weapon in improved production trim.
Yeah, sometimes you got to do the thing that people say shouldn't work and prove them wrong.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah, it's only done it because we're like sheep and we like to follow each other. If you do it a bit differently, I guess it's like a C6 Corvette in drifting.
In Australia, left-hand drive.
Yeah.
With a carbon Kevlar body. Yeah, it's very different.
Well, I mean, the whole left-hand, right-hand drive thing, it's a vexed question. The 944s, which was our last race of today, some of them are left and some of them are right-hand drive. And there has been races in that category that have a specific car for a specific track.
Oh.
So Phillip Island, they'll bring a left hooker and go ahead and do that. Sorry, mate. Dan was talking to me at the same time. Blendline TV, bringing you all the grassroots motorsport you can possibly handle. Jump onto YouTube, search up Blendline TV like my dad did for the first time last weekend, and now he hasn't left the computer. No, he did. He came here yesterday and he's here again today, but won't be back tomorrow. He's got more Blendline TV on YouTube to watch. In particular, his favourite genre last weekend was on at Phillip Island, so the historic races. So it's... what is he? As the peanut gallery chime in the background here, as Dad calls it, modern racing, the what we all call historics. But there you go, modern expression of the sport. I'm going to say probably the modern expression is drifting. It's circuit racing's been around since cars were around, and drifting is, it'd have to be 30 years of drifting since it came out of car parks in Japan, wouldn't it?
Yeah, in the scheme of it, it's very young. I think our club's I think this year's our 21st year.
Yep.
We were the first club in the state, and then it'd only be like 3 or 4 years before that before it first came to Australia at all.
Yeah. Well, as I said, the history of it is Skylines racing up car parks in Japan, in Tokyo, isn't it?
Yeah, up the hill, the mountain roads. Yeah. They used to just head up to the top of the mountain roads during nighttime when nobody was around, and essentially power skid their cars around the corners. A little bit too much throttle as they're going around the corner.
Yep.
And then it turned into drifting.
And certainly the JDM side of things was what sort of dominated the early aspect of drifting, wasn't it? Being that it was a Japanese form of motorsport, those cars which we all sort of, I got to say, in total amazement what they were doing, and I still don't get it. I've got to say that I still look at it and go, how are they doing that? And maintaining the throttle. And when I race, it was like, if I got out sideways like that, I'm trying to do something to rectify it, whereas in my head, it's counterintuitive. You guys hit it and you stay on it.
Yeah, it's very much like that. When I first switched from circuit racing to doing drifting, it took me a solid 3 or 4 events to actually let the car go sideways.
Yeah, you got to retune yourself, don't you?
Yeah, natural instinct was quick catch it, straight away.
That's right.
And like I don't think I drifted a corner properly for 3 events.
Yeah. Well, it would be if you'd come from circuit racing and you hadn't had any experience with it. You'd be. It's changing your wiring, isn't it?
Yeah, completely different. Even lines into the corner.
Yep.
The line's a little bit different. You tend to go a little bit further down and a sharper angle through.
Yeah. Well, you're trying to induce movement, aren't you?
That's right,
Yeah, it makes sense.
Even now when I do go back and do some circuit racing, it takes me a solid session before I retune my brain back to the correct line to go fast rather than sideways.
It is interesting because, as I said last weekend, the historics at Phillip Island, there's a guy from Western Australia called Paul Stubber that races in Group N, and he's braining the field, has been for years. He started rear of grid in a 5-lap race, won the race and spent the best part of the last half of the lap just drifting around in his 600, 700 horsepower Camaro. And it was, for the historic scene, everyone sort of looks at it and goes, what is he doing? But he's having fun. He's leading the race and he's celebrating his win.
He's having fun. That's the main thing.
Yeah.
That's great.
I mean, you look at it and you go, there's been some big names from circuit racing that have gone into drifting, like Shane Van Gisbergen was...
Yeah, he's a good one.
There's a guy that just knows how a car feels under him. This time he wants it to go around the corner flat and fast. Next time he wants it to go around sideways and spinning up the rear wheels.
Yeah, that's right. Now he just wants to turn left.
Yeah, well, that's right. That's the ultimate challenge. Turn left harder than 45 others.
Yeah, right was too hard for him.
Yeah,
pick left.
Still amazing, though, isn't it? Yeah, 260, 70 kilometres an hour with people right next to you, 40 of them.
It's crazy. We only do it with 1 or 2 next to us. So.
Yeah.
He's not holding back.
He's not, and locally here at the track, which you can pick up sort of a little bit in the broadcast, one single V8 around here with all those spectator mounts and the noise just reverberating back just sounds really cool.
Yeah, it's awesome.
It was like just over behind us where the rock concert is tonight at the Thunderdome. One NASCAR going around there was often sounded better than 35 of them going around there.
Yeah, that was my childhood here with my dad circuit racing, and that NASCAR would be practicing over there and stick your head over and get pushed back from the sound as they go past.
Someone posted something on a WhatsApp group this week, probably me, a photo of me holding up the 1-minute board at the NASCAR end of the pit lane to send the NASCARs out, and the only thing I could put on there was I was only 80 kegs then, so it's a long time ago. I think it was even under 80 kegs, if the truth be known. But Luke Gretsch-Gumbo, he's going to be pretty worn out after this. He's done qualifying, practice day yesterday, qualifying in a race today. I think he's done just as many laps with passengers in the car. He's not holding back when he's taking the ripple strips like that.
Yeah, that's right. Well, he better win the next race tomorrow. He's had enough practice laps now.
Yeah, well, he's probably going to have to go home and change a whole lot of componentry to make sure it's all still in good working order. And tell you what, these ride getters have really had a ripping run with Luke, that's for sure. And the thrill of the brothers out there in their drift cars, it looks like they're got their next set of tyres on. There are ride winners in suits and helmets.
Yeah, I can hear them coming.
Yes. Yeah, I'm not sure whether that's Luke coming down the circuit pit lane or the drift cars lining up. So which of the brothers, who's driving which car?
Patrick's in the C6.
Yep.
And Mark's in the S13.
Yep.
Sylvia.
Yep.
Yeah. Patrick's actually the younger brother.
Yep.
Yeah. Both of the Barleys come from Speedway.
Okay.
Yeah, the Barley family was big in Speedway in Darwin.
Yep.
They were both born here, but then family moved up to Darwin. Yeah, did a lot of Speedway in Darwin.
Well, it is, when we think about what we're raising money here for with Mark Bateman and the Motorsport Ministries. Mark's got a lot to do with Speedway here in Victoria as well, so they would probably know him from that as well.
Yeah, I always catch him at Avalon.
Yes, yeah. He's always out there. He's always at the good events, isn't he?
Yeah, he is.
Got a lot of facilities, and it was a pleasure to draw the raffle for these rides with Mark before. There's certainly I've had conversations on the phone with Mark about good mates that have been involved in motorsport that just need someone to talk to help them work through whatever it might be that's been going on in their life, and he does it with such ease. Just talks to people calmly.
Yeah, I've had a chat with him a few times.
Yeah.
He's spoken to a few drifting people when he was coming to the drifting events as well and helped them out as well.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. This Corvette sounds ace. Setting it up.
I think it's a Speedway motor in it.
Oh, that'd be the horsepower number.
Yeah.
Pump fuel or?
I believe they're both using E85.
Okay.
But I think it's these guys probably run drum E85, which is a little bit nicer.
Yep.
A little bit more consistent.
Well, they're guys that support this series. Race Fuels over the back there, they have a lot of that product out there. Dandenong Depot down at Race Fuels, check them out. Big supporters of circuit racing at all levels. That massive event at the Bathurst 12-hour recently, and of course the Grand Prix. They're there to support all of the fuel delivery, and it's all about delivering a quality product safely. And it makes sense, doesn't it? You want quality fuel, and you don't want it to do anything silly.
That's right. In the drift cars, we beat the absolute hell out of them.
Yeah.
And the temperatures that we run cars at, because we're sideways, so the airflow is going the wrong way.
Yeah.
The E85 helps massively, and products like they have keep the engines cooler.
Yeah.
Purely with the good quality fuel.
Yeah. Yeah. Race Fuel's big supporters, obviously, of motorsport right around the country. This looks like great fun. I don't know how you do it, but great fun.
When you're there, most of the time you can't see what's going on either. It's just a big guess.
I love this guy's got his hand up the wheel, keeping the sun out of his eyes. That's nothing like a bit of palming at the wheel there to get it through. What is the rules when you're in a competition event as far as getting how close you can get? Is that part of it, how close you get?
As close as you can without messing up the front car.
So the following car, it's their responsibility to try and get it in as close as much.
Yeah, that's right. When we set up things like, say, this section here, they'll have an entry point, which is that concrete strip, and then this ripple strip, they'd want to sit. The lead car wants to sit a metre off the ripple strip.
In fact, he's not putting his hand up to do the sun. He's got a GoPro in his hand in the passenger seat. That's what I'm seeing. It's not the driver, it's the passenger with a GoPro.
Yeah, that's right.
Why not catch it for prosperity?
Yeah.
There's a little bit of incentive for the driver, isn't it? Get as close as you can on the GoPro.
Yeah, you definitely do. I definitely push a little bit harder if I'm taking someone.
Yeah, absolutely.
And if it's someone who hasn't been in a drift car before, it's like, all right, we're going to have to push this properly.
Yep. Yep. As they ease their way back into the service area, Luke Gretsch-Gumbo heads out, I think, with his second last ride for this particular session. And it's been really interesting to see a top flight circuit racing championship winning car and driver giving some rides, as well as our talented drifters as well. All for charity, all for trying to help out Mark Bateman. I don't know how much money we have raised, but there was a lot of tickets in the box that we drew out.
It's awesome. It's excellent.
It's interesting. We were trying to find out if Luke's running on the older brand of tyres, which is the Yokohama that this championship used. At the end of last year, there were some people with some tyres left over. So be interesting. He may actually be running the new Bridgestone and doing a little bit of a cheeky side test out here with some new Bridgestones on it.
He gets to push the limits with no consequence,
isn't he? And
he's doing it. The chicane for the back straight, he's definitely going through there.
Yeah. I like the passenger then eyeballing straight off to the Blendline TV cameras set up the bottom of the back straight there. Or was that screaming for life?
Looking for help.
Yeah. Sorry, you bolted in now.
Yeah, you're stuck.
See you in 90 more seconds.
What do you reckon his top speed is down there?
280.
280.
Yeah.
Woo.
Yeah. Could even be more.
It was your first time in the passenger seat. That's pretty full on.
Yeah. It might not be 280 with the passenger. It might be 275 or something like that. But who can tell the difference?
Not at 270, you can't.
No, that's right. Look, I'm plucking numbers out of the air. Luke might come up to me later and say, you know what, it's only 238, but I'll take the 270.
Look, for the passenger, it'll feel like 270, so it's fine.
Just the violence of coming off those curbs and under brakes, one of the things passengers always say when they've had a ride in anything is, oh, you can't believe the brakes. Can't believe the brakes until you get in a passenger seat of a Porsche, and then they take brakes to a whole new level. We're winding down here at the Calder round 2 of the Trophy Tour Victoria, brought to us by 888 Home Loans. If you need a home loan, 888 should be the only place you go. Support this fantastic event and support their fantastic company. If you're looking for a home loan, see Cam McKinnon and his crew. He's a racer. He'll be out in the sports sedan paddock working probably on Dean Cam's Corvette, ready for racing tomorrow morning to see how they can take it up to Jeremy Davison after his first win in the RX-7 with the turbocharged Honda in it earlier on this afternoon. So a big shout out to 888 Home Loans for all of their support over many seasons now in the Victorian state level racing, but throwing the naming rights behind this Calder event this weekend. Calder Revive, 888 Home Loans Trophy Tour. And we don't stop here. We head over to the Thunderdome now for an amazing rock concert which will go right into the night. Still tickets available at the gate over there, so head over and get your tickets. Head into the rock concert with Rob Mills. 3 other tribute bands over there as well, covering off Guns N' Roses, Van Halen, I think it was, Cold Chisel, and others. Big thank you for everyone for hanging around to watch the rides for the chaplaincy, the Motorsport Ministries with Mark Bateman and all of those cars. I think, is that it? Are we done, guys? Thanks for coming, ladies and gentlemen. That is it for Saturday. We'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning. Saloon Cars will open up the program at 9:10. Cliff, thank you so much for Vic Drift, yourself, your guys, the cars, the tyres they've used and all of that. Really cool to do a little bit of cross-genre of motorsport together.
Yeah, definitely. It was amazing. Good opportunity. We'd be happy to do it again.
I reckon we should do it again. Definitely. We'll get you up to Winton and do some laps there. That is it for today's broadcast. Thanks for joining us at Trophy Tour Victoria. Calder, Rock and Revive. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Bye for now.